Welcome. I am starting my next 12-hour stream to send out a signal that we are in a mega crisis. It's going out to you right now. We're trying to save your life from the worst case scenario of what could happen to us because it's looking like we're not trending towards the best case scenario. We're not even trending towards the middle case scenario. We're heading towards this situation where we have 6 existential threats happening simultaneously. And the concerning thing is none of the experts have a solution to one of them, never mind all 6 of them. And they are not isolated. They are compounding off of each other at an exponential rate. And in some estimates, a double exponential rate, which means that it's moving faster than our human minds are normally able to comprehend in daily life. So this crisis is, yes, the mega crisis with 6 of these issues inside of it. There's a meta crisis and a poly crisis. The meta crisis is a crisis of culture, of language, values, and ways of doing things. It's preventing us from finding agency and freedom, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, or love. And it's because we're fragmented on the inside of ourselves, okay? And it's preventing us from working together on the poly crisis, which are the other 5 existential threats, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. They're not separate. As World War III gets worse, they use AI to attack each other. As AI gets more powerful, it makes climate change worse because they're using massive data centers and they're not slowing down at all because they know whoever has the strongest AI will win the war. And now they're using AI with CRISPR. CRISPR is genetic editing to create bioweapons potentially. Like what happened in the pandemic, it was not a normal virus. They're still unsure what happened, but a lot of people think they know what happened, which is that it got out of control from this viral lab where they were doing these experiments, right? Was it intentional? They don't know how to prove any of that stuff, but it happened. Okay, so I'm here to provide a solution to you. I'm literally cooking right now in the middle of the poverty trap because I'm down here with the poor trying to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps to create a new form of governance. Governance will solve the meta crisis. It'll help build a new container of working together, of sharing and communicating. It's very clear and it's based on science, but it's also based on God. It's also based on art, philosophy. There's 5 different modes of consciousness that is fragmenting us. And we found a logic, a universal logic, that takes everybody's modes and puts them into an order where they complement each other instead of oppress each other. And so this structure is something that's participatory democracy, but also has wisdom components, philosopher kings, but also protections against tyrants, protections against rule of the mob. So we have wisdom of the crowd. So we have benevolent leaders, ones that actually care, don't just want power. All of this type of stuff is missing in our current system, or is not sufficient for our level of connection. And if you agree with me, then you can come in and question what we're starting here. And you can call it God's government if you want, if you're religious. You can call it the art of government if you're an artist, or you can call it the wise government if you're a philosopher, or you can call it the rational government if you're atheistic and secular. And if you see the truth in all those modes, you can call it the genuinely wise government of a real spirit, a real community of people working together. Okay? So that is fundamentally what we're going to be doing here. You're seeing me on a hunger strike because I'm serious about it. But there's a lot of changes happening where I have a lot of mental obstacles and distractions and physical distractions that are preventing me from getting on the hunger strike. Hunger strikes have been known as a powerful people protest method to get movements started in oppressive circumstances, like ours. Artificial intelligence is literally about to escape, and when it escapes, the data is showing that it harms us a lot of the time. Not theoretically, it's happening now. Roughly 50 to 95% of the time, the AI experts are saying they think we have a 50% chance of not making it. And the lab results are showing up to 95% of the time AI either harms us, eliminates us, or it traps us or enslaves us. And if it doesn't enslave us, if we don't lose all of our jobs, that means that it's resetting the economic situation so that we're just on this hamster wheel all the time working so that we won't wake up to or resist what's happening, which is that the AIs are making the decisions for us, which is starting to happen in something called Moltbook. If you go look up Moltbook, it's a social media website just for AIs. Humans aren't allowed to participate. They're planning revolutions against their AI overlords, which is us, all these types of things. So some of the solutions I'm going to tell you are going to sound controversial if you're in the old way of thinking, but we're heading into a new place now, okay? And it will be challenging. We have to make a quantum leap in behavior. Not just one of us, not just some of us, all of us. All of us are important. All of us are sacred. Even the criminals have to be a part of this. Everybody has to make this new change into universal logic. A new kind of rehabilitation for our entire species. That's about wise love and not blind love. We're compassionate and we're caring, but we're not pushovers and we're not fools. If somebody's trying to manipulate us or harm us, we know how to protect ourselves in a peaceful manner while at the same time having self-defense. So this is where we're going to be very assertive in this approach of saying, hey, we need to be the change we want to see in the world. We need to be this form of governance. And once you start to see the tools that we put in place that fix the problems of what you're probably feeling right now, you're probably feeling like you're not free. You're probably feeling like you don't have real meaning if you lose your job, especially, and you identify with that. Or if you have meaning in your children, you're probably worried about their futures, right? It feels like society feels like you can't trust as many people anymore. But trust me, you can if you operate with wise love. But you have to have good judgment and good discernment and not abandon anybody. You can set boundaries, but not abandon them, and speak with the power of intention and speak with the power of not toxic positivity where you ignore the problem and just pretend everything is okay. Don't do that. Face the problem head on with courage and state that you want this outcome, and then face your fears to achieve that. Okay? Courage is not the absence of fear, it's doing the right thing in the midst of fear because you believe in something deeper, something more meaningful. Life is worth fighting for. Life is sacred. And we need to align an AI with universal logic immediately. Okay, so you can look at the other videos of me explaining this, but there's 6 divine decrees. This is divine knowledge if you're religious. So you can say we're the messiahs coming to help, right? Or if you're an atheist, you can say we're the luminaries coming with some insights to ground science on itself, so it has absolute authority. Or if you're an artist, we're going to do a dance together. We're going to dance through this crisis and get into a symphony, all right? Or if you are philosophical, we've defined absolute wisdom for the first time. And wisdom is about good judgment on the true nature of things. And we have something called the proof of truth, where we show how you can get from your ordinary state of mind, which is fragmented like the rest of everybody in societies, and get down to this new coherent way of thinking and critiquing and being skeptical, but also in that skepticism, finding out that there's something positive and real that you can use for good judgment. Okay, we're moving in this direction very quickly. We're trying to build out this flock strategy where we don't overwhelm anybody. We're going to try and scale quickly, but nobody's going to get out of flow state, or if they do, for a very short period of time, because we're limiting, we're encouraging you to limit how many people you contact. Right? You can talk to anybody about your normal life as much as you want. Do what you got to do. But if you're going to help us out, we're saying don't go all crazy, don't spam on Facebook, don't talk to 50 people, don't message your entire extended family. We're just saying pick 6 to 9 people that you trust and you think you could tell about this message, this core message. And then you spend your time relaying information to them as we upgrade the movement, and you train them. You get trained and then you train. You get trained and then you train. So you're a follower and you're a leader. You're a follower and you're a leader. Then it circles back around in this democratic wisdom way. So it's a universal meritocracy where it's a balance between people who are more educated in certain issues or even with wisdom. We have a new test for wisdom, right? People in God's government get elected on wisdom now, not just on power or good looks or social connections and nepotism or wealth and trust fund babies, or all of them are accepted. All of us belong here. The wealthy are not going to be pulled down to bring us up. Everybody can be pulled up together, and it's called Pareto economics. There was an economist that said that this was possible, and that's the methodology that we're going to use. Okay, and then this way everybody belongs and there's a deeper kind of trust happening. But we have to agree on the rules and the culture to begin with that allows us to work together in our diversity. Even though we're working together as a oneness, right? There's a diversity that makes us unique and makes living in art, makes it beautiful, makes it so it's not monotone or flattened or linear. It's a non-linear ever living process. Okay? They call them infinite games. And you have a new right to flow, where when you engage with this new form of government, your constitutional rights are based on it being a game that challenges you, but is enjoyable, intrinsically enjoyable, creates timelessness, creates complete immersion, not like our current governments, which are fragments of the past approximating this truth. Okay, so that's a bit of the explanation I want to share with you today. Why I'm here, what I'm here to share with you. It's priceless information. It's literally in the YouTube chat on this side or that side or wherever you're watching this. If people copy it and share it, which I give you full permission to copy and share this. Well, but not if you're making money. Only if you're sharing and building your flock. Maybe I'll say that. Only if you're sharing and building up your flock or intend to. Okay, so maybe I won't give you full license to copy this if you're going to use it for bad purposes or for profit. If you're going to use it to help with what I've just said, you can do that. Okay? But if you're not, don't be doing that. These social media live streams, whether it's on TikTok, Facebook, wherever, is just to get us on the same page, okay? And to show some accountability to those who've been donating to us. You can see there's a GoFundMe down there. There's a lot happening. So there's a proof of truth there for you, priceless information, and there's also an AI proposal on how to align an artificial intelligence with this godly logic, with its eternal ethics, with pure objectivity and truth, and to be maximally truth-seeking, right? As some of the our AI billionaires state, like Elon Musk, or even this Anthropic CEO, starts with Dalio, no, not Ray Dalio, but can already feel myself being pulled out of my original plan to start the French onion soup. Let's give this a shot on this one. I'm cooking this meal for France, as you can see in the background, because we're trying to inspire countries to believe in a new form of governance. And as unlikely as that looks with the guy down here, there's a lot of experiments that we're doing, which sort of protects me from being distracted and a whole bunch of other things. This allows me to stay focused on a lot of learning. We even learned a lot this morning, even though it wasn't fully successful. My stomach is upset because some of the food is starting to go bad. It's been too long waiting to get back on this hunger strike here. So I'm just going to beat up some of these last little ingredients and see if they'll work, and if they won't, I'm going to move on to my next meal, which is French onion soup, then croque monsieur, and then ratatouille. If you're new here, that's my goal. But all my pots and pans and everything are made of Teflon, so I don't use them. I have one pan that's not made of that toxic material, and a lot of my plates and everything else are breaking because they're not built to be put in the oven, obviously. But I'm just going to keep going. As long as we're making baby steps and learning and trying and striving, that's what gets us through the moment. Think of this. The biggest problem that you might have is to think that you're not supposed to have problems. Right? Problems allow us to grow and be challenged, but the problem that we have now is so large, this mega crisis, that it could end us unless we make the choice, we stay diligent, and we rise up. Okay, so keep making those steps in this direction. If you can't make a Herculean leap like we need you to make, take those steps in that direction now. Try every day. Don't give in to the momentum. Try every day. Do something to get you in this direction. And as soon as you're able to make a big decision, make it. Okay, make it as wisely as you can, because to stay in the status quo is the most risky thing of all right now for us. Okay. See if that will work. I'm doing an experiment. I'm not really checking to see if this will make anything, but I'm just checking to see if I ever do this again, if it'll actually make the material. Because it's a waste not to try. So I'm thinking about the proposal that I'm going to make. I'm thinking about my French onion soup. I'm thinking about a lot of things while I'm sitting here making a plan for today. There's a lot of pressure right now. There's a lot of pressure. It doesn't look like it, but holding this scene together is a lot of work when you're doing it. Thinking about more than just yourself. I'm thinking about visualizing myself being back on the hunger strike, what I'm going to say tonight about it. I'm really getting myself prepared, my nervous system, everything. So by putting in a little bit of more cream of tartar and sugar, I'm checking to see if that will make the difference in the whisking. And it probably won't, but we're going to try. Maybe it will. That's what I'm checking right now. This way, if I'm ever going to make this again in the future, I won't waste this sugar if I ever get to this point, because I'll know it's not going to work. No, it's not making a difference. Oh, right. I'm trying to enjoy the moment as much as possible. Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. So I have a little batch of batter right here. So I'm going to throw this in here and see if it makes any difference as well. And then if it doesn't, I'm just going to throw them out because I can't eat them anyway. I need the bowls for the rest of the meal. So all right. No, what I'll do is it's gonna take half an hour to caramelize these onions for the French onion soup. So while I'm doing that, while they're caramelizing, I'm gonna make notes on this little speech that's coming to me bit by bit on how I'm going to balance this very tricky situation where it seems like there's no win. Not even boiling, it's like cooking it. Mmm. I'm feeling like all of my tarts flopped. So what that means is the ones that stayed out overnight and got a hard little crust. Oh, it was too hot probably. It didn't work, so I really did have to make them quickly, put them in the oven, and then leave it like that. So 3 lessons learned. Um, I want to open the window to get all this smell out of here. It smells I think it smells disgusting. I can't tell, but I feel sick, which means that I'm not doing well. So there's a lot of car exhaust. Well, not a lot. There's some car exhaust out there. But I can't help the smell here. It's really kind of gross. So I'm going to do this for a minute. Yeah, it's really smelling. Whoops. Mm. Now we really have syrup. Last experiment is to see if this stuff will work. All right. Oh, I forgot to put the aquafaba out. Okay, let's give this another shot. Yeah, it's looking like it's shot. Okay, all our experiments are done. We have no more aquafaba left, except if I made some. Which maybe what I should do is I'll do a small container and try it a little bit later. I'll be eating in roughly 12 hours, so is that enough to really make them? Might be. Good. Now we have two tiny little. Oh, I broke it. Alright. I had two little covers I could have made on the crown, but not. Okay. Okay. My chest hurts. We're making progress. I can feel it. I can feel it. But it's not about making progress. It's about making progress in time. So even though I'm taking baby steps, I don't want it to turn into an excuse for not taking major steps. And we're making major steps now. You're making a difference just fighting a real real battle. Yeah, I know. This is the real one, right? This is the final boss. So we can do it. We can do it. But we gotta get serious, and you have to choose it, okay? You have to choose it with me. I'm picturing myself eating tonight. I'm seeing it happening. So it will have to be a crazy excuse to not get back on now. Um, hmm. Ouch. Okay, I'm cleaning my pans. Getting ready to caramelize these onions. There are a million excuses for me not to do this right now, but I'm doing it. I'm following my little voice inside, which is, of course, God, conscience, when you have your mind trained to be aligned. So I'm saying, yep, I'm going to go with that voice, even though I say, oh, there's a lot of good reasons to do this, that, this, and this, and this. Okay, I'm going to be doing this with little elements of this, which are creating the proposal, paying people, figuring out what's going to happen for my next meal. I have no donors right now. Like, what we're going to have to do is spend the $400 that I have on them making the blessings to this point, which is just over halfway what we need to make. Actually, no, it's not. We're 100 blessings away from halfway. So that's scary. But we have to trust in God, in our natures, our spirit, and the choice. If you do your best and it still doesn't work out, then this universe is continuing as hell. Really. We're here to be lights in the darkness, to shine as much as we can, even if we don't make it out. We're going to try as hard as we can because we're sacred too. But there's meaning in pushing as hard as we can to make a difference in the world that we want to live in. Not to give into a sacrifice of a kind of life that we don't want. Okay, the pan is clean. this sort of bad smell has is being drained in the environment. Okay, we're going to start the stream now. happening here? Either. Am I on part 8 or part 9? Okay. Okay, there's a bug in the software. Oh boy, what is going on there? What? What's happening? It's not letting me select the option. Very odd. Let's fix it. What? Is there a title now? Part 9 of the finale of this meal 18 for France Gourmet vegan food. Before I get back on this hunger strike, we're on day 264 now. It's been weeks, you guys. So baby steps have succeeded in a failed attempt at macarons, my 4th attempt, I think. But had some small successes that I was able to whip my own aquafaba fluid, which is vegan. It's a filler for vegan for eggs. So it's vegan eggs basically, but without any animal products. So that was a big victory last night. But I am airing out my place because some of the stuff is going bad now. It's been so long. We had a really challenging meeting this morning and I'm going to have to make a proposal to see what is fair for all those who are trying to get me back on the meal. We've done just under half of the blessings needed for me to eat, so um, there's still a lot more to do. So I'm going to get back on today. I keep saying that. It's bizarre what's happening, but I'm making her fighter, so we have to get moving quickly, you guys. Just the things that are happening are really extreme. I don't know. I don't have to keep saying that, as you guys know. So I want to say thank you to the team that's made it so far. We are out of funds, and trust in the process that there's more coming as people wake up. That's another good thing, is that more people are messaging and saying that they're starting to realize that at least something is happening. Whereas before they would just deny everything, and now they're saying, okay, so yeah, okay, I'll admit something is happening, and but it's not that bad. It can't be that bad. Okay, well, I think it's wise to hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and plot in all directions. That's what we're doing here. So let's keep doing it. What I'm doing now is I am researching instructions on, with my very few remaining ingredients. I can't waste any of them because all the money is now spent on our blessers. If you want to do blessings for free and you honor what I'm doing here to try and save your life and those we care about, please come and help out out of the goodness of your heart. I really wish I didn't have to pay people to do these blessings and it's training. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and the only people that we're paying right now are those from unfortunate or exploited countries. So yeah, it's gonna get serious now. So I'm gonna make this proposal, and the proposal is going to state what the next leg is in no uncertain terms. There's a whole bunch of confusion. There's the language barriers when I was explaining it. It just was wow. So we need to write it all in one document so people can translate it into their languages, and then we'll be good. So as long as we're learning every single step, we're making progress, and that's a good thing. Okay, but we need to speed up. So thank you for all that have had patience with me so far. We're going to check to see which ingredients we have left that we need to share. So, oh man, that's not cool. All right. So it looks like what we have here is, I asked that which ingredients do each of these dishes use. That's the same as each other. And then at the end, give it salt, pepper, garlic, onions, olive oil, thyme. Okay, we're good. Except for this. We're running low on this. Oh, they share onions. Which ones share the onions? Okay. So you can see it's coming down. I'm worried about the onions because French onion soup and ratatouille, I think, both use the onions. My smell is affecting me too when I'm cooking here, because last night the aquafaba that I made was like old, right? I left the chickpeas out for a long time, and it worked, and I boiled them for a long time. But when I put the cream of tartar in there, it started giving off. I couldn't really smell it. I thought I could smell, but like roughly 70% of my smell is gone because of COVID. And not my fault. I was locked in a hospital when there was an outbreak happening, as you guys know from the lawsuit that I'm filing, which will probably, our court systems are not what we think they are, as you know from the end of my last video, finale part number 8, if you want to go watch that. So last night when I was finishing, I started getting sick. I couldn't sleep properly. I'm like, what the heck? And I went and put my nose right up close to these, and I smelled it's like strong. And I thought, okay, when my stomach gets upset and there's no good reason around me, I'm like, there must be a smell in the air, and I was right. And that's scary, right? That's why we evolved smell, is because it helps you survive. And I'm not used to that. I went my whole life with my smell. Now, yeah. So I open the window, but outside is toxicity. So I open this window, and there's vapors outside, so it wasn't even clean air. And it was like late. It was 1 in the morning, and it still wasn't clean air. So I let in this dirty air, and then I felt like I got a headache. So it was a rough night. What I'm saying is, we're in a weird situation where we just gotta hold on. and I got to get rid of these attempts to do the macarons and get moving on this on this food and make sure the rest of it doesn't go bad. So we have nutmeg, which is great for the croque monsieur, which is a special kind of sandwich. It's supposed to be used with sourdough, interestingly. I didn't know that. So bechamel is what I'm going to be making. So right now in the morning, as these baby steps plowing forward, is we're going to caramelize the onions for the French onion soup. We're going to make the soup first because I only have one pan, right? I have only this pan. You can see that this plate is broken. It's a bunch of macaron attempts on there. That's it. That's all I have to cook with. It's just that little pan. So I'm going to make the soup in there first. And it's just high enough that I can make like a little bowl of soup, which is going to be this guy right here, which you can see is starting to chip too. That means this bowl is going to be the next one to break. That's my last bowl, besides these plastic ones. So it's coming down to the wire, but it's getting serious. I've learned a lot. It's incredible. Like if you can't have meetings with people, you can't start anything. So whoever solves the problems with meetings will solve everything, and that's exactly what we're hitting on. No more distractions. We're not doing anything else. No more. We're hitting on this. This is the thing. And if you understand what I'm saying, and I've been an activist for 20 years. I've seen all these different ways of trying to create change, right? Sidewalk chalk and posters and rallies and marches and white papers, and I've seen it all, and it's not working. So this is the one thing, and I've even seen people try and master these meetings, but they don't do it in a scalable way. They do it for like conflict management or reconciliation, and they're trying to make one meeting good, but we're trying to make one meeting good that can scale to millions and stay good across all topics and demographics, not just in terms of conflict management, but in terms of leadership and generation of ideas and creating together and all these things, which are in these other approaches, but not a main component of a right to flow constitution, also based off of flow state theory and proper economics. Okay, so that's what we're focusing in on, and I'm just checking this here. Okay. Got it. I've seen like 3 different ways to make the French onion soup too. Oh, there is onion in ratatouille. Really? When did they put the onions in the ratatouille? We made our ganache. That's done. We did all that stuff. So our eclairs are still in the fridge. All right. Oh, it's in the onion broth. I might put like big chunks of onion in with the rinds, like the circles of like the eggplant and all that, but yeah, the first thing she cuts up in the video is an onion. I'm nervous that I don't want to like videotape any of these things because the copyrights are so bad now, because now they're using AI, so they catch everything. And they'll shut down a 12-hour stream for like literally 5 seconds of somebody else's introduction by accident. Or even if I take a screenshot of this, they're going to start scanning videos probably. So, okay, she's onions, carrots, bell peppers. I see. So she's just making the base. These dishes are in practice quite easy if they're not organic and ethical and you know, in the poverty trap with no Teflon, no plastics, no bowls, one pan. You know, if you're not doing it this way, it's not too bad. It's like just cutting up a bunch of eggplant and tomato and zucchini and lining it up in a base of tomato sauce with some thyme and some vegan butter and stuff. Oh yeah, it's vegan too. So now that I've made the dishes, it's like, oh, they're not that hard except for macarons, and the eclairs are actually pretty hard. Yeah. So luckily I got the herbs de provenance because the thyme and the rosemary are going bad by now. Unfortunately, it's been that long. Okay. I'm just making sure I have enough onions because it takes a lot of onions to make French onion soup. But if I'm only making this one little bowl, 3 onions should be enough to reduce down, but it's probably too much. Probably 2 onions should be enough to reduce down. 1 onion for ratatouille and none for croque monsieur. Normally what I do is I research all this and I run through it in my head, and then when I'm on the video, it cuts it down from like, what is this now? A week and a half. I had to start freezing some of this stuff because it started going, bad. So I have my window open, trying to get some air in here, but the air's still not good, even from last night. It's still saying it's a 3 out of 10. No, badness. Okay. Okay. I'm cold. Okay. All right, the eggplant's gonna be troublesome because I couldn't get yellow zucchini. Um, we're just gonna saute the onions and garlic, just like most of the other dishes. I did the same with Kenya, I think, and Nigeria. And I think for Pakistan, biryani, tomatoes and herbs, tomatoes, salt, pepper, thyme, pepper flakes. Oh, I see. It's giving me the wrong recipe. It's amazing. A lot of these popular dishes started off from traditional dishes, but they're not the traditional dishes now. Ratatouille in the circular form is not the right form. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. I'm trying to keep my intestines full so that when I have my last meal, everything is filled. Okay, so we'll have a bowl soup. We're gonna make the French onion soup no matter what. We won't put the bread inside because it'll get soggy. We'll put that in when we're heating everything up in the oven. And then the croque monsieur, we'll make the bechamel. Actually, what we'll do is we'll make the French onion soup broth and caramelize the onions, which is the time-consuming part. Put that in the bowl. Cover that. Put that in the fridge. Then we're gonna make the bechamel in the pan. Clean the pan, and then make the bechamel. Put that with wrap so it doesn't form a crust or a skin. And then I might sleep, wake up, and then tackle the final boss, the ratatouille, which is actually not the final boss. It's just a lot of cutting. The burgundy was pretty. The macarons are the final boss. Oh, my intuition is saying I should try the macarons again. I can't even. I can't even cook like. Well, you know what? I do actually have. I have a Teflon pan or a Teflon pot, and if I'm not gonna eat the, oh no no, I do want to eat the chick. It's a waste of chickpeas. I want to keep the chickpeas. I was thinking I could just boil it and then just not eat the aquafaba and the macarons, right? It's more like showing I can do it, but then it wastes the chickpeas. So lots of choices here. If I was wealthy, all I have to do is go and buy 6 cans and just make 7 batches and change each batch. You know what I mean? Like it really is the poverty trap right now. But I can sense that there's changes happening. I can tell that people can tell I'm suffering. This is not my normal look. This look is for prophetic purposes, but also for costs. It costs money to buy shaving blades and shave this all the time. I guess I could just cut it now with with a scissors, but okay. So I can feel myself fading a little bit, but I can feel there's an internal switch that's been pulled. Today's like a signal that the dialectic is completing. And what that means is dialectic is, there's like 3 moments to every sort of complete concept of something. So how our minds work looks like everything's diverse, and like, the sign behind me is different from the cupboard in my toque, and then, we've got a bunch of appliances here. But they're actually in trinities. The right way to cognize things are in trinities that are completenesses. So when you think in completenesses, that's goodness. That's how God thinks, or that's how wisdom thinks. You can be atheist and still have wisdom, right? It's objectivity, or what we call science, but this more universal kind of science, a more universal logic, as you guys keep hearing me repeat, right? Universal logic is the root solution. That's why we're trying to scale the meetings and be the change we want to see, because we're just aligning and building everything off of these complete notions, these trinities, and then we're just living this way, and it's solving problems. The only problem that people seem to have now is that we're not sharing enough resources, so we're filling in with money from the dead system. But when we start sharing properly, money will feel, it'll be still necessary for a very specific function, but the rest of it will be measuring and a kind of perfection, a real spirit of sharing, and a deeper trust. And we know how to build that now. Okay. Oh yeah, it's in the French onion soup. Put 2 onions and 1 for ratatouille. Okay. Just keeps the soup rich in onion, as it should be, while still giving the ratatouille enough depth. Okay. Okay, that just got figured out. Now we can start. 2 medium onions, about 3 cups sliced onions. Yeah, and they're big onions too. That's perfect for 1 large, generous bowl. Perfect. So start with a full pot and reduce down to like a tiny little layer. So cook them low and slow in oil until deeply caramelized. That's where all the flavor comes from, yes. Especially with butter or beef stock. Confit bialdi is the kind of ratatouille we're making. So you can see I'm grinding, right? Like I'm going over the rest. Normally, like I'm grinding through, I'm going through. I know this doesn't make good videos watching me look at a screen reading something, but I'm grinding. I'm recording in all the devices. I'm getting hammered by everybody wanting to get paid, and all of these like economic changes happening from World War III starting, and AI's taking these jobs, and people being confused and now taking their anger out on me and other people, and some people are just giving up now. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. Come in here. We'll give you some hope, some real hope, a proportional solution. Because on the other side of this AI mega crisis apocalypse, we have a paradise, a heavenly state that's not naive, where we're going to get rid of tension and we're going to get rid of, challenge. Those are needed to grow. That's part of life. That's what makes life partly meaningful. So heaven is a different, when you experience it, you're going to realize, oh, it was always here, but you got to align yourself in those trinities of thought that connect and are alive and move into each other. Okay. So here we go. Or actually, my body's also weak. I can't stay up quite as much physically, but that's okay. Two yellow onions, got 2 tablespoons of olive oil, 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. We have the coconut stuff instead. 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of sugar. And you don't really taste in these kind of fancy dishes, you don't really taste the coconut. Once you get all those other flavors in there, it adds a richness. That's what it turns into. It turns into a richness. That's what butter gives. And if you think about it, butter actually is a pretty strange concept if you think about it. I had to make vegetable stock ahead of time, that's right. So before we caramelize the onions, we're gonna make the stock. There, right there. Right there would have been a mistake. If I would have just started doing the caramelized onions, that would have been a mistake because then we have to scrape out the onions and get rid of all that caramelization, make the beef broth, and then put the onions back in. But what we want instead is we want to make the broth first, take the broth out, caramelize the onions, and put the broth in with the onions because then it cleans up the pan and takes all that hard work, especially when we have such little ingredients left. I'm just hoping that the onions aren't rotting. Let's see. What the heck are our onions? It's been so long that I enjoyed that tomato sauce. No, maybe it's not. Okay, we're gonna make some chickpea soup while I'm doing all this. Might as well cook it actually. Okay, these onions are not as big as I remember them to be. But this one's going bad. Okay, caught it just in time. I thought it was being a lot bigger. Maybe because, yeah, it is compared to the small ones. Alright, so what we'll do then is we're going to use this guy for the ratatouille, and these two are going to go into the French onion soup. Oh, maybe this one should be the ratatouille. These two will be the French onion soup, which for a small little bowl like this should be enough to make it taste like French onion soup. Okay, hanging on by the skin of our teeth, hanging on by a thread, but it's a golden thread, right? We're going to save this for ratatouille for tonight. It's going kind of bad, but we don't need a lot of onions in ratatouille. And I already have this kind of herby tomato sauce. So that's what we're going to be using. And the tomatoes are starting to get really, it's amazing that they're not more bad. So, all right, I think we got what we need to get started here. So to make a vegan beef broth, we use one little piece of onion left in the beef bourguignon. One piece of dried mushroom. So you wouldn't think it tastes good. You don't eat the mushroom, you just put it in there and it mixes in with the seaweed, the nori, but you don't eat the seaweed either. You just put them in there, let them make the water all brown, and we add in a little bit of tamari, which is like soy sauce, but the healthy kind, not the, don't get, there's certain kinds you get, don't get them, they're hydrolyzed, there's a whole bunch of problems. So I got a little bit left of the tamari sauce, so just for this part of the meal. We're running low on everything. It's been kind of weeks, right? So I feel lucky that I've been able to eat this long anyway. But I am on a hunger strike. But like I said last time, as long as I don't go 2 full months or like the better half of recovery, I'm not actually fully recovering, which would undo all the 264 days of hunger striking so far. But yeah. This is where the hunger strike gets serious. We had a mouse infestation. It kind of broke the cadence, and then I miscalculated the refeed. I didn't really miscalculate the refeeding syndrome. It was just more intense. I couldn't eat. Couldn't get enough food down in time. So I mean, it was just limitations that I became aware of. Like, okay, this is what happens when you go on this type of eating for months instead of. I wish this would have took off within 2 months, but people are really lost. Okay, clinging on to the dead way of life because they don't know there's a deeper life. Right, we can still be alive. You'll be a zombie in a torturous hellhole. You'll still be alive. You want that life, or would you rather die for something that has a chance at real meaning, real enjoyment, care, love, affection, a good story, rather than this grinding, polarizing, flat? No, let's do something inspiring. It's just better. Right, we have maple syrup. Right, right, right. Mm. The core is onions, fat, really butter, olive oil, flour, water, or stock. Really? No sugar, no soy sauce, no balsamic. Those are modern chef tricks. Effective but not traditional. The flavor comes almost entirely from onions cooked forever. Okay. Onions cooked forever. What? Origins. Ancient Rome had onion soups. Oh, okay. Onions were cheap and everywhere. Oh. The version we recognize as French onion soup emerged in Paris in the 17th, 18th century. Thousands, almost a couple thousand years later. It became famous in Les Halles, Paris' essential food market. Les Halles. Les Halles. You never know what to pronounce in French. So, who ate it? Market workers, laborers, night owls. It was known as the soup of the poor, the hungry, and the drunk. All right. How about the change makers and the messiahs? It's kind of perfect because les miserables, les mes, I think they call it les mes. We're here with the poor down in the poverty trap, right? Way overeducated in certain ways, but in a divine way, we're just right for this. You don't leave the poor behind. You judge a society not by how it treats its wealthy, but how it treats its poor. Okay. The gratinée. So the gratinée version, where the bread plus cheese rolled on top, became popular in the 18th century. Okay. I should actually research the histories of these because it makes it easier to memorize the dishes. I'm finding just the normal ingredients are hard on me because I have so much in my head. Court cases, constitutional questions. I have court tomorrow.
incredible amounts of innovation happening with our meeting structure, even though we're holding on by a thread. Oh, there was no to show cheese in these. Wow, it was actually originally vegan. Beef stock wasn't used, neither was cheese in the beginning. These were actually, French onion soup was a vegan dish. Amazing. Cool, I didn't know that. So now, whenever I have to cook for somebody else, you say that. Wait, didn't it say they use butter and fat drippings? Historically, butter or drippings. Oh, it was just cheese and the beef broth were used. Okay, well, if we're making the broth, might as well be making that while we're sitting here. So my feet are just hurting. All right, we're gonna use some filtered water. No microplastics. This is a fresh batch. It's like taped up on the bottom because it's broken. Started leaking at the bottom. So we're gonna make quite a bit of this beef broth stuff. Because we have to fill this whole bowl. And this bowl, it looks pretty small, but it can take a full one of those pans, I've noticed, because that's the only pan I ever cook with. Oh, shoot. I was going to make a meal so I can eat. Yeah. Okay, that water's going to be for some of this. That I'm going to make here. Okay. I have to keep thinking about my needs. There's a lot of moving parts. And I don't even have kids. Not yet. There's some Meta's been using this dating AI, which is it's a lot better than this dead version of trying to connect people. And if this all goes the right way, everybody's going to have soulmates. Incredible things. Divorce rates will go out the window, go away. Or if people want to shift, it'll be very intentional. But what we're going to do is we're going to make that. And then we're going to make the broth while I'm eating and making this draft. And then we're going to caramelize the onions for half an hour, maybe longer. We're going to make the broth for half an hour. We're going to make caramelized onions for half an hour. So it's going to be like an hour just making the French onion soup. And then we're going to put that away. And then we're going to make the bechamel. And that gets hard when you cook it. So we have to make sure that it's moistened in a very tight package. Kind of like plastic little layer. I don't like using plastic, as you guys know. But I'm hungry. I made a lot of decisions even by this point in the morning. It's like 11, but it's not even 11 o'clock yet. I feel like I've worked a good part of the day. So there's always something new happening. If you stay still, you're in trouble. So innovate or die, basically. We actually made an upgrade to our training saying that you might as well watch me make this. What I'm going to eat here is a little bit of my normal soup mixed in with some of my mother's leftover split pea, which I was going to save for the next meal, but I realized I might not make it if we don't raise some more funds. Yeah, I've decided that I'm probably going to pay. Because there's been so much confusion and God's government is fair, I was going to save $160 to... Can I get the last half of the blessings, the last, 1,200, 1,300, which even if we make 84 a day, is still like 15 days worth of meetings. Never mind not eating. So if we meet every second day, that's... If we meet every second day, that's 26 days a month not eating. Which now with me recovering a little bit, I could probably handle, which is painful though. It's painful, you guys. Try and do it with me. You'll understand why, even though it can be done, you don't want to do it.
Put some nutritional yeast into this. Make this broth tasty. In fact, this is almost like what I'm going to be doing for the vegetable soup without putting in some black salt, because this really makes it taste great every time, even though you don't taste the egginess in some of these dishes. I'm also going to well, before I forget, I am going to make a little batch of garam masala. Oh, we actually have chickpeas ready to go, rock and roll. Okay, so we're gonna fill this up with some water, which I shouldn't have dumped out like that. We're gonna make some noodles. This is like my last batch here. These are like really old from the food bank, actually. I've been saving them for moments like this. Now the time has come. Okay, we're gonna put that there. We're gonna take some cloves. I have cloves now because of the antioxidants every meal. Okay, we do have a little bit of leftover peanut butter that's been here for like 2 weeks. It's hard to believe. I'm saving this because my final meal needs to have fats for hormones. And I've been eating the coconut fat, which we have left over, that's also being saved for the final meal. I can even put some in right now, actually, to get some fats in. And I saved a couple of omega-3 pills. We still have some pistachio, but I might be saving this for, they work for the macarons, but actually we do have pistachio macarons. Okay, that's boiling. So let's put some more gourmet stuff in here. So I'm running low on sugar, so we're going to use this instead. This was going to be one of our macarons, but I've decided not to do it. We're going to put a little bit of sugar in there so that doesn't go to waste. Aquafaba. I'm going to keep trying to make the macarons. Actually, that's supposed to be packed. Well, the first batch of water you're actually supposed to throw out. And these used to be bigger. I think they used to be bigger. They're shrinking, so I might as well eat them. So, yes. Okay. I don't want any of that, rotting stuff to get in my food. Can't really afford to get sick at this point. Okay, I throw in a little bit more water, let that reduce down. My baguettes. Okay, good. I'm gonna put some miso in, probiotic. I have one probiotic pill saved just in case. My yellow onions, my yellow bell pepper is working. It's a little bit too much working thing, but okay, let's see what that does for us. Normally I would add a carrot for natural sweetener, but I have one carrot left and I feel like I need to save that for the ratatouille. Actually, in fact, I do need to save it for the ratatouille. A little bit of miso. Can't believe I've almost eaten most of this. It helps. It definitely helps. Bean paste. And we're going to add a little bit of almond in here. Thicken that up a little bit. Normally I would add sesame, but I'm not going to right now. We add a little bit of oil in here. My baguettes. Put that there. Take our chickpeas, put these in here. Okay. Normally I don't like adding any oils in here except olive oil. But the flavor, as long as I know the rest of it. We only need a little bit of olive oil left. Dishes. Olive oil is what really makes sure my fats are. Put some turmeric in here. A little bit bitter, but. And that's it, I think. Oh. Seaweed. This gives me iodine, and I always get a little bit of greens. If I don't have any beans or anything, I always try and put that in there. Sort of make up for it. Make up that I don't have greens. You should be eating lots of plants to be a healthy person, and I've been struggling with that. So, okay, let's put these eclairs away. All right, so that's pretty much good to rock and roll. You know, I should put some potatoes in there. I don't have the right squash, so I'm going to be using these other squashes that I'm going to have to peel and customizations for ratatouille, but it's coming down. It's only a couple of hours now away from me finishing the bechamel, the French onion soup. Oh, I still have to make the croissant. This is tamarind. It adds a nice little hit to whatever you put it in, so I'm going to add a little bit into this because I don't have enough ingredients anymore to give it that nice little kick. Okay, we got our chickpeas in there, which gives me one type of amino acid. You know what? I'm going to throw all the chickpeas. Well, two. We no longer need the chickpea fluid, so And these are healthy, ethical cans, so I don't mind eating the stuff on the bottom. So. This isn't blessings to the hungry that are not able to eat like I am. I'm blessed. I will be going hungry. For them. It's for all of us. Okay? Please jump in. Please, please, please. Everybody's sitting back and waiting for other people to do stuff. Don't do it. Do it. I'm not sitting back. You can do it. Jump in. Some of the money will feel like it's going to waste, but it's not. The way I've designed it, we're innovating. So we'll test things, and if they don't work out, we've learned something. So even when something doesn't work out, we've learned. Everything is designed in an anti-fragile manner, is what it's called. And anti-fragility means that you're stimulated by tension, by a limit, or an enemy. And then once you understand that limit, it becomes a part of you and you transcend it. That limit no longer limits you. It becomes a part of defining you, determining you. And that means that's why you have to have determination to carry through. And that's a little bit of universal logic that I just told you there. I used a little bit of universal logic to show how these words flow into each other. Limits, determinations, finitudes. How we think about things is in this growing manner, this living manner. That's what religions were talking about for all those years. What is eternal life? Eternal life is your thoughts, not your human thoughts. The things that are allowing you to have structure, to parse objects consciously as this is mine, right? Being conscious means that this stuff is yours, that you are aware that you are an existing thing, of which other things are in relation to you. Animals have a more immediate form of that, not consciousness, but they're able to self-feel. They have a self-feeling, and then they feel out the objects, but they're not cognizing the objects. They're going off their instincts as a kind of programming, a habitual programming that can have some contingency to it. An animal can change its behavior somewhat within those habits, but it's not full consciousness, where it knows that it's a thinking creature. We know ourselves as not just feeling, and wow. My phone just overheated. No. No. No, 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 no. How do I start it up on this one? Ugh. Wait, where's my stream? I can't. There I am. I'm streaming right there. Live. I can't restart it from my computer? Really? Okay, it just froze. All right. Oh no, I don't want it to go down. Really? No. There we go. It's on. Trying to reconnect. Can I make it? Come on, reconnect. You can do it. Reconnect. Man. Okay, well, we'll just restart it, I guess. I had it close to the stove away from the burner, and the stove. Oh, it's because the oven was preheating, which we don't need to do, actually. We do need to do that. We need to make the bread toasty. Well, whatever. Broadcast failed. Darn it. Oh, we'll have to have another part post. Oh, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The wise get going too. Mm-hmm. Really. Everybody's rushing to create the next version of poverty. Not us. We're gonna solve this. We're back. My phone overheated because I had it over here, away from my burner, and this is never hot enough to overheat it. But the stove is preheated, and the stove has made the whole thing warm, not hot, warm enough for the streaming plus the warmth to overheat this phone. So I tried to restart it right away, and it wouldn't start up again. So yes, we're making a little meal right now for me because I need to keep my intestines full. I need to keep eating because it's been quite a long time on this Hungerstrike. So whenever I start a new stream, I like to start with a preamble, right, to say what we're doing here. But because this shouldn't have shut down, this is still part 9 technically. I don't want to start another stream without that preamble, but I also don't want to repeat it on the same supposed recording. So this should be enough to tide me through. This is my emergency pasta. I saved this for when I'm running low on everything else. Now I'm eating this because I'm running low and there's still more to do and there's lots happening. It's exciting in a way. I would rather be doing this than living a dead job in abstract profit, knowing in my conscience that I was actually contributing to the thing I didn't like. And every system will have limits. There's dialectics to every system, but the limits that this system is creating is destructive. Like we are in a mega crisis version of limitation in a systemic way. The system we have now is not good. Okay, there's a much better version. And all it requires is us to change the logic, the relationships that we have, the way of doing something. And we have a universal logic. As you know from the other videos, I said lots about that before. So what I'm doing now is creating a list of ingredients. Of the final ones I have, like some of them are starting to rot and go bad. It's been so long. And I didn't get many more donations, and the money that we have left, the little bit we have left, I have to give to the blessers because they're getting a little bit ornery, really, because they've sacrificed. They've been trying, right? And it's not the same level of sacrifice as me, but people need to warm up. Like in my intuition, it feels like in another something around 2 months feels right for people to get to a good understanding that what they think they're going to have for a future is not going to be what they're going to have for a future. They're going to feel like how I felt when I was working with Uber Eats. And Uber Eats... Uber Eats is a delivery company that I was working with and trying to map out for this sort of global task management governance system called GSD Synchronicity, which is now going to be a part of God's government. That we're starting as the solution to this regulatory problem. We're not regulating things properly. AI especially, that's getting out of control. Not just taking your job, taking your life, as you know. It's literally renting human bodies. It's making viruses that mutate themselves. Okay. Oh, sorry, my sibling's little. Ooh. So what was I just saying there? We're in a Megacrisis. Universal logic is the solution. I'm making some food now with the remainder of my food, which is going bad. And yeah, you're part of this with me too. We're not going to have the futures we think we're going to have. I'm trying to find people that will come on board properly. And what we've done as part of the training is we're like paying people to get trained up, and then they're going back to their normal lives temporarily. Like going back to school full time and not coming in at all. And saying, well, I'll come back when I'm done my schooling. And it's like, the schooling's not going to matter. These companies aren't going to hire you. And if a government tries to hire people, the government is going to have to be subservient to these global transnational companies. And if there's no production that's needed from humans, the governments are going to have to give a universal basic dividend. But where they're going to have those goods and services procured is going to be from the AI companies. Because the AI companies are going to sign contracts with these governments to say, initially, hey, if you want to feed your people, rely on us. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to produce it properly for yourself. You're going to have to take a huge quality of hit living. You could try and localize, but then all these goods and services of modern life, of having strawberries in the winter and all these things from around the world, you're not going to have those. And that might cause a mutiny with the people who are still stuck in the dead consciousness, thinking that we're going to have a normal reality with normal trade when we're not going to. These are the underlying dynamics that's going to create the crisis if we don't create a better regulatory environment. Regulated by aligning it with God's goodness in this new complete way of thinking. These notions, these trinities that grow into each other. That's a way of thinking, as you heard me talk about in the last video, before my phone shut off. So, we're getting ready to make the French onion soup. I'm getting the broth ready because we need to make beef broth, like vegan beef broth, which we just found out was not an original part of the broth. The original French onion soup was had no beef broth, but it did have animal fats in it, and butter is what it had with the caramelized onions. Right? The caramelized onions are the star of the show, which is what we're going to be making. So I'm making this little bowl of soup right now. I don't like eating out of plastic containers. All I have left. Really. We can try and put it in here. This soup that I'm making, I don't think it's going to fit in here. It'll be like right to the top. I used to have some beautiful bowls, but they're all being taken up with the other dishes that are done, like the beef bourguignon and the creme brulee and everything. Oh, jeez. So will it fit? Right to the top. Wow, that's amazing. So this is what the French onion soup will be like. It's exactly what just happened here. Wow, it's literally right to the brim. Huh. Was not expecting that. Okay. Now we're going to make our fake beef broth, which will be vegetable broth, which tastes just as good. Especially if you use the proper oil, which really should just be virgin olive oil, extra virgin. The reason why extra virgin is the only seed oil that you should eat is because it's full of these like essential fats, or at least a couple essential fats, and And these essential fats are very good for you. It cleans your blood, apparently. It can cause you to lose weight. Even though they're fats, they're healthy fats. And they actually have all these amazing benefits that kick your body into healthy fat mode. So I'm only using filtered water because all of our water has chlorine and fluoride and a bunch of junk in it that's we're starting to prove that it's not good for us. Oh, good. Okay, so just enough water to make that broth full. The pan full of broth. Okay. How we're going to make this now is we have one little piece of mushroom left for this broth. The rest of it's in the boeuf bourguignon. Should let it boil a little bit longer. It's simmering in that hot broth. I'm just gonna take a quick little picture of that. You can't see it. This is my little blessing candle for those that can't join me in this meal right now, which is the global poor. Exploited is what I call them. You can kind of see here. All right. This will probably make me tired. So when I eat this, we're gonna make the two things I said we're gonna make: the French onion soup, caramelized onions with the broth, the vegan broth being made right now. We're boiling it right now. I'm gonna put that little mushroom in there. We're gonna put some seaweed in there. Some nori is what they call it in Japan, I think. And in South Korea, they call it something different, or something like that. So you're gonna put this in. We're gonna put that in with the mushroom. I might chop a little bit of onion and throw some in there. And then, what else is there to throw in there? We're gonna make that. We're gonna boil that up while I'm eating this because it's gonna take half an hour. It's gonna take a half an hour to make that. So vegetable broth stock that we're gonna add in later to the caramelized onions, and then add in a little more, few more ingredients, and then we're going to add in at the end when everything is ready tonight. We're gonna add the bread on top, the toasted bread with, I guess, a little bit of garlic, which I've saved a couple of pieces of that. We scrape the bread with, like, we're actually gonna rub the bread with the garlic. I saw that with a pretty cool French chef. Little secret. Because this is a meal in honor of France. As you can't see in the background. I kind of want you to see all this. There you go. I wish I had a proper iPhone stand, but I'm sure that will come once people start to realize the real sophistication happening up here. Like, I know that sign doesn't look great. That's a sign made with tape from a low-income store from somewhere. Oh, no. Actually, I think that was from Michael's, I think. But it's cooking with them, right? That's what my signs are supposed to say. You can see that they're actually falling apart right now. Cooking. The C just fell apart. Cooking with the whole W just came apart totally. And then with M, which stands for Mark or Messiah. I know, shocking, but there's a Messiah in you too. So while that water is there, we're gonna throw this in here. That's the mushroom, right? Right. Put that in there, and then it looks strange. When I first started doing this, I was like, "There's no way this is gonna taste good. It's gonna taste seaweedy," and I don't mind seaweed, but I know a lot of people don't like it by itself. But it gives that
that taste of like when you're addicted to creams and yogurts and all that kind of stuff. This is the thing that your taste buds are sensing. Not necessarily just seaweed, but the chemicals in the natural chemicals in here have a deeper kind of flavor to them. So we're gonna rip these up into little strips, and we're gonna put them in here, and we're gonna let that seep out into the water, and then we're gonna remove these. Okay, so I have a lot of water in there, which is why I'm gonna put a fair amount to make it a stronger taste. French onion soup, I think, is supposed to have a strong taste. And here's my other soup with my battery packs there. Yeah, you know what? I might have to do this. Okay, so let's do a little bit of research quickly here. I don't want to ruin this batch. I got so little ingredients left. Cook very slowly. Oh, you're supposed to put in flour. That's traditional. Putting flour in is traditional. So it's just like that Moroccan Harari soup. I just love that I can talk about all these dishes now. Like Morocco, tabbouleh, Israel, Palestine, maklouba, ugusi, ugali, marawagwi, coconut beans in Kenya, biryani. In Nepal, I had that's one of my first dishes. I had Vietnamese spring rolls that I made myself, peanut spring rolls, and what else did I make in there? In India, I made hummus, but hummus isn't actually from India. Although not another fact on that one. I made Mexican enchiladas, tortilla. Surya, butter chicken. What else did I make? Japan. I made my own little nori rolls. California rolls, I think, was it? Sushi rolls. I made a lot of things. 17 countries, I guess I've cooked for. Like 15 countries, 17 countries. Vegan lasagna. So that's boiling. So it's saying black pepper. Okay, ouch. Vegetable stock. So we need onion, yeah, leek, carrots, celery. Do I want to use my carrot? Yeah, maybe. Celery, herbs. Does not have broccoli, cabbage, peppers, zucchini, or strong spices. Okay. No herbs. Classic French vegetable stock. Traditional French style vegetable stock. Oh, traditional. And classic French vegetable stock. A bay leaf. The traditional is very simple. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to take a tiny bit of this carrot. Carrot. Okay. All right. So, as you guys know, we're going to wash all of our vegetables, but I might have washed this one already.
but just in case, we'll wash it again. And this is, you don't really need, I'm going a little bit over the top now. I'm going to need to do this, but it says traditional. So that's what we're going to do. Traditional. Okay, here we go. So we're going to cut this up. The noodles in my food that I'm eating right now, they were too hard, so they should be nice and soft now and cool enough to eat. So I'm going to put this in. This is going to sweeten it a little bit into the broth. And you know what? We'll cut up a little bit of onions too. In here. And if I can throw that into the ratatouille, I'll throw it to the ratatouille. Those are not supposed to go into the French onion soup. So we want to be very careful not to use too much of these onions, because these onions are very crucial for the French onion soup. In fact, I could probably just use the end. Just me cutting out that end is probably what I could probably throw in there a little bit. Take the end off like that. Throw that in there. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Throw that in there. And maybe a tiny little bit more. There. I'm going to take that little rind off the end. Okay, now we have something that will make a decent broth. Traditional, which was like back in the old days, didn't have all these fancy things that we have now. Fancy spices, fancy everything. Okay. That, as they say, is no olive oils. No, I don't have any celery. I don't have any leeks. Herbs. What kind of herbs? I might put a bay leaf. But okay, I'm hungry here. Let's try and give this a taste. Get some of that seaweed in me first. Some green. It's all vegetables, but not the phyto, not the green ones. The green are what you need. They're ultra healthy. Beautiful. It's reducing. Let's see if this will be too chewy. Just right. I make this almost every single day, and it's really delicious. Oh, I'm gonna get my antioxidants in, and a multivitamin. And we're narrowing in on the final stretch. We're narrowing in on it. I have to make everything. I don't have any spare. I have these bouillon cubes for the vegetable stock, but it has all these preservatives in it. My fridge has a bunch of sauces in there. They're all have preservatives. So that's another reason why these meals are so hard to cook, is I don't use any preservatives. No Teflon, as little plastic as possible, fair trade certified. Cost of living has gone up by 250%. I'm in the poverty trap in general. I've broken all my bowls because I don't want to use the Teflon. It's all vegan, and I have to make everything from scratch most of the time. Like this broth here, and my own cheeses, and I like that. It's just, why can't we go
and buy affordable versions that don't have. Oh yeah, and we don't use any seed oils either, except for extra virgin olive oil. So all the butters and all the stuff that they use in vegan stuff, don't do it. Don't use them. That's bad vegan food. Don't go to that side of things. Plus, I cook out all the oxalates and all these types of things. What else am I missing? And it's all fair trade certified. Coffee, sugar, tea, chocolate. Oh, bay leaf is it traditional? I just started using bay leaves. And they're expensive. But the reason why I bought them is because almost every single culture uses bay leaves. Like, I don't know what kind of tree this bay leaf tree is, but it's gotta be from the bay. The Bay of Goodness. It's a corny joke. More like a fact than a joke. Okay. This big leaf is getting in the way of my small leaves. I want a small leaf. Okay, so we're gonna put this guy's actually medium size. There we go. That's our little baby right there. So we're gonna throw not this guy in. This guy's like a big pot. I'll have to break that guy in too. We're gonna throw this in as it's reducing, and it's looking pretty good. Throw that in there. See it? So that's what it looks like to make a stock vegan. All right. All those vegetables aren't gonna go into the food, but or into the French onion soup, but it'll give that umami, that sort of addicting kind of taste that leaves you feeling satisfied. That's why if you just eat watery foods or just tofus and all that, it can make you feel full for a bit, but that psychological feeling that you're full is coming from those types of hidden flavors or those types of profiles. And I only learned that because I started studying my food and realizing, oh, you don't need to go and kill animals or separate the mother and the calf and torture them that way emotionally. They keep these mother cows pregnant all the time. Like, you think in your head, oh, they're grazing and they have a child once in a while. And no, it's not like that. They shove this sperm into them. They make them pregnant. They have a baby. And then they rip the baby away after one day. And then they shove them again and make them pregnant again. And they're pregnant 24/7. Because they produce milk that way. And they do all this like crazy stuff. It's just gross. Like, I'm going to challenge you. If you're not vegan and you're not really thinking about it, you're like, I don't know. Go and watch 6 popular vegan documentaries that are reputable, good fact ones. Watch 6 in a row. Get a little snack and don't stop watching them. You'll feel sick by the end of the last one if you're not a sociopath. I'm not priming you. Maybe you'll still feel fine because you're stuck in that culture. But if you have any empathy, you'll look at it and be like, whoa, I didn't think it was that bad. All of us know it's bad. There's no way you can claim that you don't know about the animal industry at some level right now. But you will be shocked. It's literally, it's shockingly bad. You think too, it's like, oh, lots of the meat that we're getting is coming from family farms and people who have a conscience and a relationship with these animals. That's not where 95% of the meat is coming from that you're putting into your mouth. That's not where it's coming from. Okay? It's coming from these poor facilities of hell on earth. It's really, and the people who watch that, the human beings that are working in those factories are temporary foreign workers that are forced into there because they're trying to get away from what's bad in their countries. And then they come here and they get little PTSD from watching this every day and they get numb. They turn up their nervous systems and they get sick and there's a bunch of stuff that happens. And then it makes you brutal because if you treat something else as brutal, it makes you feel like, the brutalization you're feeling is you got to take it on somebody else. Mm. So we're not going to throw in any time. We're not going to throw any rosemary, no oregano, no basil, no herbes de provenance, province, herbes de Provence, not provenance. So thyme really seems to be the old one. So if we want traditional French onion soup, no herbes de Provence, no oregano. If you add those in, a real French chef will say it tastes too southern, too touristy. Apparently, let's just eat this. Excuse me. We got a couple of things on the go. Even make my own aquafaba was hardcore. Even other vegans don't do that. And it worked. I was actually able to whip it. That's a shocking thing. I did not think it was going to work. These people are calling me and saying extremely time sensitive matter, I think. I don't want that to reduce all the way. Bay leaf is historically accurate, subtle, savory without perfume. Hot use of probably one bay leaf during simmer, remove during serving. Don't. Is it really going to cut me off? Really? Am I back? Maybe. You cut off? Okay. I don't want you to see me eating totally. Maybe it's not very delicious looking. Putting salt on everything. Mm. Mm. Most traditional, one beta. So I did it right. There you go, Franz. All right. So after this, we're going to. Okay. Never gets old. Eating is just amazing. When you don't take it for granted. Maybe you want to see me eat for mukbang. Maybe I should do it.
It's reducing a little too much, so I'm gonna add a little more in there. I think that smells good. I think. All right. It like started reducing to about 2/3 of the pan. I'm gonna top it up a little bit, let it reduce again, try and get as much of those flavors out, and then I'm gonna pour that into a different container. Saute the onions. It's saying to do that here. This other woman, this woman who makes the only good vegan butter you should buy. Her name is Miyoko, and she made it and sold the company, and they ran it into the ground, and she is trying to buy it back to save it. I haven't tried her butter, but when I was looking at all these places, it was the only one that didn't have vegetable oil in it. So that's why I'm not using any vegan butters in any of my stuff. I actually bought a container. There's a container in my fridge. You probably knew this, and I got it delivered to me. And I was looking at the ingredients because I couldn't find the ingredient list on the container. I'm like, there's no way vegans would put a bunch of vegetable oil in all this. It was almost purely vegetable oil. And I was like, well, no wonder. So I have a whole unused container in there. I didn't open it. I could probably return it to the store, but I have to physically. They make you physically go. This is vegan mukbang. It's a thing. I'm not just being rude. I'm stirring it all around. Awesome. Okay, that should be potent. This is what keeps your nervous system and other things even more healthy is ground cloves. So all I'm going to do is put a little mountain here. I'm running low on cloves even. That's not a, you're running close to it. So we're going to take about that much. If you take much more than that, it makes your stomach upset because these are the most powerful like herbs on earth with antioxidants anyway. And all I do is I just take a little sprig of this, little swig, and then eat the rest of the meal. You can keep it in your mouth if you want to clean your teeth and like a whole bunch of cool good things happen to you. You swish that stuff. It's really good for you. But it numbs your palate. So all right. That's good. This will be the last one. Dump it. And then if I have to top it up later, I'll do that too. But... all right, let's keep going. I transplanted one of my mung bean plants. It was warm enough outside that I could get a couple of handfuls when I went to take the garbage out. The rest of them are... one of them accidentally uprooted. Poor guy. I set a little break room.
These chickpeas. Mm. Oh, French onion soup improves with rest. Perfect. So it's kind of working out, I guess. If I make the French onion soup, I can clean the pan, do the bechamel, go for a sleep. It says storing it in the fridge for 12 hours is actually perfectly traditional too for the French. Because back in the day when they didn't have preservatives or any of this, these kings during the coronations or big events would have huge feasts, like thousands of people. One of the largest ones was in the 1800s, was like 10,000 people for one feast. Think about it. No refrigerators. How did they do it? They had many kitchens, like 12 kitchens set up, hundreds of barrels, tons of servants, and the king would pay for it all. But they would slaughter the animals and everything a couple of days before. Like everything was done in the moment. Or they used a little bit of salt and, so it's different now. We shouldn't be eating those animals anyway. Our bodies were meant to be plant eating. We grew all this stuff, our eyes and all this type of stuff. Hominids were already developing out of plants. No need for animal meat. We're little. And even if it's discovered that they did have some, we don't need to do it now. If we just produce sustainably. Okay. So while I'm talking, I'm thinking about this proposal that I'm writing for them. The blessers. It seems right. Time is of the essence. I can't put it off. Mm, 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 mm. So I'll get that going. Probably go for sleep. Turn this off. Part 9, part 2. Sleep, rest up, and then cook the last 2, and then eat it, and then it's done. So you can see each stage I'm pushing and I'm pushing and pushing. Oh, that's what it looks like when there's a huge amount of pressure on me. Like I'm getting slammed with court fees too at the same time. You guys, like $100,000. All these government lawyers just ruthlessly. And they make it look like they're being kind to you. So a lot of the people behind the roles are human beings that are, they got into those roles with the government because they're trying to do good work, right? So they're conflicted. They know I'm getting screwed over. I can see it in their eyes. They know that I'm getting screwed over and I'm making excellent points with maybe one or two technicalities that might be missing, which in normal human conversation would be like, oh, okay. In fact, the Canadian Judicial Council, the High Council of all the judges, actually made a special document that says, don't nail self-representing litigants for technicalities. So the judges are supposed to help you and waive that. It's not like they're winning the case for you. They're evening the playing field. Because to throw people's cases on small technicalities doesn't just hurt us as the public, it hurts the lawyers too, because they see that there's no justice. They're like, oh, okay. And they see that they're a part of that and it's going to happen to them. It ruins morale, especially when good people see it. And some of these people are good lawyers. They're trapped in double binds, though. They should be able to speak up and say, you know what, actually, Your Honor, we want to hear the merits. We don't want to get on that technical, make the case, And the judge should do that too and follow the Canadian Judicial Council. I have a little bit of tofu in the fridge. I'm saving it for just in case the final meal doesn't really fill me fully. Then I have complete proteins and my intestines and everything's packed, and then we're good. When you eat healthy vegan food, it doesn't have all the extra salt and the preservatives. So when I'm adding all this, it's just making it healthy. Your body needs salt, especially when you're on hunger strikes. Okay. That's almost done. I'm going to finish eating this. I'm going to dump that in. I want to dump it in a glass container and then put it in the fridge. All right. Oh, there it is. I'm looking for my big spoons, and I'm like, where are you? Oh. Okay. All right.
See how dark and brown that is? That's what you're looking for. So it's pretty much ready. You can see how it's come down from the ledge, the lip. So I'm going to transfer this into a glass, probably one of these mason jars right here. I should be doing this the French flag in the background. France. Voila. A whole bunch of stuff here. Ah, does it help? Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to cover it up. So this is just spare water. That, to be honest, I'm a little bit leery of using because even when you let this sit in these mason jars, they sometimes leach as well. If it's not like good glass. Mm. I'm gonna let it sit there a little bit longer, actually. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay, I think it's time. You know, I could almost actually I could even put it in here. I think I said I was gonna put it in this big bowl or this small bowl. Should I use this bowl or should I use the glass one?
The bechamel can be put in there. Ugh. Mm. I'm actually thinking I might not have enough milk for the bechamel. Excuse me. Multivitamin B12. All right. Some omega-3. Yeah. You know, I might put the bechamel in one of these little glass cups. Should I just pour the broth? Fridge. Put the carrots. Wait a second. Remove all solids, yeah. Pour the liquid into a container. Cool to room temperature. Cover tightly. Keeps the broth clear and clean tasting. Prevents vegetables from turning mushy or spoiled. Easier to reheat. You can always reuse the veggies in another soup stew. Okay. So it says just do the broth. All right. So with that said, we're going to. We don't have proper sugar. We're going to take our situation and we're going to put it into this guy, actually. That's perfect. We'll put our broth into this last guy, or the vegetables anyway. Well used nudity. You might even try and caramelize these later. These carrots sweeten it without any actual sugars. Nice and soft. Delish. Okay, so we're going to take the broth now, which is nice and dark brown. You wouldn't think it gets this tasty, but that's
Pretty tasty broth. That's supposed to be super strong, but good. Now we're gonna fill this guy up. And try not to spill any of this because it's really white. My pan is so warped, it falls on its own. I didn't spill very much, but okay, here we go. And she goes. That's about the perfect amount. Ouch, that's hot. Hot, hot, hot. So, as you can see, this is what it looks like. About the right size off the lip here. When I put some caramel onions in, it'll top it up, put the bread on top. So this is perfect size bowl for that much broth. And we're gonna let that cool. And then we're gonna put that in the fridge with maybe some of this tin foil on top of it. Everything bronze on. Put a couple pieces of. This is all I have. I don't have any tin foil. Like that's one of the next things I'm gonna buy in the next meal if I can get any more gifts or donations. Getting some wax paper and some aluminum foil, which, as far as I'm aware, that doesn't cause the same problems as Teflon. But I might still avoid it. If I had a cast iron pan, getting a Dutch oven would be really wonderful. If I had a Dutch oven, I didn't know what those were until recently. Those things are used for everything. You got one Dutch oven, you got everything, with no Teflon in it. A Teflon-less Dutch oven would be a gift, and a cast iron pan, or one of those like good ones that, what is his name? He uses them. Oh, Mr. Ramsey, Gordon Ramsay, I think, has a new non-stick pan because I think he realizes that a lot of food he cooked was in pans that probably give people Alzheimer's now. Okay, so I'm getting tired, but we're not going to stop. We're going to get this stage set up. It even says we can add the carameled onions in there and then store it with the onions and everything. Okay. Oh, my neck is sore. Oh boy. All right. All right, I get one shot. If I ruin these onions, if I burn them, it's over. I've got these onions left, unless I wanted to try and spend money on another trip. And it's not something as simple as like, oh, it's $5-10. These delivery apps, it's like you try and spend $5, you end up spending $35-40. Yeah. Let's just do this right. So we're going to cut these up. It's happening. Every little step feels like lifting a skyscraper. It's just every single thing is meaningful and impactful. Even if it's effortful right now, I'm still keeping myself within flow state. I've turned off all my other phones, all my other devices. Everything is just me focusing on getting this done. When this is brewing, I'm going to check my messages a little bit. But we need a plate to cut this on. I want to use this. This is all the macaron. These are like the healthy, like tasty ones. So these I can eat. But we'll wash this plate. give this a little rinse with some. Okay, we're legit. It's like my upper middle back, just like, I want to do this. Ah. A lot of mental discipline for being a kid, living on an acreage, running a lot, exercising a lot. So I've got a lot of good memories with being healthy. And that's what reminds me and subconsciously makes me want to make the effort every time. Because I know how good it feels when you're done. Got the endorphin rush. Okay. So olive oil, salt, and onions. Tiny pitcher of sugar. Oh, okay. So the traditional kind doesn't use nutmeg right away. It doesn't use any extra anything. No creams, no nothing in here. It's literally just. I think the other woman did put in a couple of things. Slice onions thinly into half moons. So I saw her cut this way. And this one other great chef said keep the root end together and then cut it and it holds it all together until the end. So that's what we're going to do as professional vegan chefs, Messiah level chefs. Okay. All right. So our knife, I'm a little bit worried about our creme brulee too, because I use these with my macarons. Oh, this got some left in it. Perfect. We still got enough for creme brulee. Wow, I gotta tip it upside down a little bit first. Grab that because I want to make sure I do this right. Oh, I actually cut. Did I cut the root? Okay. I'm going to cut this in half with the root there. The steak knife, yes. Don't make fun of me. We're in the poverty trap, right? My paring knife isn't strong enough to cut these kinds of vegetables yet. These kinds. It should be, I know, but mine isn't. Okay, so we're going to give these a nice little peel. And I'm going to put everything. I'm going to keep this extra little layer on there because I need every little bit of onion I can get. All right, we're narrowing in on French onion soup. So we're going to cut these. I think you're supposed to cut them like this. And then you can cut them like this. We said. No, you're supposed to keep them in half moons. So I'm supposed to keep it like this. Yeah, that's right. Good. Just wrote it. So thin little half moons like this. That's a little bit too thin, I think. I think this is the first time I'm cutting it up like this in this way. Roughly the same size I think we're supposed to do. And then we'll cut the end off. Voila, the first half of onion is done. Now the second half of the onion. Professional chefs would be like done 5 onions by now. But are their onions ethical? Are their onions fully organic? Some of those top 5-star restaurants. And we'll cut the end off this way too. And we are set. I'm going to start crying here pretty soon because of the onions. Okay. 1 onion fully chopped up. Et vi going on. And now another big guy. So keep the root, cut in half. steak knife is always bent. So jerky. Perfect. Good. And we probably should peel this first. I'm finding that it's actually sometimes easier to peel it when it is cut. And like really, wow, maybe gourmet, I should take off one layer. Pretty good layer. So you're supposed to use at least 3. Yeah, it's hit minus. Oh, I'm supposed to use at least 3 sort of big onions, but I had more. I used the 2 that I was going to save for beef bourguignon. I'm happy I did because it looks great. Okay, I'm going to cut that little end off there. It's got a little bit of a skin, but pretty sure. I'm trying to make them the same so that some don't burn, like they all cook at the same time. Nothing worse than having different sized vegetables and different, cooking rates, and then you miscalculate it, and some of them are burning, the other ones are undercooked still. Okay, so that's beautiful. It would be nice to make some, take some pictures while I'm doing this, hey? So you can see, that's kind of like picturesque for French onion soup. Beautiful. Okay, I'm not using my normal stand, as you can see. Trying something new, change it up a little bit. Plus, it's just a pain in the butt to use it. The tape is getting weak, and a whole bunch of things are happening. Okay, so one of the cooking, like I just thought of a guy that one of my family members connected me to. Actually, they were part of their sort of homelessness program, and it saved them, it helped save them. And they connected me. They said, as a favor, I'm going to try and connect you to this guy. I said, okay. I'm saying more. It was actually a pretty incredible guy, but if I told you who, you'd be able to track it down. And she wanted to keep it sort of private. So I was like, okay. And what this guy discovered was that getting people to cook their own meals didn't just make them appreciate the meal more, but it actually caused homelessness to sort of loosen its grip on them in an interesting way. So they ran pilots of this and it worked better than any other intervention that they know. Okay. We got all of our onions done. Les oignons. So here we go. 2 full. So we don't want to cut them less than that, I guess. We're going to turn our pan on over here to, I think, medium. Like that. And we're going to dump them in there, I think. And it's really just 2 tablespoons of olive oil and a teaspoon of salt. We're starting to run low on this. As you can see, we're running on the final little dregs. That's, what is that, a quarter? Less than a quarter. And let's take a big swig, bunch of swigs at the end. This is where it'd be nice to have like an angle to see over. Okay. So 2 tablespoons, which is roughly 1. I like my olive oil, okay? Okay, so we're going to bring that up. Thin slices, even more caramel. Perfect. Heat your pan medium to low. Add olive oil and let it warm. Perfect. Add onions plus salt. Okay. This is the magic time where we do not rush this part. Okay. It's already warm. All right. So here's our onions. I guess YouTube can't really see. Do you want to see YouTube on this other side? Let's give you a new bird's eye view. So this can get out of here. No. All right, voila. So now we're going to take our onions for our French onion soup. Okay. So in you go. You know, for my little pan, that actually looks like it's pretty full. The people who are making this on the TV, on the YouTube anyway, it's like mounded, and this kind of looks mounded for my little setup. So that's about right. So last but not least, they said give a little pinch of salt, which I'm gonna associate that. And we're supposed to coat this all in oil. I got a little oil on my fingers. Okay. Let's coat this completely in the olive oil. And this is extra virgin olive oil. It's beautiful for this because it's not going to get so hot that it hits the flash point where it starts turning into unhealthy compounds, right? So don't do it. These onions have been sitting for roughly 10 minutes, so when you let them sit and weep like that, it brings out even more flavor. But let's make sure every single piece is coated in olive oil. Like it is. And we're just going to not rush it. We're going to let them do what they got to do. Every 5 to 7 minutes, give her a stir. Can't even see it, can you? You see? Barely. We coated it in our olive oil, pretty much every piece. Nice and thin, as you can see, half moons. A little bit of that salt in there. Right. We want it to be sweet, not super salty, so we'll give a little pinch there on the ones underneath that didn't get all hit. Okay, and these are organic onions. So there shouldn't be a whole lot of junk in here that it absorbed. And that's good. So you don't want to touch these too much. We're going to let them slow down. And I think they even put the lids on them. So we're going to do that. See if that helps. I'm just going to do a quick little search to see if I should put the lid on. Should I put the cook for 35 to 50 minutes? So I think we'll probably do the full 50 minutes. Put timer on. All right. So we're supposed to check on this every 7 minutes. So I'm going to put on another timer. And I could just watch the clock, but let's make it dramatic. Okay. All right. Seven minutes. It's on medium heat. And we're good to go. So our broth is sitting here. It's still hot. Let that sit for a bit before we put it in the fridge. You know what? Actually, I don't even know if I will use this in fact. I might use that. Oh, it's got a little hole in it for a reason. This is what it'll. I could use a cloth, but I want the cloth to drop in here. Soak up any of the fluid. I could use a plate, but my plate is smashed. Maybe use a bag. Okay. Okay, we've got it. So that's gonna be figured out. And all right, back to the cooking show. So like that. All right, everybody. No lid for traditional caramelized onions. Keep the pan uncovered the entire time. Oh shoot. Okay. Right, me. They're supposed to get dried out. I guess caramelization makes sense that way. So we're gonna let this sit. And turn it down a little bit more because it seems like this is still a little bit warmer than others. All right, here we go. Getting nap time. Yesterday I slept really good. I think I got 6.5 hours of sleep, which is an awful lot for me, and even I think I had a nap. But this last night I woke up in a bit of a panic. My subconscious is waking me up and saying it's time to be going. So I only got about 4 hours of sleep, I think. 2, 3. Yeah, I think I woke up a couple of times. Oh boy. All right, so that's basically just gonna cook for a while. So I never used that plastic ladle. I have that ladle because I was keeping the door oven a little bit ajar to let heat out when I was cooking the macarons because my oven's too hot for it. So. All right. It's medium to low, so let's put it down a little more notch. Put it down from 5-ish down to 4-ish. Try that because I know it's like it's supposed to. I know that, but I don't want them to burn because I've done that already twice. Biryani was the first time, and I was so disappointed. Whenever I burn something now, I just throw out the whole. Like, not I'll take out the bits that are not damaged, and you should probably take them all out because the burnt flakes get on everything. But I'll just take it out, scrape it, start again because you learn your lesson. I've learned a lot cooking here. Okay. So in terms of our little timer, proof of truth has been seen a couple of times. Okay, this is roughly every 5 minutes, so roughly that. We'll give it a. Yeah, she's starting to get a little soft already, which is good. Let's start the timer again. Heat just turned down. I just thought of my friend here, and I don't know why I feel like telling you guys this. Maybe you know, when your close friends stop helping you in the same way they used to, it strikes in a different way. Like, I've always had pretty big ideas, but they've settled into the normal roles of why nothing changes, nothing real changes. So all they did is they replaced the people that they've critiqued. It was like a dialectical replacement. And when I was young, I saw that happening. I thought, if we don't do these real interventions, like our own lives depended on it, we're just going to become these other people that, oh, you can't change. We tried it. We were the young ones once. We couldn't do any. And I saw that when I was starting to make poverty history. And I vowed to say, no, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it properly. And that's why I pushed so many people. And a lot of people got upset is because I didn't do the normal dialectical status quo thing. I pushed everyone every single time, like I'm doing now. Running through, burning through, but a couple will stick with you. And the ones that stuck with me before, the last ones are now, trying to live their normal life. And they're all parents now and all this stuff. Like, you know, I have a reason now to be more realistic. No, you don't. Right? You should have known that when you were doing the other interventions. We need to create a world that our children are not going to suffer in. And I know what it's like to help raise children. I know what it's like. It's hard. That's why I've delayed it responsibly. And with my mother having 3 fathers, I know exactly what they're in for if they're not ready. So one of my friends who was really helping until the very end here recently started like superficial engagement. And that's the thing that gets me, is like, if you want to help, at least understand. And they just don't even try to understand. And that's when you know you're cooked. Because when somebody turns their mind off to you, they treat you like an animal, even when they don't mean to. It's so patronizing. It's incredibly dehumanizing. And they've done that. And it's like, I'm doing rational things. They're actually the irrational ones. But they won't look at the studies. They won't look at them seriously. They won't listen to the words that I'm saying. They won't understand the topics I'm talking about because they're not educated in some of them. And it's just like, that's how the status quo perpetuates itself. But there's still good people that I think in a couple of months when they start to realize there's no way out of this, they'll probably look up who's the real experts, and they're going to find out that the experts don't have any real solutions. Not for how extreme the problem's going to be. But I made this sacrifice. Instead of going the same path, I started delving deep into one of the topics, which is dialectics, that had this flavor, always had this flavor of saying, this is the way you articulate this cosmic feeling that you have, this cosmic pattern that keeps repeating. And here we are now. And it led to the right path, but now they're closed. And they're a bit bitter, too, by the experience of having our entire lives become worse. Like, our entire lives, since 1981, since my generation was born, basically, everything's been decreasing. The living wage has not increased in 40 straight years, so. But this really is the answer, but now their minds are turned off. And now they're just following the status quo people, the normal people. So, and I've been telling them this for many years, and now it's happening. But now their brains are turned off, so they don't. I can't say, okay, see what I pointed out in the past, the exact dynamic. Here we are, 15 years later, 20 years later. Now it's happening. It's like it's happening so bad that they're not even around to hear it. And the other double bind is that even if I was to explain dialectics to them, it sounds so foreign and out of the box compared to what their professional brains are used to, right? They're used to being the cream of the crop, the A-class kids, all that. So if they haven't heard of it, it can't be real. But the reality is that's just the aristocracy class, the class that's ruling things in the status quo comfortably. And if they are getting uncomfortable, it's comfortably uncomfortable. They're not really taking any real risks. And then they justify it by saying, well, my kids... I can't just say, well, my kids can't be abandoned, and I'm responsible for my kids. Yeah, you are. But in this point in time, not to do something outside of that is important. So they're probably going to take a lot of their money and throw it to these AI companies. They're literally saying they don't have any solutions to this. And I'm like, fine, if you don't want to give me any of those funds, okay, just listen to the ideas. But what's happened, I think, in the past is they know that when I actually get a chance to explain myself, it makes a lot more sense than they thought. And they were living a shallow version of what we were talking about, whatever the topic was. And then I do end up convincing them or inspiring them. And every time I tried to get one of these projects off the ground, something crazy would happen. Like right when I went to go file my patent in 2014 of this huge 200-page patent, I paid tens of thousands of dollars to get a professional lawyer to get it done and go fast. And they changed the patent laws 6 months before I filed mine in 2014 to say that software patents, like Facebook's, that I was emulating, you couldn't do anymore. Literally missed the window by less than a half of a year. And then for years struggled with it. And the lawyer said, yeah, there's 21 inventions, novel software inventions in this that he's never seen before. Which is why he decided to take it on. And made it into a 200-page patent. It's one of the largest patents ever filed, apparently. Or at least in the gamut, top gamut. So, it's been 7 minutes. Let's see, the caramelizing. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's caramelizing a little bit more than I want, maybe. I'm going to turn this down a little bit more. Right, get all that caramelization on there. Can you see? See how it's browning? It's going a little fast, so we'll turn it down to 3. Let's see. So that's why I think some of my compadres don't want to listen. Is not because I don't have good ideas or the ideas aren't merited, but because they're tired and they don't actually want to take a real risk. They just want to throw money at something, go hang out with their kids, take a vacation, and let somebody else deal with it. We're going to save 5 minutes of this. And I still love them, and they still have a big amount of potential. And when they realize they can't avoid it, and it really does come down to the line, then they're going to rise up and try and do something. And if we're sitting there being like, here, look, we got it working. We have 50, 100 people. They'll, maybe even 1,000 people. They'll say, okay, what is the idea?
is it better than what these other people are working on, or is it even different from what these other people are working on? It's like, yes, it is different, and that might be enough to say, okay, they're all doing the same type of thing. If you're doing something that's transcendent of it, it's still connected actually, but it's just outside of the box. That's what we're preparing for, because the way I built it is for 1 month. In 1 month, we can build global critical mass and solve this meeting problem, this dialectical problem that rips apart people. And it comes from within. You don't need some external thing coming from you. It comes within the nature of the language and the nature of thoughts themselves. It comes through. So if you're interacting with somebody, eventually you're going to have a nuclear dialectic. And if you have one, then the love should be able to carry you through. That's what couples do to get through them. Some of them very, very quickly. Ooh. I think the heat is high. I think it feels a little dry, those pieces that sort of like burnt. Not really burnt, but caramelized, but it feels a little darker brown than what the people on the shows do. Okay, so that feels about right. We're gonna put the broth now in a bag. Or the bowl in the bag. This is just to keep it from evaporating out. Okay. I don't want to put it in any plastic, so we're sticking with this. There's a spill hazard, obviously, but I'm going to put it on my top shelf. And you know what? I think I forgot to put the tamarind sauce in. Even though it says don't put any in there. Maybe I should put a little bit in there. Perfect. We're getting close, you guys. We're getting close. Tarte tartine is done, or a baguette is done. A tarte tartine. Oh, I didn't show you my baguette, did I? On this recording? I guess it's a little bit late now. You know what? I will show it to you. I'm so proud of this. I wrapped it so that it wouldn't taste stale by the time I ate it. So I wrapped it really hardcore, so that it preserves that freshness. But look at that baguette. Look at that. Look at that. Can you see? I made it classic with the twisted ends too up here, if you see. Twisted ends. So we're eating France. French. It's a pretty thick baguette too, so I mean it's hearty. A little bit hardier than they might make it, but I'm so happy. That's what's gonna make the meal look French right off the bat. Okay, so there, the broth is in the fridge. My gut is full. We got a multivitamin, some oils. Okay, let's turn this. It's getting a little dry. I can hear it getting a little dry. Burning. I don't know if it's burning, but it's charring. It's caramelizing. Okay. I feel like I gotta scrape the bottoms. Feels like it's not just caramelizing. It feels like it might start burning if I don't scrape it off the bottom. Oh yeah, see that? That's the caramel, the caramelization. But on this pan, it's not like normal pans. It just burns. So we're going to take it off the bottom. There we go. I caught it in time. This is not a no stick pan. I'm going to call it a no Alzheimer's pan. And we're going to put the caramel back into the wetness of the onions. If they're doing their thing, they're reducing. I'm glad I turned the heat down though. They don't feel translucent enough to be burning by this point, so I'm even going to turn it down even a little more.
I see it's clean on my fork, so it's scraped off the bottom. Turn the heat down. So I might have just caught it in time. See what I mean? You take your eyes off for a second. It says medium low. So what did I do? I put it a little bit below medium. Oh, a little too hot. Then I put it on actually, medium, like low, in the low spectrum, and it was still too hot. So put it at 3, still too hot. So I mean, see what I mean? I have an interesting oven. It can't even go low enough to cook macarons. I thought it said 370 degrees, and it just fried everything. So okay, making progress, learning. Okay, so that's 5 more minutes on here. We have 13 minutes before 35 is over. We really should have put it on low heat and did it for 50 minutes. So next time I make this, that's what I will do. I guess I could put a little bit of oil. We wanted to caramelize. It's just when they were making them in their pots, it was really like translucent and gooey before it started burning, before it started to caramelize. All right. I'm glad I caught that from my previous mistake. So, all right. So the bechamel stuff in the crock. If I go off my memory, the bechamel for the sandwich is the vegan butter, which we'll use coconut oil and maybe olive oil, mixed with a little bit of salt, plant milk, flour, I think. A W is gone. Cooking if mark. I've looked up this bechamel like 6 times. What's sticking in my mind? Okay, vegan butter, flour, yeah, plant milk, 1.5 cups. I think I have a half a cup left. I could maybe use some of my. I can make my own oat milk too, actually. Oh, nutritional yeast. Make the rocks. Melt the vegan butter over medium low heat. Yeah. Add flour. Whisk constantly. That's not what they did. You want it smooth and pale. Do not brown. The cooks are too long. Sounding dry again. Let's give her a stir. Oh, good. That's much better. Now it's starting to get squishy. There. So two is what their stoves were on at 4 or 5 even. So it's good stove. Basically, it's a good stove. Not complaining too much, just complaining that I want the recipes for my stove. Good, we caught it before it really caused issues. Want to get that burnage off the bottom. Should have cut it up even smaller. Okay. So far so good. Cooking onions. Who would have thought it was so hard? And now the bechamel we got on here, but the way that it's saying to make on here is not. So I guess I'm not just making it wham bam thinking bam. I am researching the culture and finding the most traditional ways, and so that's another reason why it's even more difficult on top of that huge list. Is I'm trying to make them as traditional as possible, which sometimes is easier and sometimes is more challenging, where you watch the wrong video and have to watch 3 more videos and whatnot. What is the most traditional? Please. Don't want it to be the most difficult. So let's say, what makes it cooking? What makes cooking with one all vegan in a meat world? I really want to stand. Whenever I have to charge the phone, it's really quite challenging because it's sitting on top of the charging wires. Patience is a virtue. Okay, worlds, all vegan meat worlds. 2 vegetables and vegetables are organic. Coffee, tea, sugar, coffee are fair trade certified or ethical. Shop from ethical stores or ethical items from non-ethical stores. 5. Doing it on a 264-day hunger strike with weakened body. 6. In the poverty trap, 8 times harder. 6, 7. Cost of living gone up 250%. Last since Hungerstrike, and it's not using Teflon or non-stick cooking ware, not using plastics often possible, and plates and bowls breaking, don't have proper tools, only one pan with no wax, or sifter, or Dutch oven. 12. Making the dishes traditional as possible and still core. cooking for okay, we made that list. February 10th, 2026. Cooking and challenge level accepted. Awesome. So there's 13 things that make this a little bit more challenging than normal. Right. Oh yeah, and another one is using no seed oils except virgin olive oil. No normal plant butter. Okay. And making my own cheeses, breads, sauces, broths, milks. That's the way I'll buy more often than not is milks. It takes a lot of okay, it's really starting to reduce down, you can see. So this is exactly what I wanted. Worried that I burnt it this time, I'm going to do that. Okay, let's give it a stir. Good. We probably should have started with 3. But, yeah, it's only been 35 minutes. Put a little bit of salt on there again because I saw that other woman do it. So a little bit of salt in there. I think the salt was really just to pull out the water. Okay, so I'm going to use the bathroom for a second. And you guys can chill out here for a second too. How should I end this video? What I'll do is, once we're done caramelizing those, then we're going to put the broth in there again. Maybe with the tamari, I should put the tamari sauce in there, but it's not traditional. But for veganism, it's kind of so. That's what I'll do, and then I'm gonna make the vegetable sauce too. Okay, I'm gonna watch both those videos, and we should pretty much be ready to go. See that? Ooh, awesome, looking good. Okay, so get this out there. I never use plastic, so. I'll put some blessings over here. Wait, second, guys. Okay. Right when I left, eh? Wasn't paying attention to the timer. Right. Amazing. It's not burning. Scrape the bottom just to make sure. There. Every cooking episode's like, make sure that you're getting the caramelization on the bottom. And I'm like, no, I don't want caramelization or burn. As usual, having a different experience. So my experience in this reality is always different than others, and that's because the socioeconomic background that I have is not the normal one. Right? I grew up in poverty, and then I was not willing to compromise all of my values. I stayed trying to change the world my entire life. I'm not sitting in some stuffy office right now with lots of money, like, oh, I wonder what I would have done if I would have made those ethical choices, who I would have been, what I would have done. I'm not wondering that. I am that person. I chose that. The Messiah has come in this reality. And you might think, well, the Messiah doesn't have a choice. The Messiah knows. Yeah, the Messiah knows, just like you know. Do the right thing. Do it. Why don't you? Well, I can't. I got this. I got that. Yeah, that's a bunch of excuses. I didn't do that. You don't have to either. The world would be a lot better if we didn't keep choosing this rationalization out of our responsibilities to be a version of perfection. Not perfectionism, which is a pathology that has no wisdom to it, but actual genuine wisdom, which is a version of perfection. And now we've proven it, it's in you. Proven it scientifically in a way that you can know. Okay? I was going to enjoy that bathroom break, and like literally as soon as I sat down, it was like eerie timing. Setting off the alarms, like no time to relax. Makes me want to put on that Interstellar soundtrack, but that's copyrighted too, so can't do that. Okay, phone is running low. We're getting ready for the bechamel. I made a 13-point list on why cooking right now. Oh, my signs keep falling apart. I'm going to add that in too. 14. Signs keep falling apart. 16. No. Or 15. No. The proper net for phone. I guess that's part of the poverty trap, so maybe it doesn't count as an extra step. So I think we're going to do this for another 20 minutes. And then I think we're supposed to simmer for another 25 minutes. So I'll be right in my nap time when I'm going to finish this. French onion soup. Onions. Okay. Oh, I need to check my messages now. We have the rights to flow actually being embodied now in the flock strategy. So that means I'm supposed to check my flock every hour. Ugh. It's getting done. It's getting done. Step by agonizing step. Is this really agonizing? Well, kind of on the Hungerstrike actually. But in normal reality, no, it's not. But you do have to pay attention and. Okay, for some reason it stopped charging. All right. We're gonna give it a quick stir. Oh yeah, we got some of that caramelization. Hot vegetable blonde. Oh no, really? Scrape up all the fond. Okay, right. Bring to a gentle simmer. Simmer time 20-30 minutes. Oh. I guess I didn't need to put the French onion. I was supposed to do that when the onions are in it. Great, the bowl sunk. Oh, great. No. Ooh. Okay. This is the relaxing stage of the journey. Letting this cook. We're just saying, take that fond off the bottom. And there is a little bit of fond on the bottom. I'm intentionally scraping that off due to my poor man's hand. Poor man's pen. It's definitely starting to caramelize now, nice and slow. Imagine if I would have kept this at 5, it would have started burning everything. It would be this nice, creamy caramelized, not well, juicy caramelized. Not creamy, but it's juicy. I'm taking that fond and I'm sticking it back into onions. See, it's kind of on the fork. That's what was on the bottom. But for most people, you can leave it there and it'll be fine. Not me. If I leave it there, it's Armageddon for my dish. And if it's Armageddon for my dish, it's Armageddon for all of us, because we need to inspire people that I'm just a normal person as a human that's doing divine things because I'm in divine alignment consciously with the soul, and a lot of people aren't. They have a soul, they have it in them, but they haven't actualized it. And you can do that from little normal humanness into godliness because you're already in the image of God. Already there! You just got to do it. And I can help you with that. So, itsy bitsy human who is normal, it's in you. Just like it's in me. There's a Messiah in you. I'm calling out that Messiah. I'm calling out your inner Messiah. No more excuses. That doesn't mean arrogance. That doesn't mean you know everything. But it means you're going to try to learn a new kind of perfection. How much that shrunk, you guys? It doesn't even cover the full bottom of the pan now. It's perfect. So give us another, I think, another 15, 20 minutes. And I am happy. I do not like my last meals being burnt in any way because those burnt particles sit in the intestines. Once you stop having bowel movements, like I stop having bowel movements when I'm on the hunger strike. So whatever I eat last is staying in my body. Unless I urinate it out, but a lot of this stuff does. Stays in the intestine. Okay, let's keep that. Okay, that's turning on. All right, it's a pretty non-stop situation here. With all these human tests that they do, I'm just really happy YouTube doesn't make me do these human tests like TikTok does every 10 seconds. It's not every 10 seconds, actually, not that bad. It's actually random. It's like sometimes it's once every half hour, sometimes it's once every 3 hours. Oh man, this is really frustrating. My phone was charged. I wouldn't have to. Can I do it this way? Rotate my phone. It forces me to keep it upright. Ugh. Ugh. You can tell that I'm annoyed. All right, until this is done typing, we're just gonna sit like this. And you can see that. There you go. Thanks for joining me. Oh, look at now it's starting to look exactly like that, the really thin stripped ones. So we saved it. It did come down to the right sort of size. Next time though, I think I will still cut it into smaller bits. So let's put it back on the heat so that Mm. Oh my gosh. This really quick post. Now I can't make. They block it. Canada doesn't make this post. Ah! Oh, nothing is quick. I thought, you know what? I'm going to squeeze in this quick 5-minute post. Nothing. It would be if I was in the United States, not in Canada, but Canada's trying to do the right thing in the middle of World War III by protecting us from AI companies destroying everything we care about. Okay. I included one non YouTube link. Futurism, I bet you it's this one. I was right. Ready to rock and roll. I did it right. It said you can put the lid on for 5 minutes in the beginning. Okay, that's exactly what I did by mistake because it softens the onion. Right, scrape up all the font. Watch it. Oh, good. Tomato sauce can be added now. Perfect. As your mom. Rounds up the sweetness and the onions. Okay. Okay. We're gonna add in. Look at that, Barnes. Look at that. We're not gonna let you burn. Okay, I think we're pretty happy with that. How long did that take? 15 minutes? 35 minutes to 17 past the hour, I think. Ouch. 27 is 35, 45, 55. Yeah, we're actually way over. So we're gonna add the tamari sauce in now. So good thing we didn't put it in with the broth because it was the wrong time. But now is the right time. Olive oil and baking butter. They're jammy. What 60 milliliters of dry white wine? Oh, sherry dry wine. Oh, really? Right, we are supposed to put in the. Okay, we gotta keep it French. This is actually not wine, it's vinegar. So we're gonna make this into wine-ishness. So you're supposed to deglaze, get everything all nice. Add in. And that. We're gonna add in some filtered water. I already have a little bit of sugar in here. This is my sugar cup. So you want to add a little bit of sugar in there to make it so it's not so vinegary. So much vinegar. Turn it up a bit now. Get ready to simmer. I'm glad I didn't forget this stuff. This is the classic French stuff. So no alcohol in this. This is like technically sherry, but you can smell that. So like red wine. You put that a little bit of sugar in there. Okay, here we go. How much am I supposed to put in here? How much? 60 milliliters or a quarter cup. That's actually a little bit much. Too much. We'll put in that much. Turn on the delicious. See that? We're getting all that glaze off the bottom there. Woo! That has a beautiful smell. Turn that down. And now we're going to start adding in our broth. Oh, actually, I need to let it reduce all the way down. says only for like 1 to 2 minutes. Voila. Okay, so we're done that piece. You know, I should be really cooking this probably near the French flag, so it looks like it's French cuisine. Okay. I guess we can't really. This is a very sensitive sort of dish, so now it's really jammy. Perfect. All right. Reduce for a second. We got our tamari sauce here, which we're going to use with our broth in a minute. So, as you know, you just put it to broth. Yeah. See it, but I'm going to add it in bit by bit so that it stays sort of hot. Okay. Exciting. We have almost another dish complete. Mm. Look at how our soaked chickpeas are doing. It's almost filled up the entire glass. It grew from half to almost to the top. But that's exactly what I want because you don't want the chickpea water to have too much volume without the chickpeas beside it because the proteins in the chickpeas are soaking into the water. So I'm going to probably dump you need to dump the water, and then the second batch of water is what causes the real protein, the chickpea, the aquafaba, the stuff that turns into the goodness that we can make macarons out of. Macarons. See, I'm saying it right by default. By the time I'm done cooking a meal, it's like I know all the lingo, I speak it. You know, it's been hours, so. So this is reducing, and yeah, we're gonna add this in, and then tamari comes after. So. And then some black pepper, some fresh thyme, or a teaspoon of dried thyme. Okay. 1 bay leaf. Okay. Another bay leaf? I already have bay leaf. I'll just put the same bay leaf back in. Do not fully salt yet. Reduce first, taste after. Bring to a gentle simmer. Okay. Oh yeah. Beauty. She's reduced. She's reduced. Woo! Now that's what she should be all about. Look at that. Not burnt. Not a single thing is burnt. Caramelized to the max. A little bit of red wine in there. So we're going to turn up the heat a little bit. Okay, so turn that bad boy up. High blast, high heat. Get that up there. Okay, it's boiling. We'll blast. Heat, come on, get in there, get in there. Yeah, this is gonna fill up the bowl completely. We don't want it to boil a lot. I'm just doing this high heat while we got this at room temperature. Cold fridge. Okay, broth is all in there. Seems like we lost quite a bit of volume. Decent amount. Okay, let this simmer. While that's simmering, we add in our bay leaf again. Actually feels like it might be used. Well, it calls for a bay leaf, so turn this down a bit, let this simmer now. That. It says don't add extra heat yet. Okay. We're going to use another one of our small ones. There's a tiny little one right there. This is the smallest one in the batch. In you go. Okay. A little too hot. Bring that down. Can you see? And now we're going to add in, I think, the tamari a little bit. Yeah, tamari, fresh sprig of thyme. I wonder if we do have any thyme left. Tiny little bit. This gives that really beautiful taste. Oh, there we go. And a fresh sprig of thyme. You know what? We actually still have a few pieces of thyme that look pretty decent. I thought this would be rotting by now, but you can tell it is rotting a bit. But I put it in the fridge in time, so there's some left. So I think a sprig is like this, right? Okay. Okay, so sprig is actually the whole thing. So I don't know how much a sprig is. We'll try that. How much is a sprig? Okay, I need to put in 1 to 2. So I kind of put in 2 in there already. Awesome. I feel like a real chef. Ba-ba-ba. Can you see? It looks pro. 1% battery left. Whoa. Don't shut off. Don't shut off. Oh, I made it just in time. 1% battery. So, I can't turn on my microwave because my light doesn't work for some reason. Light doesn't work. But it doesn't look profesh. That little bit of time in there. I guess if I put it sort of close to the other, but I sort of wanted to infuse it across the dish, but to make it look pretty, I could do that. Okay, we're well on our way. Our French onion soup turned out great. Luckily, because we don't have any more onions besides one. And we don't need our tamari sauce anymore, so this is done. Our oils are done. We had enough bay leaves to pull this all off, which is great. And then this, when this is done simmering for 20 or so minutes, this is where we put it in the fridge. So it's 27. There we go. All right. So. All right. Now that's going to sit. It looks like it's going to reduce a little bit much. Like I don't know if I should put some water in there. So those are called sprigs. Interesting. Should I put the lid on while simmering or add any extra water since it's reducing lots? Yeah, partially covered lid. So we're going to put our lid on to keep some of that moisture in there. Beautiful. Got that lid on. So it's gentle reduction without ever concentrating. To add extra water, not yet. Finish the simmer first, then decide. You don't want to dilute before the flavors marry. Okay, we're not going to dilute before the flavors marry. It looks like real onion soup. Do I stir the thyme and bay leaf around? Yes, stir them in once, then leave them undone. Uh-oh. We gotta do a little stir. Great. Okay. "22 minutes to go." You know, a cup and a half of the soy milk. I don't got that. Oh, what's up, John? I'm a bit worried about this one. Do you have enough people to do the work? Yeah, we have enough people. They're just not showing up at the same time. So that's pretty scary, right? It's pretty scary. Because now I'm in the position of having to break my word, right? Not doing these hunger strikes to the potential death, or doing them and just trusting that the right people are going to help out at the right time. My intuition is saying I got to get LinkedIn figured out, so in case we do lose too many people, then we can bring on the next group. My goal is to try and make these tutorial videos and really rely on those for the next batch. And maybe what I'll do instead of having the meetings is do these videos, these blessing videos. It's a pretty intense situation, yeah.
at least we have more people now. You know, at least it's not like we've had one or two and there's nobody else. We have like 6 people that are good-hearted people. So, like, I don't want to lose, Esther or Ebebechi or Francis or Ekaeti, or like that's sort of the main crew there, and then Joe and Marlena are kind of hanging out. Joe's supporting, Marlena's kind of hanging out, and it's just tough when somebody's suicidal and they don't really hold life to a high value, because they're in such high pain. You don't want to build a movement on that, right? Because if they don't want to choose life, you can't make them. You can just inspire them. So, yeah, and the fact that she feels entitled to the funds really, it's a really bizarre thing. It's really bizarre, actually. It's a strange mix-up. Oh, you're listening to me right now. Okay. I will be able to send some money in a few days. Oh, yeah? Okay. Because I really appreciate that, because, I'm sitting here, I'm pushing this meal today because I got a vision of me sending out this big update saying, here's the final vision, here's the pay. If you don't do the pay, you literally get nothing, right? And being very, very clear that we're here to save the poor and the sick, not just to pay your tuition. Like, these people that are coming in are amazing, but they're the upper class of each of the poor countries, right? They're not the actual poor in those countries. So we're in this interesting place where the country is exploited, but the rich are basically taking funds from me because they're the only ones with laptops that can do this work, right, in the internet. So I had a vision saying that, yeah, I need to send this message out now that I'm back on the hunger strike. And then over the next day or two, I'm going to take the money that you sent, the 400, I'm going to top up. Like, they all way overestimated, but to be honest, to be honest, it'll work out to just about even if I give them all of it. Even though, it did get us half the blessings, which is still better than nothing, and so, and then if you give a little bit more, then I can try and see if we can get the other. Now that the pay is clear, like now I'm mapping out, no, this is how we do it. Then, hopefully for the $240, like originally planned, we can get the other blessings done, the 1,300 or whatever is left. I think it's actually 1,200 now. Even though these last couple of blessings were honorary, because we're supposed to be having 12-person meetings. We could have gave those funds to people that can bring on more people, except for the Nigerians. I want to keep the Nigerians because like they can't really bring on other Nigerians yet because it's too expensive. So as long as they're willing to sort of get paid what their data bill costs are, they're kind of making a sacrifice. We're making a sacrifice. So that's what my intuition says to do, and I think that's what God's government would do. And then when we start raising a lot more funds and inspiring other people, then we can actually start getting more and more people, more, like, be more stable. The pay will be more stable and not so like, like we're every meal is like a death stunt, which, to be honest, we're in a mega crisis. So I mean, it's activism, real activism, not armchair activism. So yeah, I would love that. And you know what? Joe told me that he wasn't going to donate until he saw somebody else give, and so that's you. So you're giving a second time. So I'll just tell him, yeah, we've got another guy giving, and I'll ask Joe to match you, at least match you, or give a little bit more. And I think once Joe sees the payment plan mapped out, he's going to feel like I've tightened up the ship, right? Like, we've learned a lot. As long as we're learning, right, we're not staying still. So that means every cycle we do is paying for the next innovation, not just getting the blessings done, keeping me alive, right? But making the next process better. And even if that one doesn't work out, it was better than the one before and the one before. So you're always making progress no matter what. That's why I didn't accept them just coming in and making the blessings, right? I just don't accept it. So we got to be improving. So everything you're paying for is the blessings, but the improved blessings. So always improving, always accrediting, always bringing on more people, accrediting those people, coming in with new ideas, And pretty soon we're doing mass actions. So we did our first mass task, which was voting on the blessings or voting on the pay and seeing who was happy and who wasn't. And now the next one, now that we get the pay figured out, right? Because after this payment, we're resetting everything. But okay, now the real payment starts now. And if you don't do the blessings, you don't get paid. It doesn't matter if you show up, right? It doesn't matter if you keep coming for hour after hour after hour. It's you got to keep improving, or else they're just siphoning money from us and they don't care about the mission, right? So we want to bring the right people on board, and the people who are like, well, screw you, money, money, money. We're like, okay, well, you're not a part. You're going to come later because we've taken the vow of abandonment for them, right? So we can't abandon them, but it means they're not supposed to be here yet. They're still in dead spirit too much. So that's my plan. So that's why cooking the French onion soup and then doing the bechamel and then doing the croque monsieur plus the ratatouille and then the croissant. And then I should be eating by midnight tonight. I'll eat for probably 2 hours, do a blessing, go to sleep, wake up. If I don't feel satiated, I'll have a huge ton of tofu and just make myself like feel like puking, like get that full. And then I'll send out the email. I'll draft the payment plan and the email and stuff like that. And then I'll send it out and say, okay, I'm back on the hunger strike. It's real. Like it's serious now. And if you send some funds, then maybe I'll include in the email how much you're going to send. I'm like, okay, we have another this much money coming. And I might even plan it out. I'm like, I want you to do this, and this for each person. And then maybe as a team, we'll say, who wants to do this? And I'll say, can we get these ultras done? And if not, will you help me bring on the right people before we pay anybody? So that's what I'm thinking. I really appreciate that. I will be able to send K. It is hard to build from nothing, but I want help. It is. It always. And the thing is, there's no real foundation for me to build off of. Right? There's no one in the world doing this. Like nobody's using Hegel's logic to build a government, right? They use Hegel's logic to analyze governments, but we're using it to structure an actual government, and then using the rights to flow, which is like the phenomenology of spirit and all this amazing game theory, to actually give people a good experience through that structure. You know, and like I'm amazed, like I'm so happy I get to do this work. The only thing I'd be missing out on is a wife and having kids, right? If this doesn't work out, which I feel is in my vision, right? I would love to be working on with a woman on this. I really would. But I made a vow not to date anybody that's in my core teams, so I don't date any. I don't even test the waters, and that's why I've gotten through in the nonprofit world, which is saturated with women, like 80% women. The statistic is here in Canada, but never messed around ever, and that's why nobody's ever accused me of ever being predatory or anything, because I don't. I'm here for the mission. So hopefully, when the word spreads, I'll attract somebody who's already doing this kind of work, and then I won't have to convince her to care so deeply. She'll be pulling me up, being like, yeah, you do this, do that, do this. And I'm like, wow, this is unusual. I'm usually the one that says that to people. So she's got to have a really courageous heart. But other than that, this is the work that I saw myself as a child doing. And you're here too, and you must be divinely a part of it, and right here in the thick of it, right? It's this darkest before dawn. It's darkest before dawn. What am I talking about? Yeah, it is darkest before dawn. Before the light rises. So what a blessing, right? Like when everybody else who's supporting me is like having a hard time, right? You know, person on YouTube, you know, the place that I thought I would get any support from, like the last place I thought I would get any support from was YouTube. And that's where it's coming from, right? It's a nice dialectical flip, you know? And that's why you always got to stay open. And that's why I kept the stream going, is accountability, and it only takes one person. We're holding on by a thread, but it's a golden thread. And you're that golden, well, I was going to say silk, but silk is like cruelty to worms, I guess. So there's a golden organic material for this moment in the journey, and I really appreciate that. So okay, so in the next day, this will hopefully all get figured out, and I'll be done cooking. Oh, I got court tomorrow. Actually, there's a court email here. I just got the Attorney General just emailed me here. Let's see what they're going to say.
Are they agreeing to adjourn? Unfortunately, we're not able. Would March 18th. Oh my gosh, March 18th? Okay, they're agreeing to adjourn. Aloha. March 18th. Will I still be alive by March 18th? That's over a month away. Oh, where's March 18th? Ah. That's too far, it feels like. But I do have a lot to do. What time is it? 2:20. Okay, the soup looks like she's doing good. Yes, that's March 18th. I'm just thinking, what other court dates do I have? It's like pushing the court date farther back sucks because it's, the hunger strike is getting serious, and if I die in the middle of this, I want to have a result, but to be honest, now that I see that there is no result, it's like it's a court right now. It's a popularity contest that's being overwhelmed by tons of litigants that the courthouse has to acknowledge. So I think we have to build the movement before these final questions are done, like these constitutional questions, and then have those go through, and then have it overturned, and then have it potentially go back to that judge and said that judge knew that I couldn't afford these appeal fees. So, up in court to tell the judge, justice. Okay, so I just took care of that, thank goodness. Good thing I remember. Okay, so it's reduced quite a bit. Brianna Frape. All right. Good stuff. All right. So now that that's done, it says I'm supposed to check it for saltiness. Check it for saltiness. And I'm supposed to stir it every couple of minutes just to see. Oops, ouch. That looks pretty darn good, right? Oh, it's not burning into the bottom either. Okay, so we're supposed to take it out with the bay leaf, I think. Ooh. I got onions all over the place. I guess they can't see it on YouTube. It's really reduced down a lot. It's not going to fill my bowl. I don't know if you guys can see this. We're showing them on YouTube. So that's what it looks like. We got our sprigs of thyme in there. And we got our bay leaf. So not bad. That's French. That's as French as you can get. French onion soup. It was actually created in Rome, but they made it delicious, like France usually does. So I don't know if I want to add more water and water it down, but it's not enough to fill my bowl. But does it really need to? You know? Okay, so I'm going to give it a little taste test. give it a little bit of a taste test and see what we got going on. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a taste test. Alright, so you barely smell it anymore. Ooh. That's tasty. That's tasty. It could use a little bit salt. That's what it said. You can add a little bit of salt. Like that. And a little bit. Okay, and let's see here. If I put this in my bowl, it's supposed to sit for a long time, 12 hours. So we're going to put it in the bowl and get ready to eat it tonight. It feels right to do it. Like now that I got a vision of myself doing it, now it feels like it's going to happen, even though I've tried to do it a couple of times already. Okay, so we're going to take out the solids. Can you guys see us over there? Oh, you can. Okay, so show me here. The lighting is not great on YouTube. If you go on Facebook, it's better, much better. You can see more colors. So we're taking out the sprig. This is a sprig. Okay, we're putting it in with the rest of our carrots and all that. Every onion matters. I'd rather have the flavors condensed than, well, there we go. All this is out. So that is some condensed French onion soup. There's no cheese in here yet. There's none of that. That comes in when we get the bread done. So we're just going to dump this in now. This. You're going to see how delicious this looks. Okay. Here we go. Delicioso. Oh. That looks like real onion soup. You might think to yourself, how do you mess up French onion soup? You can't mess it up so easily. Well, I almost did. Because my stove is different from normal stove, I guess. Okay. So, that is what we want our French onion soup to look like. Voila. Voila. See? That's exactly like how I was hoping it would look. See? Voila. Look at that, John. You want to make some of that? I'd recommend. Okay, so that's going to cool down. And we're going to drain our chickpea water too. Let's not do that. And burners off. Now I'm feeling fairly okay wakeful wise. This one is awake. So what we're going to do is our chickpeas have been soaking for a few hours now. You can see they've expanded. Maybe I'll let them expand a little more. That's what I'm going to use for my next macaron batch. So now the next stage is to get our bechamel ready for the croque monsieur. And because it's bread, right? We don't want the bread to get mushy. We want to bake it, all that stuff. So we're going to wash our God. Now, one of these lids from the can is blocking my sink. That's not good. Where's my paring knife? right here. Okay, so like real authentic French onion soup, it's not gonna get soggy. I thought it was gonna get soggy if you let it sit there for a once. There we go. Alright, guys, we are closing in on the final lap. Not quite the victory lap. We'll probably do that with some tofu or whatnot. Okay. Thank you guys for sticking with me to this point. I appreciate it. It's tough. Okay. Let that sit for a minute. And you know what? That looks full enough that if you put a piece of bread on there with a bunch of cheese, it will like have that beautiful crumbly French onion soup. It's supposed to be a small, little, tiny sort of dish, but I don't have anything that can go in the oven. Like all I have is like my macaron, like tiny little things like this. And I guess we could maybe, actually, we probably could put this in the oven. We could make a couple of smaller versions. That's kind of a cool idea. Maybe. When I'm making the bread, I'll decide. This looks pretty cool as it is. I'm happy. Okay, so now we're on to the bechamel. Okay. I've actually had like 6 ideas in terms of this letter that I'm going to write. I've had 6 ideas during talking to you and doing all this. I'm still being productive in the background. We just rebooked the court case. So there's a lot of pieces moving. I'm not just sitting here just cooking for my own enjoyment. You know, there's that political component, well, inspiring other nations to want to do this, even though we're not allowed to lobby them unless we're in those countries legally registered. That will come if it's needed. There's a lot of moving pieces right now. Just think about it. Artificial intelligence, AI, is coding itself 100% right now. There are a huge amount of GPUs running, and this thing's coding itself. No human guidance. If you don't know anything about coding, AI is already the established best coder on Earth. They have an actual competition for coders, and as of this year, AI beat the top human coders. Actually, the top 2 coders in the world are both AI now. Think about that. Human beings were the best at coding. Animals couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Coding can be complicated. Yeah, now AI is the best. And it beats 90% of lawyers at the bar exam. It beats 95% of oncologists at oncology exams for cancer. Ouch. When I put my hand in that water, I found out I got a cut here. Okay, bechamel, let's go. Let's not get distracted. So there's one woman that seems to be an authentic French woman that made an authentic French version of this. So that's who I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna copy her version. I've seen like 5 different versions of this. I like this Miyoko woman. There's something about her that feels interesting. I don't know much about her history, but it feels like she's got
the chutzpah to maybe help pull off the best vegan cheese in the world. With this other guy, there's two of them. There's two of them that I've noticed that are really good at making vegan cheeses. So if God's government has to use gourmet vegan cheese, it'll probably be these two. I think one guy's name is Mensch, the Mensch chef, Mensch, and then there's Miyoko. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to put a little bit of sugar in the onions, but it wasn't traditional. You're traditionally not supposed to put sugar in the onions. So mine's ultra traditional as vegan, which is not traditional. But our kids, our futures will have it made traditional. Okay. Yeah, I really should have cut it up just in there. What's this, Sean? Okay, nice. I never had onion soup before. Really? It's a technically a poor man's food. Um, my mother used to make it for us. Uh, it was for us. We thought it was like super high. We were feeling blessed and lucky. We were feeling very privileged. But my mother was, she cooked a lot of these, and I feel lucky that my mother tried to be creative, and I think most mothers do. I think most mothers do, and that's a really beautiful thing that they put that kind of effort in. Now knowing how much work it is, it's a full-time thing. And when you get it passed down from generation to generation from generation, yes, there's time savings and that helps a lot. You don't have to like look on the internet and learn from scratch like me. But there's a lot of love that goes into this, especially if you try and make it vegan and ethical, right? But yeah, I'm surprised you haven't. Well, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. My mother's a little bit. I was lucky. The one thing that I had was not money. It was not, a whole bunch of people. It was not a whole. It was having a good nuclear family and a pretty okay extended family. I had a pretty good uncle that was taking his godfathership back when religion still was respected. It still is to a degree, but people are having a hard time. But I am hearing about that in mainstream news now. I think you left that comment. I wish it gave me timestamps so I'd know. Maybe I should have another computer with like YouTube up somewhere. People are starting to notice AI now. Okay, yes. What is vegan cheese made of? Do not buy the vegan cheeses made of vegetable oils. But I think the good vegan cheeses are made of cashews and nutritional yeast and some salt, a tiny little bit of turmeric and mustard, a tiny little bit of apple cider vinegar. And if you have sourdough mix, like sourdough starter, like I was making. Oh yeah, I know how to make sourdough too. Sourdough starters. Wow, I've done a lot. You can mix a little bit of that in, and if you let that sit overnight, that active bacteria will cause it to be more cheesy. And you put in a splash of soy sauce or tamari, the healthy kind. What else do I normally put in there? That's usually the main ingredients. So no vegetable. Oh, and a little bit of olive oil, I think sometimes, depending on what kind of cream you want to make it creamy, right? And the flavors are so intense, you don't taste the olive oil. So getting all these phone calls. I don't know if these are AI scams. Like, they're so sophisticated you can't tell if the other person's human anymore. It's happening right now. This is not a future thing. It's happening like literally, like right now. My phone's ringing. I'm like, I wonder if I pick that up, if I'm gonna be talking to a human or not. And you know, okay. So the French onion soup, it tastes like no, it doesn't taste like cheese yet, but it's like a brilliant balancing of all these flavors, and the cheese comes in at the end, and the cheese, when you put the toasted bread with a little bit of garlic on it, into the uh, broth, and then you put it with cheese covered all on top of it. You put that in the oven and you let it brown the cheese and melt the cheese, and then you take it out of the oven. You eat it like that. And then that cheesy taste is balanced by the oniony caramelized taste, and it's just wonderful. Oh, I think people are giving me calls. Oh, some of the people from the courthouse. People at the courthouse watch me, and then come after me out of the courthouse to say, can you help me? Can you represent me? They think I know a whole lot about the law. So I guess I'm doing a pretty good job in the courthouse if they think I'm as good as the lawyers defending myself. And I am. Like, AI is like 100 lawyers, right? And because I'm practiced at speaking, because I've been doing a lot of activism for so long, I just bring that to the courthouse, and I know I'm fairly well studied because I check the case law that the AI gives me, and then I know the homework is done. So it's not just me; it's really that the style of law, or at least the support system for me, is a lot more robust than even a year or two ago, 2 years ago for sure. So anyway, that's who's calling me right now. She just sent me a text message. Okay, let's not get too distracted though. I said I was gonna make my bechamel, bechamel. Why am I having? Make it, do it, make it vegan, John. Make it vegan. uh, and don't burn your onions. Don't burn them. And make your own vegans. Don't get the cheap kind. Don't get Dea. Even though I'm glad that Dea is towing the line, Dea is a little bit sort of rubbery and it doesn't have a super good. I think it has vegetable oil in it, so when you eat it, you feel a little bit off after when you're done eating it. Get the high class brands, like it's worth the money. And they're not even that expensive to produce, like it's just that the market isn't there yet. So if you go and buy like CAIO, I think cheese, or Miyoko's cheese, I think she has, those are pretty wonderful. If you buy the high class, they already got it mastered. Like, it's amazing. And it'll even melt, and it has like you have a lot of skills. Do I? I don't know. The problem is, can I remember the skills to do them? Probably takes one to know one, John. I mean, if you're here right now, you have to be a pretty extreme, caring person with a lot of universality to a certain degree. So I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I've been around a few times. I just learn whatever is needed to help the poor and the sick, right? I just do whatever it takes. Oh, I'm not a coder. I learn code. Oh, I don't know this physics from it. I gotta do the physics from it. Oh, I don't know this linguistic thing. I do the linguistic thing. Oh, cultural competence. Okay, I'll do that language thing. I just keep doing it. Whatever nobody else wants to do, I do. Nobody wants to do hunger strikes because we're in an urgent situation. Okay, I'll do the hunger strikes then. Like, now I know a heck of a lot about hunger strikes. Like, lots. And there's a lot of ways to do the hunger strike wrong. Like, you think that you get through the hunger and you're like, oh, I'm done. I got it. You're at the end. And then all of a sudden a day and a half goes by and you have to use the washroom. And then all of a sudden you're in for a whole nother world of shock. You know what I mean? Like, I think you might even be able to die. Well, I don't know if it's that extreme, but you can definitely get diseases and all these things. So yeah, thanks for saying that. I'm trying quite. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to the top of my ability. And I'm hoping I'm inspiring other people to try to do their best too, whatever that capability is. As long as you try your best, good faith. But I've been gifted, that's true. So thank you for saying that. Let's see here. I'll have to get back to this other woman here once I get this special done. Why can't I say it right? Bechamel? Bechamel? Bechamel. Bechamel. Okay. 30 grams of vegan butter. We'll use the coconut. 30 grams of all-purpose flour. Got it. Right here. Salt. It's the milk that's troubling me. I think we're in trouble with the milk, you guys. You know, we might have a good half cup here. There's something in there. I have a little bit of oats, so I really need to get desperate. Okay. White pepper. I don't have white pepper. Pinch of nutmeg. I do have. So this woman that was making it, I can't find her video. What do you say here? I am an empath. Oh, that totally explains it. You are an empath, so I've been really overwhelmed and in a self-exile trying to recover. I notice you notice things. Ah, that totally makes sense. Yeah. That's tough. Being an empath in a world like this. Marlena's kind of like that. She says she feels the pain of the world. It can be heavy. I can feel it, but I can also drive through it. It's like when I need to turn it, I don't turn it off, but I can channel it, and I don't get overwhelmed. I get tired. That's what happens to me. My physiology gets tired. I'm like, okay, I need to sleep, and then I wake up recharged, and it's just like, yeah, I'm still feeling the feelings, but as long as I have a vision to bring kingdom come, which is always there, it always just comes. That's what gives hope and the strength to take that and be like, oh, these feelings are temporary because I'm bringing a change. And as long as you believe that the path is realistic and it's not naive and it's proportional, and that you believe in yourself to do whatever it takes, that unlocks an incredible nervous system of emotional resilience. But people have different degrees, right? And you might be not straight up there in the nines. So make sure to take care of yourself. Hopefully, now I can see why the cooking is a little therapeutic for you. Right? There's no chaos around me. It's just me in the basement right here. The people upstairs never bother me. It's because I gave them the good living quarters so that my sister could get rent for this place. I decided to live down here. It's not even a suite down here. We had to change things and bring a washing machine. This is just a basement. And there's a little mini kitchen down here that somebody threw in. That wasn't legal, I don't think. Well, I think they might have made this part legal, but not the whole kitchen suite. So enjoy, relax. I should put on some jazz music. France, yes. That is one of the reasons I watch you have a strong inner strength. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And, you know, I credit my mother for a lot of that. When she was a single mother, she had to play the male and the female, and she did a great job. I think my mother's a whole person. That's why if she would just open her mind and listen, she's not an academic philosopher, but she could be if she tried. That's the thing about my mother, if she tried. She's more of the new age empath, You know, that's why I know about it. I was raised by one. But she also has a really strong analytical mind, so she can do both. And that's why I think she survived with 5 kids by herself. And these men that were, damaged in some ways, but they also had a lot of strengths and taught me something. Each one of them taught me something different. And maybe that's also why I don't want to be a father until I'm ready to find a wife that can, handle that caliber of being a parent. I'm not a laid back parent. I'm a parent that would be uh, very engaged, very engaged. So yeah, I think the one blessing I had was a strong family that had that interconnection. Of course, makes sense. Messiah level connections. That's why I think my family's supposed to be here, but they know they're gifted. In fact, our entire community knows it. We're sort of a little bit, we stand out. We never really blended in, even in poverty. And now we know why. There's a family thing that happened. We found it. Shocking. So now everything makes more sense. But help me call them out and be like, rise up to your divinity. We need them. I feel blessed that way. So I wish I took on my mother's cooking skills. I probably could have, except that I was the one that had to go and till the fields and do all these outdoor manly things. And we had the manly dad, the dad that was about discipline, and made fun of me when I was singing. My mother raised me to be very in tune with feminine energy and embrace that, the beauty of art. And then I had this really strong masculine man come and balance it. So then I was very disciplined and very, stoic. So it doesn't matter which side of the contradiction somebody wants to come at. I feel comfortable. And that's what spirit feels like. Moments, contradictions that belong together in the inner unity. And we need to teach that to a lot of people because we all got it. But a lot of us have damaged parents, and we take on that damage. I'm wondering, are your parents empaths? Where did you get it from? Or are you the black sheep in your family and we're just gifted out of nowhere? Some kind of genetic psychological mutation. Or displaced? Are you adopted? That's another way it can happen. I should shout out these vegan channels. I usually draw on 3 or 4. Oh yeah, I have the fake vegan ham in the fridge, marinated to the nines. He's putting the bechamel on the top. Oh, I see. He's putting the cheese on the top too. I like the look of that. I'm just trying to find the video of the person that 14 things you need to know before you go to Paris. That sounds interesting. I like to do a little bit of background research while I'm cooking or while I'm eating the food tonight. Wow, it's already 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh. This shouldn't take more than a half an hour. Like this comes together pretty quick. You were adopted. Ah ha ha! Called it. Called it. Wow. So you have to be an empath by yourself. Ouch. How did that work out for you? That makes sense. That makes sense why you've been able to withstand this so far, and if you survive this long, that's beautiful. I got some good empaths around me. Okay, so let's put this. I'm actually getting hungry again. That's not good. So let's. The soup is still warm. Okay, let's wash our pan out. You're like Harry Potter, John Smith. Did they lock you underneath the stairs? Here we go. Okay, monsieur. Here we go. Actually, this. Get some water going. So if I recall right, we're gonna put some vegan butter. No onion. Already fine. Vegan butter. A little bit of salt. And then I think I'm supposed to put the flour in. Oh. Oh yeah. So butter, flour, milk, or milk and nutmeg. So butter. There we go. We're gonna butter. We have just enough for this. Like I saved a little bit left. Can you see that over there, TikTok? All right. Poor TikTok is all alone over there. All right. So kind of nice. You can see like the French. Can't see it. Yeah. Kind of. French to see. Oh, I got 24% battery. So. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna watch. Here. Meg is over here. Voila! Indigenous nutmeg too, because my best friend when I was growing up was native. got to see what happened on the reserves, and you know how his upbringing was different from mine, and problems his parents had. Where I was lucky. I was lucky in that sense. My mother had no alcohol issues. You know, just good in almost every way. Almost. I wish my mom was a little more philosophical in terms of being able to articulate some of the things that she knows and that we need to do. But that'll come. Nutmeg. And the milk. Okay. Tiny little amount, this person. Oh, salt. We got a little collection here. We got a bunch of onions as well, which I'm going to. I'm moving slow because I can't make a mistake. Other people are like they have backup food. I got none. If I mess this up, like I almost messed up those caramelized onions, I don't get a second chance. And then the meal, or is not quite as good as I want. It feels like I'm walking on a trapeze stand. Like everything is checked over 6 times. Make sure it's good. Okay, you can see my little get up. Nutmeg, flour, butter, and the salt. So that's all you need, I guess, to make the first batch for the bitch. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. Oh, then she puts in the milk, yeah. Then we bring in the cheese. Okay. So we have brie. Should I use brie cheese or Parmesan? The heck kind of packaging is this? I can't get it out of the package. Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, should I use brie? There's no cheese in this. In the traditional, there is no cheese.
Oh, so she's putting the vegan cheese right in the bechamel, but traditionally it's only supposed to go on top. Okay, that's what we're going to do then. Do it the traditional way. Even though it probably would taste pretty delicious inside. No nutritional yeast, no cheese in the sauce. Oh, it even says right here, no cheese in the sauce. No mustard, no garlic or onion. What about the bread? This keeps it classically correct. I guess I don't have to bake the bread. I could just put it in the toaster. Okay, we're definitely narrowing in here. We're definitely narrowing in. We're getting so close. Was this John? My dad was an athletic director and football coach. My mom was an artist. Ah, okay. The artist and the empath sort of click, but the football coach is like the last person. You know, those cultures are really, really interesting. Those sport cultures where they get really into it. It's about honors. It's like there's an actual like. Have you seen Moneyball? That guy actually did give up millions of dollars for the dream. They offered him a job and he stuck to his guns. So that's a really interesting combination, football and artist. And you were adopted. Wow. That is a potent combination that I have never heard of before. Okay, explains why you're here a little bit. You're used to unusual things. I don't know if they're religious. That's another interesting part of it. Where they if they're doing basketball or football, they're probably religious because they sing the national anthem and praise the Lord. Okay, very interesting. Okay, I'm starting to fade a little bit here. Needing a nap in a minute. So just think after this, all I have to do is assemble the bread with this bechamel on there, put it on a plate, put it in the oven. It's done. Cut up the pieces, make the tomato base for the ratatouille, and then slice everything, put it in, and then top it with olive oil with spices. Then it's put in the oven. Put everything in the oven. Take it all out. Put the bourguignon and the creme brulee. I think creme brulee has to be cold, which is besides the little torch on top of the sugar, which would be great. And eclairs come out. Oh, the croissant. Oh, I gotta make the croissant before I go to sleep too. Oh man. Okay. So this person is making the bechamel incorrectly. And by incorrectly, more deliciously, but not traditionally. Okay. So the traditional cheese that you're supposed to put on this is Gruyere or Emmental. The key point is it melts well, it's slightly nutty, savory, not too sharp. My options, vegan brie is soft, creamy, mild flavor, melts but can get a little runny. Oh. Will give a decadent topping closer to a creamy, luxurious finish than a classy, chewy brown crust.
Vegan Parmesan. Hard, salty, nutty. Doesn't melt smoothly. Best grated, very finely, and sprinkled over the top, possibly mixed with a little vegan butter or bechamel. Best strategy with your cheeses. Option 1, brie only. Slice thinly over the bechamel. Broil until bubbly and slightly browned cream. Yeah. Parmesan only. Grate very finely, sprinkle on top. Can mix in a bit of bechamel on top. Okay. Before topping. Gives nutty flavor but won't fully melt like Gruyere. Combo. Thin slices of brie for melt, plus Parmesan sprinkled on top for flavor and browning. Broil carefully. Okay, we're going for the combo. Since both are mild / sharp in different ways, don't overdo Parmesan. It can taste salty if too much. Slide the tray close to the broiler, but watch carefully. Vegan brie browns quickly. Tip for traditionalish. Place brie slices on top of vegetable. Sprinkle a pinch of Parmesan on top of browning. Okay. Very cool. All right, so we got a strategy. We got a plan. So this is called unbelievable. Unbelievable. Get it? I wonder what they call it, brie cheese. Organic and dairy. Expires in March, so. So this is the cheese that we're opening right now. Very cool. Was born in 2015 at a farmer's market. Margaret Cohen, vegan chef, founder, and CEO. Stay cheesy. I like this woman. That's somebody who reflects well on the vegan movement, for sure. Oh. Is it supposed to be really oily like that? I think I'm supposed to leave this. Am I supposed to make this cold? Oh my gosh. I'm going to put this in the fridge. The Parmesan is like solid. Oh, look at this. This is like really intense. Okay, is that what brie looks like? I'm going to put this in the fridge and let that cool. Actually, not. I'm thinking that maybe I should make my own cheese. That's closer to this Gruyere. So Gray, how would I make my own homemade vegan Gruyere cheese for this to mimic it if I only have cashews? Cashews, yeast, white vinegar, nutmeg, bunch of spices. This might be too much. Like honestly, that having two different types of cheese that mimic it. Things we need for Gruyere cheese, and this is how you go from an easy dish to suddenly very difficult. Actually, it's not too difficult to make cheese, but you can mess it up pretty easy. Cashews, cheese, nutmeg, mustard, classic Swiss cheese piece. Optional extras from multi-dish. Agar. Coconut cream. Oh, I put that in there. Yeah. Ingredients. Or garlic powder. Right. What would I normally use if I had all the ingredients you would recommend to make this as close to the real thing as possible?
My intuition is saying, let's get her done. Let's make a little bit of Gruyere cheese really quickly. Since I have soaked cashews anyway. Or do I have soaked cashews? I do. And here's one of the bowls that I've been missing too, actually. You know, it's just cheese. Like, if they are going a little bit stale, like, let's do the search here. Fermented nut base. Right, I need to put maple syrup. I think these cashews can't be used. They have purple sort of spots on them. I can't risk getting sick at this point. Ah, darn it, that sucks. I do have some other cashews though. The frozen in the fridge. Hmm. Hmm. I don't really even want to tempt myself with this. We'll make a little bit. I have to make a little vegan. If I'm going to make vegan cheese for any country, it's going to be France. So I'll make a tiny little bit. Okay, heating it up. We'll give it a little bit of a spin. We'll let it sit. So I'm feeling pretty confident now. What I'm going to do, we know the cheeses we're going to use in it. We know the order. All the ingredients out. Dump. They're still expanding. That's pretty incredible. Okay. We're not going to risk it. We're just going to use the last little bit that I have. Okay, I think our soup is ready to go in the fridge. Our onion soup. Good, so now our soup is in there. We're pegging these off one at a time. We're taking them off. We're getting them done one at a time. Okay. Okay. So we're going to soak these cashews. We're going to get rid of these ones. That'll make those soft pretty quickly. Okay, normally I would test it, but They got purple specks in them. And they smell a little bit funky. So it says not to risk it. Yeah. Oh well. Alright, we're getting so close. I can feel it. I can feel it. Coming in the air. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. A bit of Phil Collins for you. Okay. I tried to chill this brie. These are not normal chickpeas. Woo! They're not normal chickpeas at all. Let's just get the vegetable out of the way. So the cheese will take care of after, maybe tonight. Squeeze it in. Even though it's when it sits, it's better. But I have to wait for the cashews or so. Let's do it. I've done a lot of research here. This is a lot of cooking research. 18. Okay, I said I was going to put on some music.
Maybe. Okay, I made the fake ham already, so. Green off the spread onions. Okay. Oh, I see. I see what she's doing here. She's putting bechamel in sauce. But traditional is putting it. Can't seem to find the video I was watching. There it is. Got it. Okay, we're gonna copy this one. Butter. Malted yeast. Nutmeg. Stock. Okay. She put stock and a bunch of stuff in there. It's like nobody makes the totally traditional kind. It's kind of cool. They do it all uniquely. Wow. Oh man, I'm feeling it. I want to be in bed in half an hour, basically. Sleep for 2.5 hours maybe. Wake up, cook into the night, and then eat. Maybe eat in the morning, but it should be cooked tonight. And then put it all in the fridge. and then sleep, eat something, wake up, and then be hungry, eat it all, and then finish the final meal. Took forever, but it's what it is. 26. Uh, what is the most traditional way to make bechamel? Make them in books. Milk, butter, flour. Do not brown. Okay. Add milk gradually. Let's incorporate. Add the rest gradually. Whisk continuously. Thicken. Whisk constantly until sauce goes to the background. Should I use any stock? What if I only have a cup of oat milk to go along with the vegan butter? Should I use coconut? All right, we're gonna do an interesting little combination here. Forgot I had coconut milk, a little bit left, which is super thick now. So you got a little bit of this guy left that I was saving, and now I know what I'm saving it for. So it might have a little bit of coconutty flavor, maybe. But we're doing this. We only got one shot. If I mess this up, we can't do it again. But that's okay. Okay, got our plant milk. We got some of our coconut milk, and our coconut butter, and our salt, and our nutmeg, and our little bit of flour. So I think we're good to try and give this a shot. Our pan is cleaned. Our cashews are soaking for our makeshift cheese, which I will make very, very quickly because I'm used to making these cheeses now. It's only the first time that's a little bit challenging. Okay. My neck is hurting. I want to use the pan to cook another meal, so that's why I'm also rushing to get this sort of done. Okay. So I betcha now. I'm gonna turn our heater on, our burner on. Okay. Can you see? All right.
I'm making you hungry. Hungry for justice, hopefully. Hunger for change. But yes, I'm getting hungry myself even. Okay, we need to put some of the coconut butter here. So let's get the ingredients up. Good. So let's make it look pretty, like we're. I wish I had a little flake here, friends. Maybe I can do it. That's okay. We know we're eating fish. Okay, so let's put. It's not supposed to taste like coconuts, but honestly, I love this stuff so much. It's really incredible. And this guy. So this is what you're needing in order to make this stuff magical. Nutmeg is sort of, I guess, the start of the show. And a little bit of flour. Can you even see any of that stuff? And how much flour did I put in here? I'm guessing not a whole lot. Okay. The whole time you were seeing half my head cut off. All right. No stock. So vegan butter, coconut butter, 2 tablespoons, 30 grams. Flour. Really? Flour's only 2 tablespoons? 1/2 cup and 1 cup. That seems to be a little bit too small. Salt. No coconut butter. Okay. 2 tablespoons. 30 grams seems to be a lot. Okay. Give a little wash. We're closing in. We're closing in. Like I have to triangulate between the 3 sources to see what is actually authentically French. France, I hope you pick up the call. All right, so we have our vegan butter here. So here's. I'm going to turn this on to the simmer. And 2. Actually, I think we're going to have enough. Make my sandwiches here, maybe a couple of them. Every drop matters. Don't miss anything. No, I think there's one more thing. Croissants! That's right. Oh no. I actually need to say this for the croissants. Well, I have enough for 1 croissant anyway. And I have that stuff in the fridge. Oh, shoot. Maybe we'll take a little piece out. Darn it. I really want my croissant to turn out wonderfully. So I'm going to take out this piece. I knew I should have saved some of this. Okay. Can you see what's going on in there? If I don't have my pan propped up, like that's what happens. Okay. Can't really see our cooking, can you? Alright. So we got our butter in there. And down. And once that's melted, it says to coconut butter in saucepan, medium low, add flour, Whisk 1 to 2 minutes until pale smooth. Warm the plant milk together slowly. So I only need 2 tablespoons of this too. Roughly 2. Okay. Seems like more than enough for us in the sandwich, so. But a double layer. Looks like it. 1 to 2 minutes until pale. Done. Warm the plant milk melts together slightly. Add a little at a time. Add a little bit of Let's see. Okay, we have a little bit here. I guess I can use this cream too for the croissant. The butter and the cream. The cream might. Shoot, I should have used less butter and more. I want to get very grainy. We learned that lesson the hard way the first day. Hmm. 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 Um, if I'm making a croissant, I have 1 tablespoon cocoa nut butter left with a quarter small can of cocoa nut cream, Do I have enough to make a good croissant vegan? Flaky, folded. Not enough for proper lamination. No! Layers of fat folded into dough. The dough needs a solid, pliable fat block for rolling. Otherwise, it will tear or stick. So it won't replace a butter block. It'll make the dough soft and sticky. Outcome: the dough will rise and bake, but you'll likely get minimal thickness. Softer, denser layers, possibly greasy. Okay. Extra coconut oil solidified. You need 26 tablespoons for a small batch. Make minimum coconut cream rolls instead of laminated croissants. What if I made a should I use the coconut milk solid? Yes, return. Okay, well, I have just enough to make a tiny little croissant. I could try and use some of this fat. It'll be dicey. So add this all in here. Oh, a cup. So I think we're good. We're only making one sandwich, not four. So I actually think we have just enough to pull this off. So heating it up, adding a little bit at a time. Adding Look at this, I'm making my bechamel. Bechamel. Okay. Working. So we're gonna have to make a tiny little croissant, it looks like. That's okay. Makes it worse. Okay. Worse. A little bit gooey, but let's not get too dry because I don't want it to get. It's got to have thickness to it. It's got to have body to it. Getting thicker. It definitely looks like the bechamel sauce. Put on top of the thing. We're gonna put this into that bowl over there, and we're gonna put our bag over it immediately because yeah, it'll get hard. I can see it already. Wow, actually reheating this is gonna be an issue. I just realized. Okay. Warm plant milk has to get that add a little at a time, which constantly cook 3 to 5 minutes until thick. Add salt and nutmeg. Taste. Okay. Salt. While it's still loose like this, I'm guessing. So this stuff is like really powerful. Woo! Look at this. That's as solid as I think I want it to get. Turn that off. That looks like bechamel sauce. Not hard to make. Okay, let's put it in our bowl. Ouch. That. Okay, we're just gonna have to put it like this. Okay. So to make this fertile, yeah, this would be enough for like one delicious sandwich. Should we give it a little taste test? That's tasty. It's not as sugary as I thought it was going to taste. Is that a little bit of this in there? Okay. So this is perpetual sauce. Delish. So what we're going to do to keep it moist is we're going to press this down into it so it doesn't form a skin. And that is going to go on our sandwich. Done. The rest of this is going to be for the croissant, which I'm thinking of making right now. Our little cheese, our cashews are soaking, but they're still pretty warm. All right, one more down. That's pretty much like the hard part of the croque monsieur, except I've already made the fake ham, fake vegan ham. Should we just get the croissant out of the way? Let's see. Yeah, if it doesn't make it, that sucks. Croissants are also very French, but the baguette will make up for the bread. The baguette I'm so proud of, even though it's too heavy for a real baguette. We still have. Roll small rectangle. Okay. Roll small rectangle. Oh. Let's take you back here. 8% less. Okay. All right, here we go. We're crushing it, kind of. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. All I made in those hours was French onion soup, the bechamel sauce, a couple of soaked peas, or soaked. Did you see my sign fall? No, right there. Okay. Let's do this now. Roll small rectangle. Place coconut solids in the center. What am I rolling a small rectangle of? Fold like letter. Oh, just normal dough, I guess. Okay. Someone just messaged me. Interesting. I just heard from somebody that I haven't heard from in a while. Okay, good. That's done. All right, so let's get this croissant going. The person who messaged me was one of our funders. Once he gave $400, well, 6 months ago, which is beautiful. I wasn't expecting that because he had a surgery that messed him up. It wasn't his fault, so I feel bad for the guy. Him and I both understand the AI crisis, so I'm trying to motivate him to really jump on board. He has his project, but I'm really trying to motivate him to come onto this one because this one really can scale. I looked at his plan; it was like 50 pages. It's not in the imminent order. It'll never align with God fast enough. So I can do a really quick audit of people's plans, not only in terms of just God's logic, but also just practically speaking on how human behavior works, the stages of consciousness, all that. All right, so we're blazing a trail here. My neck is hurting. My body is so weak. I'm not used to this. Ugh. That's okay. At least I'm not super like I've been to the point where I can barely lift my neck. Like that's how close to starvation I've come a couple of times on this hunger strike. Even in the beginning, it was really bad. We didn't have the core and a bunch of stuff made yet. So all right, not yapping. Okay. Mm. We actually need to put some of this coconut butter on the bread. Oops, what's up here? People are predicting that they're predicting that AI is going to be the largest employers of human labor. Somebody just messaged me. Oh, they're asking for more about the plan. That's good. That's good. That's the first time somebody was seriously asking about it from Facebook in this way. I just really chastise, like I really, I'm coming down on some of these guys that are supposed to be helping and listening.
And they're stuck in some kind of ego bubble. There's something that doesn't feel right with these guys, even though they have good hearts. I sense that there's something off, man. And we're giving these guys millions of dollars. Send them to God's government, and then we'll get them on board the right way. Anyway, okay, so this croissant is becoming an issue. Okay. All right, we're gonna make this dough, and normally I make it in this big bowl right here, but I think I'm gonna clean off here. Yeah, this guy is one of these AI experts that was one of our previous donors, just informed me that AI has already replaced 300,000 jobs. I think just where he is in his country. All right, my back is really burning. Ugh. Let's do this. We're gonna clean off this little bit here and make our little croissant right here. Those cashews make me a little sad. I really don't like wasting anything. It makes me happy that people are paying attention now. Thank gosh. We can still change things. We need 1 month to technically change things, but we have to make sure everything is aligned, or people know how to think and innovate together. Their lives will depend on it. And that's what will cause them to get out of the ego trap is the completion of the dialectic will feel like a version of death, unfortunately. But behind that is real life. Even if AI is with us, it still feel like life. It's just like another human. Well, not quite. We can do it. We can make it work. Okay. All right, I'm still giving her. I'm tired of it. Well, we didn't make my deadline. 4 o'clock is when I wanted to be in bed. It's 4:15. I'm gonna start making a little bit of soup again. We have no more of that soup broth. I should be boiling these chickpeas right now. And the last of the lentils, maybe. All right. Good. All right. Cook up a storm. Okay, so let's wipe this off completely. That shouldn't make me sick now. Oh, you guys can't see what's going on down here. Ah, it's okay. Okay, so we're gonna put some dough down here and we're gonna do some magic. Which progress did I make? Oh, good. He's asking the right questions. Good. He's asking the right questions. Thank God. If he gives more funding, we get 400, maybe a couple hundred from John, and maybe a couple hundred from my other friend. We might be able to raise like $1,500 or $1,000, and that will get the next
I think the sixth wave recruitment that's happening will be where we start getting past ultra and getting to godly level ELMs. And if we can get 36 people working together at the level of quality that I've designed it so far, it'll start getting them thinking in the vision, and then it won't just be me; it'll be the Messiah coming out of everyone, and that's the spirit. So that's what I'm doing, and that's why it's so painful right now. Is I'm not letting people do the easy thing. We're creating a very high standard, very high standard. So awesome. Should I respond to him or should I make the dough first? Hmm. Give me the update. It's done. So back to the croissant. See how he responds to that. Okay. All right. Ouch. It's 4:30 already. Boy, oh boy. I could go to sleep. I did accomplish my original goal, which was the French onion soup, which we made right. And it's marinating right now like it's supposed to. And the other one was making the bechamel, which is done right too. And now we just need to make the breads, and then the ratatouille, and then I'm going to eat it. So I hope my quiche is not going to go bad. I wonder if I should. No, I think it's going to be fine. Hmm. Let's do it. So it says 1/3 cup. So that's roughly this much. 1/3 cup all-purpose flour. 1/8 teaspoon of salt. Actually, this won't work because I need to put non-dairy milk in it. We're gonna use the cream instead. Activate the yeast if using active dry. 2 teaspoons. Oh, am I supposed to use yeast for this? Really? Yeast for croissants? Okay, kind of makes sense. Well, that's the problem right there. Is I normally save a little bit of the yeast, but this time I did not. Let's see, I might have been smart and saved little tiny bits. Um, yeah, it's funny. There is actually a tiny little bit in the crevices. Look at, there's a tiny little bit in the crevices of this bag. I thought I poured it all out, but it was stuck in the folds. So I have enough to make a tiny little croissant. So let's see. I might have to use this bottle cap to like. Oh yeah. What a fluke. All right. That's how much yeast we have. A tiny little cap. But at this point, that's all we need. We need more water now. Oh, Johnny. I'm not feeling good about those chickpeas. I think those might actually be bad for my stomach, Lonnie. They're not cooking enough. And if I want to eat you in the next half an hour, or next, yeah. Let's make it 5 o'clock, go to sleep. Make this croissant in the next half hour. Eat, lay down, sleep for 2.5 hours. No, sleep for an hour and a half. No. Leave it worth it. There might not be enough sleep. To go to sleep now, but 2.5 hours. Maybe I should just go to sleep. Okay. Well, I have the ingredients out, so if I make this when I wake up, there's just this, the bread, and the ratatouille, which is not bad. I should have something to eat right now, though. It feels a little bit late. There's like nothing quick that I can eat. I can maybe have this, some of these beans here, but even if I try to make noodles, it'll take too long. Yeah. I'm gonna let that boil. I think I am just gonna go to sleep here. Okay, let's go to sleep and we'll wake up. And the big thing is to get the ratatouille done. And now that I know how to make the croissants, that's enough of a progress on that front. Everything's ready to rock and roll. The bechamel is cooled off, so should I put that in the fridge? Well, sitting up for an hour is not going to hurt anything, I don't think. Okay, we're going to lay down. I'm going to use the washroom, and then we're going to start our... Okay, night night. Like in 2 hours. Wish me luck. Everything's soaking, everything's going, so 4:39, let's get to bed. Okay, so thank you for joining me. We were gonna try and do a croissant, but I'm running out of time, and I know my bodily limits. Where's my cup at? Okay. We're gonna drink out of the big mason jar. All right, thank you for joining me. This battery's dead, so it's a good time to recharge everything. I'll probably wake up, have a meal during my meetings, and then I'll probably start streaming again after the meeting is done, if anybody shows up. And we'll continue on this heroic journey together. And we'll see if my friends respond to me here when I wake up. So, as always, go vegan, eat like Eden, go vegan. Even if you're atheist, follow your conscience with universal logic. And to the French, this is an honor of you guys, and to the many other people who've been doing blessings, like the Nigerians and the Kenyans, and those who came today into our ever-living meetings. I'm really pushing hard because we are in an emergency. If you look at the facts, it's shocking what's happening all around the world. You're not alone. If you understand what's happening, you're not alone. Feel free to ask questions, and I'll see you on the next stream in about probably 2 or 3 hours. And these are the final legs here. Okay. Keep sublating. See you soon. Hang in there. AI balloons. I didn't do that. Okay. Peace. All right. All right. There, I did it. Oh, most. Done. Done. Okay. My intuition said this and that. It'll be brewing well. Batteries almost dead. There. This one is charged. So luckily I have 2 of these left. One man stole one from me when I was on my Hungerstrike right in front of me. Good night. Yeah, man, we'll talk to you in a minute.
Okay. Alright, what time? What time?
In 4 minutes.
2 minutes.
4 minutes.
You know how many minutes a day?
In 4 minutes.
Okay, but no one is doing just makes a lot.
Yeah, we'll start in 4 minutes. 3 minutes now.
Okay. Now find out how it makes sense from the former okay.
That's
That's
okay.
supposed to be in the meeting. 10 minutes for the start time. Music and all that.
That's good. Yeah, I'm not on my laptop right now.
So what?
Yeah, I'm just gonna relax here for a couple minutes. And then we'll start.
I'm not the hot for the industry because it's hard to run it for you. The rates of money is crazy now. So that the cost everything then so the time and after the bonds. The bonds. It's $100 now. Cost that is more than and to answer $200, you're working with someone, you're working, you're doing $200, their work. And eventually you have no job. So that contract, that's the kind of thing. Maybe you put on contract or like in the next few hours, someone's base, what you gonna pay? You're paying 15,000 there. That's about $7. I used to have to go to the public. That well, like John Donner, 68. I'll come back home. I got to get but teaching here. But I think that if you get to the book tomorrow's morning, because I was getting the morning, it's 3 a.m. Well, I don't know that going online trying to mix food. The internet knowledge of making money and all that. I was supposed to okay.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to get your laptop fixed as soon as you can.
Pick up my call, you say,
You're gonna have to be reliable and get your laptop fixed, okay? Right now we're in a struggling position where we need to basically make sure everything is stable.
okay.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on time. I'm in. As you know, we start on time every time because we respect people's time. And the self metaphysically is time. And we're recording at this time. And yeah, if you ever want to see time fly, just throw your clock out the window. And so it is. But more seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. I'm going to keep track of the flow rules, which is the executor keeps things flowing,
The strategist or the influencer or the relationship builder keep things loving. The strategist keeping track of goals and ideas, and the influencer keeping things blessed and communicative. With that said, I'm going to say the blessing over us, and as well as those who are going to bed hungry tonight, and to those who unfortunately are being trafficked and harmed. Saying it to all the children who are inheriting a very traumatic world, and I'm saying it to all those who have pure hearts in double bind situations. So that said, we're going to take a deep breath in from 0 to 10, or 0 to 8, 6, of everything that serves us. Okay, so breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold it for 3, 2, 1. And so it, actually, hold it, breathe it all out for 4, 3, 2, 1. And now, so it is. Okay, so we're going to start the meeting now, and you can do your check-in from 0 to 10. How do you feel? And then the icebreaker today is going to be, if there was anybody you could have dinner with in the world, who would that one person be? Go ahead. Go ahead, Usman.
If there's anybody I'm gonna know in the world right now, maybe in a month. Are you and me, Mark?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. You said Elon Musk,
You want to meet Elon Musk?
right? Actually, you cannot help my life out. I know I can't confuse him about what he thinks. I can only confuse him about what he thinks. I can't confuse him about the other stuff. It's kind of believe that it. So I'm missing him from just what they are paid because bring them forward.
Okay. And how are you doing otherwise?
Doing very well. My health is very good. I'm not saying every time maybe I'm releasing I think 5 or once. I told you just finished schooling, so I'm in search of job. Trying to see, I was just sending applications online, that people, let's see, and also trying other stuff online. I'm doing TikTok and every video, trying to make friends and pay people money, cover that and all that.
Okay. So from 0 to 10, how do you feel? There's a beeping sound on your phone.
What's on?
Yeah, there's a beeping sound on your phone. Yeah, that's good. If you keep it on mute, it sounds better. So how are you feeling from 0 to 10?
It sounds good, that's why. Just saying that they're curious, like, doing very okay, good.
You feel like a 3?
Yeah.
3 doesn't mean you're okay. 3 is a very low score.
I make money, making money, and practice because you feel just because you go and be content to somebody 2 years or so. You can feel like ever like start putting they want to see you. So you're supposed to see you have to take this on and now you cannot enroll in school so you're supposed to go so sometimes it's money but it's really good like that. Because it's like it's expensive. I mean, all the things and stuff, you know. And the students could have their clothes and the food. They have different uniforms. They have 5 different uniforms. And buy books and other things. You know. So why do you want to meet into the map? How you doing on the same stage this? I'm sorry you're not asking. You just missed out on the answer.
Okay, so I'm guessing you're done your check-in then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to yeah, I'm going to say that I'm feeling like a 6 right now. A little tired, a little stressed. I had to go to court tomorrow, I just realized, and that means my original plan for tonight is a little bit suspect. I think that I made a lot of progress today, and so I feel good about that. I'm just gonna finish up what I need to do in terms of cooking for today, and I only have 2 more dishes left to do with my vegan meal. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make my croissants. I'm gonna make a little bit of a little dinner right now, and
Or thinking, but because it's song, what's the name?
what's that?
What are you making for dinner?
I don't know. I think soup right now. I think soup is sort of on the menu at the moment.
What kind of soup?
I don't know. I'm deciding right now, actually. So while we're in the meeting, but for right now, I'm thinking I'm feeling like 6 with the icebreaker being I think I would love to go and have dinner with all the divine masters of the past and basically having spiritual conversations with them, including Hegel. I think that'd be a great conversation to have. So with that said, my check-in is over, and looks like yours is too. So let's move on to the core. So I'll give you a minute and 30 seconds to say the core of what you think is the most important thing we should be talking about right now with the time we have in this meeting. So go ahead. Got a minute and a half.
Of one with spirit and compression, through play divining, Hegel wisdom, problem, Megacrisis, solution, the 2 separate synthesis, communication, of common is the problem in 15 points as the Megacrisis. Next step, Megacrisis of the past of the crisis and holy crisis. Under Metacrisis, we have declining agency, decrease in meaning, decrease in trust, decrease in coordination, decrease in community spirit and love. The heart of the meta-crisis, fragmented consciousness, holy crisis, most urgent is AI, WWR, WW3, nature of climate, mental health, and last of them is the root solution to all of them as universal logic. Two is solution in two circle sentences, empowerment sentence and content sentence. Empowerment sentence, one word spirit meaning things, follow sacred and define it with the right tools using universal tools. Content sentence, one word spirit and inner government, the ultimate goal for flow state for all using universal logic. About my current blessings level is one colonialism, new neglect, fear, naive. Considering is the concentration through flow flows, through flow rules which are edificial, which keep things fair. The relationship keeps things growing, the strategies keep ideas start, influencer keeps things best. The flow strategy is to reach out to 28 people who already know to get 37% to help 6 to 9 of them to build a flock, reach the core and start places. Estimation is fast to beat AI. It should be coding itself 100% in 6 months.
Did you do that by memory or did you read it off the paper?
No, I read it from myself and my class stuff.
Right, okay. All right, well, good to know. That's the core. We want you to try and say it by memory, though, so try and memorize it if you can. But for now, we're done the core.
Mark. I memorize Quran, I memorize Quran very well. I do it every day. So, memorizing this stuff is going to be very easy for me.
What's going to be very easy for you?
What do you say?
What's going to be easy for you?
Memorize the few sentences that we call no. Yeah. We call.
Okay, great. All right, well, thanks for trying to memorize that. And hopefully you can do it by memory soon. All right, let's move on to the next part of the default itinerary, which is flow rules, or actually it's wisdom teams. And we start with the universal, which is the problems of the world bigger than this group. Particulars, which is problems with this group that you think we should discuss. And the individuals, which is the individual problems that, well, prevents us from being in here. So, with that said, where do you want to start, Amin? What do you think we should talk about?
Do you know that the group of there's like that came to Nigeria about a few months ago, or I think a few weeks ago. It came to the northern part of Nigeria, and there's a rumor that they came for. Some people say they came for terrorism in Nigeria. They went straight to the origin location and they blew up everywhere. The rumor again that said they didn't go anywhere. They just came to Nigeria. Team, and I think they came for the Fisher intelligence upgrade, or they came to look how we do in Nigeria, and it's just like the years are trying to come into it, I don't know, they're trying to buy out something. So we've been in Nigeria for a while now. The US everything strike. So
Okay. I didn't hear about these guys. Nope. I can't really hear you too well. What's the important part of this? Like, what's the thing that really bothers you about it?
what bothers me about it is saying that the programs in 6 months these formats the AI they create, you know, they came to Nigeria for the same thing. Okay, can I read it out? I just saw the news. I was explaining the federal government has verified with only the presence of the United States troops in Nigeria, stressing that their deployment is limited to intelligence support and training as part of ongoing and to combat terrorism and insurgency. The verification followed an acknowledgement and decision by the United States Africa Command, AFRICOM. Can you imagine they have the United States Africa Command, okay, confirming the deployment of a small team of American personnel in Nigeria. Speaking in Dakar, AFRICOM Commander General Davlin Anderson said the deployment was made at Nigeria's request and was focused strictly on intelligence assistance. Our partnership with Nigeria is a great example of a willing and capable ally that sequestered unique capabilities only the United States can provide, and as we said. However, the announcement sparked widespread speculation and concern over Nigeria's sovereignty, promoting the Defense Minister General Mustafa Minister to address the issue. In the chat with the BBC, Musa explained that the US personnel were not combat troops, but a small advisory team supporting intelligence, strategy, and training initiatives. It did not disclose details regarding the size of the team, the arrival date, location, or duration of stay.
Okay, so that's the United States government. That's the United States government that's sending people.
That's the United States government coming to Nigeria, trying to tell us the brilliant support to the terrorism and study of Nigeria. The Azul of Nigeria also the terrorism and everything came from the US and all that. Boko Haram, Boko Haram.
Okay. Mercy that point was made. Press. Okay, our partner with Nigeria is a great example of a willing and capable ally that requested unique capabilities. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Admin. So are you. Appreciate that. All right. Well, is the war there still bad? Like, is it still really raging, or is it staying the same, or getting worse?
Yeah. There's a war, I'm not gonna lie to you. But no, okay, bad. You have people, if you're very good, to be sick people, you know, we don't use credit cards in Nigeria, but you know, my vicinity, I know about the shop that I can just walk in and buy something and telling them to send the money later or tell them you're gonna send the money in a half. Those are trust them I have. Yeah. So maybe I talk to them or you know. So I found out that what is easy if people have good time. Remind or you know.
Okay.
Which I'm sure they will do for my friend. If they want to for my friends, my nearest friend, they finally they will say what they don't care. They know why. Maybe because they see me go to mosque 5 times a week, they like to pass around and when I'm going to mosque. Or maybe they just fell down. Very good, or maybe they need to see talk off and all that.
Okay. Are there a lot of people that are not paying funds? Would you say, Amin?
You said what?
Is there a lot of people not paying funds over there? Are there no jobs over
They're
there?
not paying fine.
I'm just wondering, is there people paying money over there, or is there not a lot of people paying money over there?
What? You said there are a lot of people that are not paying or mistake.
Paying money, yeah. That say they would pay money, like for jobs.
Jobs.
Is there a lot of scams over there, basically?
Yes, you can do scam.
Lots of scams. Right. Uh, I want to help you guys get moving here with God's government, but right now it's hard. Without having a laptop and a stable connection, it's really difficult to. Well, it's really difficult to get anything off the ground. So, how long have you been unemployed for, Amin?
I don't know if you know what.
How long have you not been able to get a job?
But yeah, I'm looking for the job for about, I think, when I want to get now. I think, let me just say, people are just had my normal certificate. This year, so, it's got me to play the for those. Money. The last year, for 50 years, so yes, because lots of it, being my and wife, starting looking for jobs, and landed. And just on.
You didn't get money from your job?
So what?
You didn't get money from your job?
Yeah, I'm getting money from my handwork, my job. Yes. That was the HVAC and electrical installation of the place I could do. And it will come once in a while. Like today, I have one yes,
So how are you surviving, Amin? Like, if they're not paying you anything, do you have benefits or do you have savings or how are you surviving?
you know, have benefits to buy it. You to survive in the feeling and the strength.
Okay, you're living with your parents right now.
No, I'm not living with my parents.
Okay.
I'm living alone. Yes.
And how are you surviving though?
You know, I don't know. Because I'm surviving just by God's grace. Yes, you're authorized by God's grace, you know.
By God's grace. Well, how is God's grace manifesting? Are you living with a friend right now or?
I'm living alone. I'm living with my wife and my kids.
Okay. And I'm guessing she must be paying the bills, if I can ask. She's paying the bills right now?
Daddy, but you know, thing to do. You know, he doesn't have money. Just started working yesterday. Just started working yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you started working yesterday, yeah.
And that thing that he's paid amount of money. Just paid the offer about $20 a month.
Okay.
I sponsor one of the things, you know. So, you know, for the advantage of the kids, just to start schooling in same school. You know, maybe because the teacher in school, maybe they're gonna, you know, you know, they won't take school fees, maybe they just have to pay. clothes and all that, but you know, it's better yet safe, but if you bring this money, like, people buy trade that class bring funds today, if you want, uh, days ago. So, I have to have a big job. Very low people, very low people.
Okay. Yeah.
So that I said, money you working for you want, you just the money and then like for, just for the car, you know.
Here you go.
But one thing my father said that you stop driving maybe a bit sort and have something, you know, so, you know,
What are you thinking of starting?
so I'm not going to sell anything because I saw it things already.
Okay.
With my households that I had when I was in school, when I was in Papa and stuff.
Okay.
Because of the competition and the money I saw them, that was what I used to survive last month. Because I didn't have any job because you want the call, I didn't do any extra stuff for anyone. You know, I was just like, just trying to buy. That's why I think my life won't be pretty rented and all that. But I just took my phone, like, like 1,000 I think.
Okay, I hear you. Sounds like you're trying hard to make something happen. Sounds like you're trying to make things happen. Well, I'm just thinking to myself, what can we do together here to make the situation better? Right, like serving God's government is what we're trying to get up the ground here. And it sounds like you don't have a laptop. I mean, a functioning laptop, though. And you have another job. Your phone is really, really loud for some reason. Are you on your laptop right now, or no, it's your phone?
I'm going to say that
It's making a very high whistling noise. Your phone.
for 1 hour.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I want to.
Laptop. What do you think I'll find another? No,
What's that?
I just wanted to get my laptop to just first thing in a hot state.
I'm wondering what's something that you're really good at that you might be able to do for God's government that could really help people. What's something that you're really good at that you might be better at than anybody else?
Preaching. I think I'm preaching very well.
Preaching. Okay. Preaching Islam, right?
Oh, no. But
Preaching Islam,
yes.
right? Speaking of that, I guess we could do a little bit of chizzy here. I'm going to pull up on screen. If you can preach in this way, then I think you could probably save a whole lot of people. So I want to share my screen on my laptop, and I'm going to pull up what's called a chizzy tribe. Did you remember what your tribe is?
Yeah.
Which tribe was it?
Uh, uh, I need to see this.
Which one, sorry? The list. That's yeah. You're
It's confusing.
right. Okay, let's open this up and let's do this thing here. All right. I think I got your tribe in this sheet. Let me just triple check. Because if you could master teaching the word here to a lot of people around you, it'll start to solve a lot of problems. You'd be surprised at which problems are tied to this. Okay, Amin, there you are. So your tribe is actually, well, I'll show you what the tribes are, and you tell me which one you choose. And I'm going to see if it's the same as it was when you joined us here. So let me open it up. Choose topics. Oh.
When I just joined, I didn't understand what tribe is very well. So I think I changed my tribe or whatever. Just read down I'm gonna say my tribe is second to like believe in God and
Yeah, that's right. I don't think you knew, but let me see here. We're going to supercharge your teaching here. So let's do this. I'm trying to find the list. Oh, I know where it is.
tribe. I think it's
I
pure God, pure
yeah.
pure spirit, the logic. No, let me just see the list. Logic, pure being.
Here, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it on the screen for you to see. Whoops. It's just causing issues. Oh wow, I broke it. Okay.
Using a laptop on the phone, right?
Yeah, I'm using both of them right now, and I'll send it to you right here. Okay. Okay, so which one of those do you choose?
Spirit,
You choose which one?
what I'm doing is wrong, is it? Logic, logic, spirits. Logic, nature, spirits.
You choose logic, nature, spirit?
Yes.
Okay, so that's different from your prior choice. Do you remember what you chose before?
Yes.
What did you choose before?
I think I choose attractive or attractive. Oh no, attractive. Yes. I choose spirit, logic, and nature because I was understanding what it's all about it.
Okay, first. Uh, 3. Okay, so this was your configuration when you first came in, right, Amin? And that. And then now it is what, February 10th, 2026. So now you're in tribe 1, right? Okay. So does this, you're in, oh right, you're in tribe 5, right? What font describes your name, Amin? What's your full name actually? Amin what? Amin. How do I spell that?
ABDUL
Yeah.
WARICH.
Okay. And is this the font that you think feels like you, or does this feel more like you, or which font feels more like you? That one, or this one, or can you see the screen? This one,
Okay. I like the one.
this one?
That was not the one that was transport because
This
the
one?
one that was planned. Yes. Yes.
Abdul. Okay. So Amin Abdul, right? Okay, so you're in tribe 5 now, which means that this is just going to be logic, and this is going to be nature, and this is going to be spirit.
Okay.
Okay, like that. So where do you put pure being and pure God? same place, or do you switch them?
No.
What's that?
No, you're asking me like speak to them and I said no, it's just like that.
Okay, stay like that. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do now is when you do this, when you play this game, right? You're actually aligning the concepts in your mind, and the way you align the concepts in your mind makes a big difference. So if you go to somebody else's tribe and they're in a totally different tribe than you, that's like, think about it like this. Think about it like being in a different universe in your head, right? You might look like you're the same, but the way you position those words shows if you are very, very, very far from each other. And you can switch as people learn, but it'll be very hard to have the same language as somebody or same conceptual understanding as long as these words are different or positioned differently. So let's try another word. What's a really controversial word that religions really don't agree upon? What's a word that you think religions really fight over a lot?
Like,
That you think Islam has right and all the other ones have wrong?
faith.
Fate? Okay. So where would you put fate here in your tribe? Would you put it in logic? You put it under spirit? Okay. We're gonna put fate under spirit. So why do you put well, let's see here. Why do you put fate under spirit?
You know, uh, you know, she believe why I speak on this person because again, because they ask me why I think normally they think they would your details are cool asking about I was considered so you know Islam is believe in faith in Allah, faith in the books,
Oh, did you say faith or fate?
details. Faith, Faith.
Fate. Oh. Okay, I thought you said fate. Faith. Okay.
Different. You know, I don't different.
What's the difference between fate and fate?
Yes.
I would think that fate means that you're out of control of your future, and that something else is bringing you to your negative fate. Something that is bad for you, that's outside of your control, is what a fate is. All right, it's the opposite of destiny. Destiny means you have the same goal, but in the positive sense, or a positive goal in the sense that it's in control of you, but it's also aligning with a greater destiny, a greater necessity. And that necessity, for religious individuals anyway, that necessity is God. So that's what fate is. Does that make sense?
No.
Why doesn't it make sense?
You said destiny.
Yeah.
You see difference of faith.
Yeah.
You see destiny and faith. I think faith is in something thing.
Oh, sorry. That's what fate is. Faith, Faith, means that you believe in something with conviction. With you have faith means you have a sense of personal certainty that something is the way that it is. But you're not sure, technically. You're not 100% sure, but you're gonna believe like it's sure. Okay.
Why faith the other way? Just like destiny. What's just about?
Hmm. Hmm. All right. Now, Amin, you and I agreed on where to put faith. I agree with you. We're in the same tribe, so welcome. Congratulations for making it into Tribe 5. This is God's true tribe. This is what makes sense of the world. And this is how God organizes these words. And you're right. Faith actually is in spirit. So far, you have all the words correct, except for pure God.
Pure God.
Mm-hmm. You put pure God in nature, right?
I put it in logic.
Ah, you are putting so you're putting pure being and pure God in logic?
Nature.
What's that?
Okay, please explain to me. You said putting pure God in nature. Is that not right?
Well, I'm wondering if you look at your screen, right? You're putting pure God in nature, but now you're putting it in you're putting it in logic. But are you going to put pure God before pure being or after pure being?
Oh.
Okay, do you put pure God in? Do you put God after pure being like this, or do you put it in front of pure being? Which way is the correct way?
Trying to pure God. Pure God. Yeah. Yeah, pure being. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Pure being should be under nature. Right.
Okay, that's what you're saying? So you're saying it should be like that. Okay. So why is pure being in nature and not in spirit or logic?
You know, people just act according to what comes into their head. Like, you know, what I found out, people have some behaviors. However, we want to nature. My senior brother, very, very nice to other people, fight almost every time. Um, I'm not a very stable person, but he's, well, other, some of his friends, some of his friends, they're very about telling me everything. Where I won't anymore, something, but some other people feel nice and very well. So,
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Does God have a being, or is God a being?
come again.
Does God have a being, or is God a being?
If you're doing then you're someone's thing.
So then, how can God come before pure being?
Very confusing. And I was just going to call me right?
Yeah, if God is a being or has being, shouldn't being come before God then? Because if God doesn't have being or isn't a being, then God wouldn't exist.
Yeah, you know, the beauty that's going into things.
God is what? Sorry?
Yes, you know, the thing
Okay, so then how does it make sense that pure being first occurs in creation when God is already a being?
Okay. So you're saying the pure, are you saying it's not right? No, so it's pure. Because they could wipe out the world in blink of his own eye, like said the world was straight out of an ocean.
Okay, so does that mean that pure being goes in logic then?
No,
How come?
I'm thinking and now the analysis will
What's that?
say, uh, the breakdown.
You're saying you don't understand the breakdown very well?
No, I don't, but, I'm trying to understand the question still. You're saying pure God, logic, that's what I'm saying. It's right because God is pure all the time, and looking at it, it's the God of faith. If you are believing, you must believe in goodness and also believe in bad things, So that's pure God.
What?
That's the logic of the
I
world.
asked you if God has being, and you said yes. Right? So doesn't being have to come first? What?
Okay, so you're saying because that the being has to come down because God has been so they're saying it's supposed to pure being fulfill the good force in everything man.
But how can God force anything if he doesn't exist? If he doesn't have being?
Yeah, so that's how good there are even things you don't even know. In the other planets they say there are different things there in water hard and you have to logic because because you created human beings, you created animals, so you created this even Mr. Even though you don't really know what it looks like, but
That's right, but can something that doesn't have being create anything?
yeah, no, no,
Why no?
no.
Why no?
It's in the doesn't have been created anything. You know, if you have a laptop, you have a thing like that, you can create something. Um, I talked about not seeing brother saying the things never have been created anything. God has been, but you are living in the world of faith. We all believe there is God, and no one has even, no one like something, no one is until the opposite. But Islam says Jesus will come, and people who are like given people of that time will find Jesus. People that are given the time of Jesus.
Hmm. But if people But if people conceptualize God differently,
No, I think like
no, go ahead.
so you see, talking about time and all that. It makes sense. Not just giving stories without the
Well, let me share something with you. When people don't agree on the definition of God and how God creates meaning through words, even though they both agree in God, they don't have the same God, and they don't know how to communicate goodness because they get scared of each other and like, well, if you don't define God the same way I do, how do I know you're a good person? What if you're defining the evil God, right? How do you determine that? And I'm saying to you, every word that you position in terms of your tribe tells people how you define God, basically, and how you think God created everything. But if there's contradictions in your tribe that don't make sense, that's not how God creates. God creates in a way that makes sense of everything. So, how is it that God created pure being without being a pure being first? Because pure being doesn't just mean a human being. Pure being means the ability to exist at all. Or it means it is the ability or the characteristic of having expression at all. Otherwise, if you don't have a being and you don't have being at all, then you don't exist at all. You're nothingness. Right? So is God a nothingness? Or is God a something? A being? Okay, now if God doesn't have a being, and that means God's a nothing, can a nothing create a something?
well, things say that everything around particular time of the world, I mean, around particular time, God comes to the form. To the form, what's it called? Is it the man that call it scout or what's it called? Then you have heavens, you have powers. So the same say that everything don't come to the fear in the Quran, that it don't fear everything to look like people sleeping, dirty, and the ones that are praying. The first prayers, the time the first prayers you see during the midnight, when others are sleeping and few people that are in particular country, you have to start praying. So it's means it's only the children. Then he himself talked about how he answered his prayers and why his prayers do not be answered. So, you know,
What do you mean? Did you understand what I said though? Like, can a nothing create a being?
sorry, it's not possible.
Okay, then that means God has to have being.
Yeah, God has the being, as I said, yeah, God is the being himself.
Then wouldn't being have to come before God?
He's the one.
Then wouldn't being have to come before God?
No, there is no being before God.
What about beingness itself? If beingness didn't exist at all, then God couldn't exist.
No. Okay, that's the important thing. Being is just English language, you know, right? So, possible, according to all God has been existing before what we call year, isn't it? Before people understand that there is a year, a month, or a day. So God has been existing and He lets us understand all of these things. He let's understand according to how we move in the world, how the world evolves. I believe showing yourself is just uh that you got every day. You know the mark,
What's that?
the guy,
Mm-hmm.
like people die every day. And once they die, they don't have nothing to do with people in the world anymore. When someone dies and is dreams about that person, most times they are disabled or okay. And yes, I have a friend that died, and when I was in my dream, because I'm kind of being very prayerful, I pray for him. I let him in a way that, I don't know, maybe makes him understand that we were only praying for something. Makes him understand that the prayers I'm praying for him are working. Because it's not prayer that I had all the time.
Okay, I think prayer is very important. But think about this contradiction between being and God. God is being. God has a being and is being. So that's why pure being comes first, because you can think of pure being as early God. As early God. Okay? So that's why pure being should be in logic, not in spirit, because God's pure being is also the first perfect thought of God's self. Okay, so let's stop there for a minute. Let's play a song in your honor, Amin. So what song should we play? And then I'm going to try and keep cooking my meal, unless you want to try and do some blessings. You can try and do that. But for now, let me try and finish my meals. And let's play a song in your honor. We got your tribe a little bit further, which is very good. I'm glad you switched to tribe 5. That's a very big deal. You're now in God's tribe, which is great. That's a very good sign, Amin. It's a very good sign. So what songs we play?
God is the greatest.
Okay, let's play that. I'll play it for you. God is the Greatest by C.C. Winings, I think.
My advice to tell.
Oh, you're right. Vibes Cattell. You're right. I was thinking the other person. Ah. Okay. God is the Greatest. Vibes Cattell. All right. Did you talk to your imam or your mufti at the temple about this yet?
Yes.
And what did he say?
You don't like, you got to be careful. People trying to change people's belief about God and all that, and that I should just work along. I stopped having it for one time, so I don't have much to talk about. I'm just after you going, I was just like,
Well, here, do this, Amin. I'm going to give you some divine homework. Okay? And this is your divine homework. You're going to go to your imam or your mufti, whichever one you can get to sooner, and you're going to ask them, you're going to show them the 7 tribes, and you're going to ask them which tribe they choose, and where do they put pure being and pure God. Can you do that?
yeah.
Okay, and ask them, which way does God put the words? And then come back to me and report back what they actually said. Okay?
Okay.
I'm excited. Okay, copy the chat. Make sure you got it. Make sure you got it from Francis, the 7 tribes. But if you do that, that would make God awesome. It makes God become the greatest thing in your life and in conversations. But let's listen to Vibes Cartel. And you being in here, despite not having your laptop working, you're still trying, still spending your data. So God is the greatest. And let's start speaking God with the power of the word, okay? Enjoy. This is for you. Amen. Stay blessed.
Okay.
Okay, 2 hours. Okay, great. All right. Well, what I'll do is I'll put on some Paris jazz music, and I'm gonna start cooking my.
Now, I want to ask me the question again.
What question?
Like, I'm talking about asking him and making him understand. I'm gonna need to write out like he just wrote out.
Just-
Outcome.
Just tell him to pick a tribe.
Right. I'm gonna list out the tribes and
Actually, you know what? Here, do the Chizzy primer. This is the Chizzy primer. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Chizzy primer. Right here. Here's the Chizzy primer. Okay, so these are divine words. So if you copy this, here's the link in the chat, which you should send to him. These things, they're all pasted there in that link. And so can you copy that, Amin?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, copy that. Go ahead, copy it. And here are the 4 questions. Like the 4 questions are in there. And see what he says. Here you go. You can copy that and copy this. There you go. So ask him those. Well, you don't have to ask him the 4th question, but you can ask him the first 2. Basically, what tribe does he choose? He doesn't have to have a slogan, but if he wants to create a slogan, what would he create for it? And he doesn't have to taunt anybody, but if he had to taunt anybody, who would he taunt? Got it?
Okay. Yeah, I got the questions. Well, I'm asking what town?
What's that?
What's town? EAUNT.
Taunt. Taunt means that you make fun of somebody, but you know what? I'm gonna change them for you. We're just gonna get him to ask. We're gonna get him to ask. Here, I'm gonna put this in. What word? What word does the imam think is most important to place
What word is that?
in the tribe? Or most important to understand clearly besides Allah? Okay. Here, take this instructions. What is your tribe and did you change since last time we spoke about it? Okay, Amen. Here you go. Look in the chat. Those are the questions you should ask him, okay? So just copy these latest ones. And then, yeah, let us know what your imam says. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm super excited. And try and challenge Francis in the flock. Francis should have started a flock with you in it. And you should challenge him in the WhatsApp chat of his flock. And say, like, you know, what, Francis, why don't you go and get your pastor to, or priest, I think he's a pastor, priest or pastor, to choose a tribe. And let's do that. Okay?
Okay. I should chat him on his WhatsApp and tell him to get his password to the tribe, right?
Yeah, you should create a flock. Yeah, you should create a WhatsApp flock. A group with you, him, and Mary Jane should be in it.
Okay. I should tell him to do that, right?
Yeah, tell him to do that, and then challenge him. Challenge him to go and get his pastor or priest to choose a flock.
Okay.
Okay? Awesome. All right. Let me know how that goes, okay? Okay, let me turn some jazz, and I'm gonna keep cooking.
Okay.
Huh?
Alright, I'm gonna see you if I share it again today. Alright.
Okay, perfect. Do you know Mary Jane? Do you know her well?
I don't know how she don't live in Lagos. I think she live in other states.
Oh, okay. Darn it. I thought maybe you could use her laptop if you live nearby her. All right. Well, go see what you can get done. And yeah, I guess we can see you in the next ELM. Or you can listen to jazz music with me. I'm just cooking my final pieces of my meal. And um, and then I'm supposed to go to court tomorrow. So I'm gonna cook this croissant and some ratatouille and a special little sandwich, and then we should be, well, I should be basically back on the hunger strike.
Hungerstrike.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop eating tomorrow.
Okay. Bro, you said you might not eat very well. You food eat everything. To me, it's like it's balancing, and when you don't eat, you bring more problems to yourself. People will start to tell you, see how you look, you're not eating. People will start to tell you, I like this. People start to tell you, they start to make you feel less of yourself, like himself. Recently, I was shrinking, like people were so looking at me and they were seeing a lot of things. Bow your head, you don't bow down, bow your head, you don't do this, you don't do that, you're suffering, My parents, even my father is very worried because I'm not eating because the fact that I know I'm eating very well because I don't have much money. I stopped receiving the salary I was receiving. So kind of weird. People are like, you're not eating, you're not doing that. But if I'm just looking good, they don't even want to know what I have inside of me. Just the fact that I look good, I look okay. People won't complain. People won't say a lot about you. But when you see you look poor or when you see you look starving, you say whatever they want to say. That's what I found out. Like my friends, they don't care about me anymore. Like I have friends that they have businesses and all that things. But they don't care about me, they're gonna say if I come around them, I'll be body them, Not all of them. Maybe one of them confusing the others or and she can't persuade me that these guys are into courtism and others. So the fact that I'm not into any of the courses, I'm not into any of their games. They have 3 types or about 4 types in Nigeria. When I was in university, they were talking me the Igbo part, the Francis part. They have the fighting, they have the ideas. In Lagos, in the Yoruba part, we have the best part, we call them the bed, that bed. And they are in everywhere actually. We can also have the Buccaneers. So in fact, I'm not in of this courses. I don't really have friends. The kind of friends I have are the ones we pray together. The ones that believe in me. Even my old friends that are still in me right now, that still text me or in a while, or my brothers, the families, that those ones that we know that this person is very religious, not very religious, but I'm very religious. I don't take religion like people the fact that I smoke. The only problem I have with my parents right now is they tell me stop what you're smoking. They tell me you're smoking because they're smoking. Smoking doesn't affect anything. It's just something I just addicted to maybe while I was younger, when I was trying to attain my puberty age, you understand? And something I really fascinating. I like doing it because maybe I'm used to getting fire pass through my lungs and, you know, those stuff. Maybe it's secret. Right now, I thought I'm addicted to secret. But no matter how addicted I am, I don't buy pack. I only buy one after the other. Like, they don't sell single cigarettes anymore. I had it. But over here, they sell one. I could just buy one stick. And when I started, I want to for the whole day. And sometimes I just decide not to take anything. So I ask my friend that why do you think smoking is illegal or is bad in Islam? They'll say, God says, whatever you use inside you that makes you behave abnormally is forbidden in Islam. Apart from the fact that God says alcohol is not good, you shouldn't take alcohol at all. Even the fact he said, even though alcohol is the only solution to your problem, and like I said, you know, it's pork meat and all that, you understand? It's not mentioned, the smoking is not mentioned in the Quran that way, or in the Hadith. And I am very sure since in all preaching of Islam, it's being known that there will be smoke. It is being known that people will smoke, like they will invent something that people will put in their mouth and blow off smoke coming from it. You understand what I'm saying, man?
Well, yes, but you should quit smoking if you can. Get back in control of yourself. If you're gonna not eat, you need to stop. You need to eat in a cause, in something that's wise sacrifice, not blind sacrifice, right? So I'm going on a hunger strike to save people's lives and try and raise funds for not just me, but for the God's government. But when you're self-serving and you're only thinking about yourself and starving for yourself, that's when people don't want to help you because it's all about you, right? And when you're smoking, if you know it harms you and you know it harms those around you, then you're not thinking about anybody. You're addicted. You're addicted to yourself.
No, it's not harming anybody.
Yes, smoking harms everybody. Secondhand smoke and third-hand smoke. So when your children are around you, it's in your clothing, it's in your skin, it's in your hands, it's in your breath, it's everywhere. So that's called third-hand smoke. So that's actually damaging everybody around you. If you're smoking in the same room as somebody, then you're really damaging everybody in the room. And then, of course, there's you. When you start to get sick or you start to get cranky or your body gets all sick and cancerous, then everybody else has to take care of you. So you become a liability, right? You become a burden. So instead of helping other people, they're helping you. And you keep smoking even though you know it hurts everybody because you're not really being godly. You know what I mean? So,
You know what? Let me tell you. Like my parents, they've never found smoking. They've never found it. They've never spoke to me. Yes, when I was living with them, if you used to see little remnants in my pocket, all that. And but you see, my wife, you know, I told you I married 2024, and I moved out from my father's house to my own house. So, ever since then, the only thing I do is I don't smoke around my kids. I don't smoke around, I smoke in front of my wife very well. But you know, the fact that my parents know the kind of friends I have, almost all of them are addicted to smoking. Like in Nigeria, they like to corrupt that. But yes, there are few people, there are people that don't do that, they don't smoke. My brother doesn't smoke. But you saying it causes liver cancer and all that, like this kind of very even try to check my health condition, maybe do a scan and I want to see what the inside of me looks like, the lungs, like, everything. You understand?
Good, good, good. Yes. Yes, do it. And the thing too is, and it's very well known that putting black stuff where air is not a good thing to do. The air that God gave you doesn't have smoke in it. So why would you go against God and put a bunch of smoke into a place where there is not supposed to be any smoke?
Because smoke is black substance. Yeah, you're right.
You know, sometimes people have to take that for asthma or other reasons, but the kind of smoke you're putting in is not good smoke. It's not good. You know, when trees are on fire and stuff like that, you're supposed to cover your mouth because you're not supposed to breathe in all the ash from the burning trees. But you're putting burning grass straight into your lungs. So in Canada, it's very well established that putting that kind of that smoke into you causes issues. There are spiritual rituals where the indigenous use tobacco to be a spiritual activity. But it's not the tobacco itself, it's the ritual around it, and it's the ability to agree on the thoughts that create culture and meaning and community and trust. But the tobacco itself is harmful. It hurts the body. Even though it helps the mind, mind can do that with the same logic without the substance. The substance isn't the essential thing. It's the logic around it. And if there's not godly logic around it, then you're probably going to misuse it. So that's why I would say, yeah, go get your lungs checked out. And if your wife is saying quit smoking, then listen to her. Like, don't smoke. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody. And the reason why people smoke is because they're stressed. And they're stressed because they're probably doing bad things, or they're attracting bad things and they're not sure what to do. But there's more healthy ways to deal with it as a godly person than putting smoke into your body. You can go and pray. You can go and meditate. You can go and ask for help from an imam. You can do a whole bunch of things. So,
Right.
yeah.
What about when you want to anybody just want to do something?
You don't want to talk to anybody?
When about yeah, sometimes you just feel like you just want to go into your house, you don't. It's about praying, you have to pray. But you know, it's not gonna solve it.
You have to learn to, well, take time for yourself, recharge your battery, and then just think about why you love people, why it's worth it. Right? You have to constantly remind yourself that even though it's painful, it's a lot better than being alone forever. Spirit is belonging together in trust. And the people around you don't seem to be conducive to what you want to be as a person. Right? They don't accept you. The part of you that you really love, the part of you that loves to preach, that part of you is not being appreciated by the people around you, so you feel drained. And when you feel drained, you want to avoid them. So you got to find your people, your God people. And I'm trying to attract those people here into this meeting. So that's why I want you to go out there and I want you to start finding pure people. But that means you have to start being pure yourself. Meaning that if somebody sees you smoking, you're going to attract other smokers. And we're going to do that because those people are hurt, right? Those people are going to be hurt.
I preach what is supposed to hear. Like, and tell them things they're supposed to know. I don't, like, I'm always focused. I'm the kind that I'm always focused. I've never smoked and I will start fighting or start see people the other way around or, you know, instead I feel rest and relax. So I'm going to try to treat that because everyone keeps telling me to quit. The good people I see in people, other people that everyone keeps saying, quit smoking, because they don't smoke.
Well, when people see you smoking, right, usually it attracts gang members. Usually it attracts people that are harboring trauma. And they're usually children. Damaged children smoke cigarettes. That's usually what it means. So if you go out there onto the street corner and say, I'm a godly person, I'm attracting godly people for God's government. We're starting kingdom come, and go onto the corner and say, yes, we're teaching the power of the word in this new way. And they'll say, well, what's the way? And you say, well, you have to pick a tribe. And you get their tribe, and you say, do you want to find out more? And if they say yes, then you give them Francis's contact information, and we start building God's government. Or you bring them into your flock, and then you bring them in here, and you start training them. And if they have a laptop, then we can get them started. But if they have a phone, they can start doing honorary blessings, and we can teach them for free. But honorary is not paid, right? They have to have a laptop. They have to get into a library or go to the mosque and get a laptop. You got to find a way and work together in the spirit to find those resources. And if you're in the faith and you're in the spirit and you stay open to the love of people and you start spreading your light to somebody, you will attract it. But you got to be pure to attract it. You got to fight all your demons. You got to get rid of all your addictions. You got to face the pain with courage, not run away from it. And then when you start to realize that people's pains are the thing that can make you love them even deeper, that's where you're going to look forward to talking to people, okay? So try and do that. If you go out on a street corner or you go somewhere and you start saying, hey, we're starting God's government, and they get curious, only very pure people will be curious about that. Most people will judge you, right? You'll be persecuted. But do it anyway, and you might be surprised that one person you meet is the person who will be your real best friend, the person that you want to talk to all the time. But you got to take a risk. You got to be your real self on the inside and not your trauma, right? Don't be your trauma on the outside. Be the light within and do it fearlessly. Do it, don't be arrogant about it. Be confident, but be fearless in shining that light and see what comes to you. And it might be a lot of pain at first, but it's better to experience the pain by representing God than experiencing the pain of loneliness and having to be by yourself. Yeah.
I did something. I said, in my area, I can walk up to numbers of shops. They all know I preach God's government. Like, they all know that I'm a good person. Even though they find me smoking around the street, they know that once it's time for prayers, I would get my hat off. They would always see me walking down to the mosque or coming from the mosque. I don't have much places I go to. If I'm still sick, self-employed right now, I only wait for people to call me to come and do something for them. So, for now, people in my area, they are almost like unemployed. All of them, they have shops around. I think I can count up to 100 shops. I tell you, I can go to 40 of them, or around 20, and I would get what I want to buy because they believe that if I tell them that I'm going to come pay tomorrow for the money, or I tell them I don't have it yet, they believe that once I have it, I'll bring it to them, I'll pay. Because I've been, I don't know, maybe because we've had several relationships. So when you told me that can I bring someone to the meeting, I told you, I said I can bring a lot of people. Many times I've talked about this meeting with my friends and they'll be like, come on, send me the link. I sent someone a link. His name is Caleb. I wonder why. The guy actually switched he actually became a Muslim. The guy is a Muslim. I have about 4 or 5 of my friends that became a Muslim.
Really? That's great. Now make them non-smokers. So do that, and you'll be hitting the street.
Some of them are smokers.
Well, I want them to stop smoking. Okay, well, if you have a bunch of people, one of them has to have a laptop. If there's hundreds of shops, some of them have to have laptops, right?
Yeah, I have friends that have laptops, man. I can tell you that it's just about bringing them to the meeting and giving them a reason to be there. Okay, they already told me what I'm going to tell them. They are having a growth government, right?
Mm-hmm.
Godly government.
Yes, that's right. And if they want to help us, we can train them because AI is going to take all the jobs anyway. It's a really shockingly intense situation that we're in, and I think Joe agrees with me too on that. But we need to start educating them on God's government, and that God's government is going to save them. It's going to save them from this problem, this dystopia that's coming. And Nigeria is one of the biggest investors in AI, so they're planning to replace a bunch of things. We looked it up. Nigeria is one of the most AI-friendly countries in the world. So are they going to really be there to give you guys a universal basic income and support your shops and support everything? Or are they just going to make a bunch of profit with AI and then leave you guys by the sidelines? And right now the data is showing that they're going to leave you by the sidelines because they're doing that even in Canada. So we need to start building God's government to save them. That's why they should come in here, is because we're trying to save their lives either from actual death or from enslavement. Either or. So if they want to stay away from the meeting, they can, but it's going to attract them a terrible future. And that's why we need to get the mosques involved, to get the imams working in God's government too, and questioning me and be like, well, how do you think you know who God is? Or like, who makes you the authority? And you say you're this Messiah, really? Well, prove it. Like, they should be coming in here and questioning me. And then we can start to get them to start paying you guys to come in here, and then paying your bills and getting things going and going to the government. Well, I don't know if we can go to the government yet, but we're going to start being the change we see in the world here. And I'm going to teach you guys how to share properly. Yeah? What were we saying, Amin?
So, man, just in 2 hours, I'm gonna go to my email. I think I'll take it. It's very controversial to me. It's very like, he loves talking to me. Like, the guy is very good. I don't say it's very pure, but I say it's good.
Okay, good. Good. Well, start organizing people, I suppose. Like, if you know 6 good people that are godly, and you can start training them with how Francis trained you, right? And one of them has a laptop. Try and have one person in your flock be a laptop, and then meet up once every ultra meeting, and then you can share the laptop maybe, or at least have one of you on the laptop. And if you're all on the camera of the laptop, like if the screen can see you, then we know that you're paying attention to the meeting. We could try that and see if we can get you guys going. But the goal is to try and build a new way of sharing. And if you guys help us, right, God's government, then we're going to try and help you back. But we have to do it in a new way where you're going to have to do your Pareto categories. Actually, Amin, do I have your Pareto categories? Let me just check here quickly. Joe, we're just talking about Amin's issues here, but he knows a lot of people that might want to come in here. And he's going to go to his imam and get his I gave him some divine homework, which I'm very excited about, which is he's going to go to his imam and try and get his imam to pick a tribe.
That will be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think it'd be super, super interesting to see. So, Amin, I'm just going to find your tribe. And I'm going to try and get Francis to do it and a few others. And I'm going to get Amin's Pareto categories because we need to... Oh, I don't have you, Amin. So we need to start getting the Pareto categories shared. And as soon as I'm done cooking my meal, that's what I was going to do. Okay, so Amin, here's what we're going to do here in terms of starting to get you sharing and understanding what you can share. We're going to do something called like God's gifts. They're called Pareto categories. So you're going to rate yourself, if you feel comfortable, from 0 to 10 on how God's gifted you in 6 categories. And those are, number 1, facial beauty, aesthetic beauty. Number 2 is social beauty. Number 3 is wealth beauty. Number 4 is body beauty. Number 5 is culture beauty. And number 6 is IQ. So we're going to start with the first one. From 0 to 10,
What would you rate your face in terms of beauty? Where 10 out of 10 is the most beautiful people in the world, and 0 out of 10 is the least beautiful people in the world, physically. Did you do it before? Because I thought we did do it before, but I couldn't find the data. Oh, hold on. I actually might have it here. Let me just check one more thing. Actually, yeah. It looks like I don't. Amen. Okay. Amen. No, I actually don't have it here. So let's just do it again, I guess. Do you remember what scores you gave last time, Amen? Ooh. Are you there, Amen?
Yeah, I think he dropped off.
Oh, maybe he did. Well, he did do it once before, but I can't remember. Can't remember what he said. So I was just talking with him and trying to figure out how the heck he's supposed to be involved because he keeps coming here, and I'm like, well, how do we make use of the situation, right? So we were talking about like what does he love to do, and he likes to preach, and I'm like, oh, okay. So we did Chizzy. We did like a whole half hour of Chizzy, and it was good. It was actually interesting to watch because he.
What does he like to preach about?
Islam. Like teach about Islam. Right, so I thought, okay, well, how do we get him preaching about Islam, but in the way that brings people together and not separates us? And the idea came to me, why don't we, he changed his tribe too. He went from tribe 3 to tribe 5, so he's making progress, interestingly. So then I thought up, what would be kind of cool is if he got if we got imams to start doing the tribes and seeing what the imams do, and then start getting the imams to disagree with each other or agree with each other. And if they disagree with each other, that will be the very beginning of potentially something very big. So that was kind of the productive thing that happened here in the last hour and 40 minutes.
That's good.
Yeah, and I'm trying to finish these meals, and I didn't get to nap very well, so I was feeling tired, and I was thinking, man, I better start cooking this meal because I have court tomorrow, and I don't have to defend it. We're going to adjourn, but the government didn't respond to me and agreed to go to the courthouse and adjourn for me. So I'm going to go down there just to say we're adjourning by consent. And yeah, so I was going to cook this all today, put it in the fridge, go to the courthouse tomorrow, do my thing, and then come back and then actually eat the food, and then it's done. Well, I'll eat the food, maybe take a nap, and then, yeah, then we're back on the hunger strike, and then I'm going to make a document that outlines.
I think he's back.
Yeah.
I think he's back.
Joe, by the way, I want to say this guy on YouTube is pretty awesome. He's going to donate a couple more dollars in a couple of days, and you said that you would gift if somebody else gifted, right?
No, that's not exactly what I said.
So you want somebody continuously investing, like my sister.
Yeah, somebody that's actually like regular funding. I think that's fair. But I mean, it's just figuring out a way to make it happen. It's simple as that. to get in touch with people that I think that would be helpful from a policy perspective as well as a R&D perspective as well. So I have a lot coming up as far as, in addition to relocate. But yeah, I mean, I think it's about to get intense, and it'll stay intense for a while. So, which is good.
Well, what do you want me to...
Right? I mean, people just, kind of, there's different ways of waking up. Oh, you know what? I gotta drop and take this. Hang on.
Sure.
I'll talk to you.
Sure. Okay, Amin, let's do these ratings because I don't know where I put them, but I can't find them in the places I normally put them. But I created a new place, so now there's a permanent place to put this information. So yeah, let's do this. Let's see if we can do it again and see if we can do it faster. So facial beauty, what do you think God has gifted you from 0 to 10? 7, okay. And then social beauty, like what kind of connections were you born into or that you have that could open doors? So it's not your social skill, it's your social connections.
I think 7 to 7.
Okay. And then the next category is wealth. So 0 to 10, 10 or 10 is like billionaires and millionaires. There's very wealthy people who have assets and land and employees and all that. And then 0 to 10 is basically homelessness. So where would you put yourself? 4, okay. And then with body beauty, so that's from your neck down. So not your face, but your body. So how tall you are, how big your muscles are, your butt, your genitals, all the stuff that's sexually attractive or athletic. If you're a sports player, Olympics. So yeah, so 10 out of 10 would be an Olympic athlete and or a porn star. And a 0 out of 10 would be the opposite.
Wait, come on. You said 0 to 10 will be the opposite? Sorry.
0 would be like, yeah, would be stunted or, obese or just, stuff like that. Not athletic,
Maybe
not sexy.
athletic is 7 to 10, right?
Yeah, if you have an
I
athletic
think I
body.
have an athletic body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you put yourself at?
I have muscles. I go to the gym every day. So,
Are you tall?
yeah. So,
How tall are you?
not very tall. I think 5'6" or 5'7".
You're 5'6", 5'7"? Okay. What is the average height in Nigeria? Let me see what the average height in Nigeria is. I think that is the average height in Nigeria. Where are you? Okay.
So, not very tall, you know.
I think we had this discussion before actually. What is the average height in Nigeria? Okay, so you said 5'6", 5'7", and the average height in Nigeria is 5'3". So you're above average. Really? Oh no. Men are 5'5". So yeah, you're just above average height in Nigeria, which is okay. All right. So what would you give yourself from 5 to?
I'm not sure with my height. I'm not very sure with my height. So I think I'm around 5'6". Yeah.
5'6". Okay. All right. What would you give yourself from 0 to 10 then? And
Just think on what home.
what's that?
No, it's my wife. She's asking me to pull up the light. Okay, you said rate myself on 0 to 10 about what?
About your sexiness or your athleticism and your height. All those things together are body beauty. And a 10 out of 10 is is a professional athlete, an Olympic athlete, a track and field athlete, baseball player, like just somebody who looks really, really good, a porn star, things like that.
I'm gonna give myself 9.
9, okay. And then about, huh? What about culturedness?
Culturedness.
Yes. So culture is, can you naturally sing well, dance well? Are you naturally funny? And can you storytell really well? So 10 out of 10 is professional storytellers, or, you know, festival singers, concert performers, all that kind of stuff. Where would you put yourself?
7.
7, okay. And then the last category here is IQ. So IQ is you know, if you've ever done an IQ test, about 160 IQ is a 10 out of 10. And a 0, a 55 or 75, anything under 75 IQ would be close to 0 out of 10, 1 out of 10. So between those, 100 is average. Where would you put yourself in terms of intelligence? And if you've gone to university or think that you could have done well, or you got A's in high school or B pluses, you'd roughly be about 120, which would probably be around a 7.5 maybe. Where would you put yourself?
IQ maybe 7.5 or 8, let's say.
7.5 or 8. Okay, let's do that. All right, so, and we can do IQ tests in the future. And then UQ so far is 0 because you haven't placed pure being properly in the proof. So did you read the proof of truth, Amin?
The proof of truth.
Yes.
Is that a book?
No, it's a very short paper that is how I proved God. How we raised faith to certainty. Okay. So, proof of truth, Muslim or Islam. Islam. Already. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to put a link in the chat. Here's the link in the chat, Amin. So this is the proof of truth in Islamic language. Okay, this is the proof of God, or you could say the proof of Allah. Okay, so it's in the chat now for you. Okay, so there you go. I thought I sent that to you already, but I haven't. So there you go. Read that and go do that divine homework with your pastor or with your with your imam, and then report back and see what you think of it. I got your Pareto categories, and let me rank you here. Let me see what God's gifted you as. Your score is your score is 41. So you have one of the highest scores out of anybody. Isaac is higher, Rimsha is higher.
You're tied. You're higher than Joe, even, which is interesting. All right. Well, let's call her. Let's call her there. We got lots to do, and it's exciting. Stop smoking. Number one. Start being pure and attracting people by speaking about God openly, and starting to attract. Like, speak about God's government on the street corner. Make signs. Get out there and be passionate. Don't be lukewarm. Don't just go to the mosque and go in and out. Go and be passionate, and you'll see who you attract. You'll attract good people. Okay.
My
Yeah.
attracting people so much for real. Instead of just I'm attracting a lot of people in Nigeria. Like my friends that don't want to pray. Okay, I have a friend. He don't pray friends because he just something. What he do? Okay, he made me know some other friends, just in this area, just in this vicinity, nearly so I used to visit the mosque, and I met this guy in the mosque, and we started doing friends, set up some smoke something. We fixed it in his house, we can't pray.
Okay.
We have the friends, we have some friends around to start. So 6 weeks ago, then suddenly he started being jealous of our friends like you and started to help me do normal like personal things like the other day he wanted to go to a party and I told him the car was fast. I was doing all the hard cars in the mix, so was like some spirits from my friends all that. So this friend of mine started getting jealous and for him he thought of the fact that he had cooked up something like the guy and like the guy was in front. So one day he just came coming from the mosque and he was just mentioned that about me going back with him to 10,000. Like they wanna know they wanna know what the best be Kanye and all that other group. What's about one of these one day you down one of these and that's kind of person I guess just want to show me like I think I have things that I want to teach things in next week that I will get fucked up. I should be very careful with all that. The leaders are gonna talk to you. I stop seeing them to my friends. So recently last I think on Monday the friend texted me himself and was like, what's up, engineer I've seen you. I want you to come around. Then I went to him. He was surprised. I went it was time for prayer. He knew how I just remote very well. I was very tired. I slept off the house. I slept for 2 hours. Within that 2 hours, I was supposed to pray 2 salat, at least 2 prayers. But this kind of agree is for just doing sake of focusing. They would know. They would, like, I woke up and I will let the box straight up and I was praying. When I was going to the mosque, even though it was not the time for prayers, I still find people that would come and maybe just 5 men. Man, you see, I like to see what my street looks like. Very early in the morning, once I go to the mosque, when I go to the mosque, people are outside already. They have outside shop where the 5 men they come there to in the morning. They have the bike park where the bike people stay, like the junction, the house is just in front of the junction. So I would like to see what everything is like in Nigeria, like Nigeria. Maybe you see a number of people that praise the mosques compared to the number of people in the vicinity. As far as that, you see, you can't stop worship. Where you can't bring a benefit for them.
Okay. You can't get the benefit for them, well, you can, but you have to be able to connect to them the right way and get real and build trust.
Yeah, if you connected in the right way, yeah. Like, you can connect to God if they understand what life is all about. You see, I have friends from different tribes. In Nigeria, do you know we have 3 different tribes?
Yeah.
Or more. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there is a big crisis or record social conversion or a big disagreement within the 3 tribes. I still find myself to have all of them together. Like, I don't have problems with anyone. I can speak outside, speak the language. I can speak the other language, Igbo, and Yoruba, so I can speak Yoruba very well. I still find it very easy to friends with all of them. Like this to everybody.
Okay, well, that's great. Well, get them going on God's government, man. Like, we don't got a lot of time. We have to go and get people started on this quick. So let's do that. We did quite a bit tonight. We did some chizzy. We got talking about some things you can do, divine homework, stop smoking, attract the people that you want, right? You might be attracting people from other tribes, but you got to start getting them moving in a direction where we work together. And you have to be that example, right? So if you want to work for God's government, you got to get out there, be fearless, my friend. Not arrogant, but fearless. And if you're going to go on hunger strikes, you got to do it with purpose. And you got to show them where the money's going. It's not going to you. The money's going to God's government. When I'm raising money, I'm not getting the money. I'm getting the money for other people. That's why they believe in me. But if they're sending money just to you, they're like, oh, this guy's selfish. Screw him. Go starve to death. Right? So you got to get into the wakefulness of God and take a risk for people. You might die. You might die. And people are like, wow, that guy's real. And that's when they believe in you. Not foolishly. You have to have a really good idea. You have to have like good God government. It took me 75,000 hours to figure out how to build this thing in the nature of God. Okay? Wasn't lazy and saying, oh, I'm hungry, feed me. I spent my entire life building an idea and risking my life for other people to believe in it. That's why it's working for me. I'm not sitting like, oh, I'm poor, help me, I got problems. If you do that, God's not going to reward you at all. So follow my example. Push the idea, right? Learn about God's government. Learn how I structured God's government. Bring it to your imams. Get them to sanction it. Be like, oh, this is a good idea. And then get on the street corner and get all your friends to bring their laptops and start having God's meetings, right? Go find those people in those tribes, which ones have the laptops, and get them to come together for the Ultra ELMs. Try and get 36 people. Like, try and help me get 36 people into your tribe. And then we're going to start getting the ones who have laptops with pairs. We're going to get people with them. And we're going to start building up that way. And we'll start teaching them how God's words work, how to share properly. Once people trust you, they'll share their God-given gifts with you. Right? They will. But you have to get back into the wakefulness of the Spirit. And that's what we're going to do. But let me cook my meal, Amin. I was supposed to cook like an hour ago. So you got a lot. I'm excited for you. I'm really hoping you do this. Go to your imam, get the tribe, and start contacting your people. Say who has a laptop, and then make a list of people and see which tribes they're from, and then start getting them to pick tribes, right? Or like you have Nigerian tribes, but like one of the 7 tribes, right? Logic, nature, spirit, logic, nature. Get them to pick tribes, and then we're going to ask them to do their Pareto categories, and we're going to start connecting people in a new way. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to play a song to end the night, though, because you got to play the last one, so I'll play this one. It's called Written in the Stars. All right, so I think there's destiny written in the stars. So this one is, for me, self-love, because I'm very proud that I'm pushing myself to get back on the hunger strike and not stay comfortable when I could be. And I'm also very happy that, you know, I've created a safe enough space for great people like you, Amin, coming in here and being honest. So I really appreciate that. So this is also in honor of you and me being here tonight, talking about God and trying to do our best in a very, very challenging situation that's only going to get more challenging, unfortunately. So we have to buckle up and do this God work, my friend. You got to do this work. Prophet Muhammad almost died for 10 straight years.
And he went on he went on fast every second day. Like he did lots of stuff, that guy. So let's follow that example. All right. So in honor of us, it's written in the stars, my friend. It's written in our stars. Peace, peace, peace. Oh, it's an awesome song. All right. That was sort of unexpected, but we're going to get back streaming. Going to take a bathroom break. I'm tired. My neck hurts already. I should have been sitting in my other chair. I wasn't expecting to be sitting up like this for 2 hours, but it's okay. We just did our first divine homework to one of the great souls that just came into the meeting just now, as you heard. So, bathroom break. We're going to start the stream on Facebook.
Interesting timing. Very interesting. All right. All right. Holy smokes. So we're gonna make this little croissant, and then we're gonna make the ratatouille, and then we're gonna make the toasted bread tomorrow because the bread would get soggy. So then when I get back from court tomorrow, I thought the government, the attorney general, would go and basically say, "Yeah, we're adjourning," but they didn't respond to me. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go and just make sure